The other guy nodded, although he kept tapping at a keyboard of his own. Okay, I said. Thanks. No prob, doctor, Britton said. He lifted a cardboard coffee cup to his lips and looked at his computer screen again. There was a gold band on his ring finger, a dimple at the corner of his mouth when he sipped his coffee, and I had a sudden, truly terrible feeling of déjà vu. I knew why he looked familiar to me. He looked like Ben. Dark hair, like Ben. 30-ish, the age Ben would be around now. Big, teddy bear kind of build. Maybe not quite as massive as Ben, but still. He put down his cup and began typing, and I stared at his hands. I knew those hands. I knew them, and worse. Much worse. I suddenly missed them. I missed Ben, the Ben I'd thought he was. The one who touched me with hands that looked a lot like Dr. Britton's. How could I even be thinking that way? I was so screwed up. We'll see you tomorrow, Maggie, Taffy said, and I realized I'd just been standing there like an idiot, staring at Dr. Britton. Right. I slipped my purse strap over my shoulder. See you tomorrow. I walked straight from the PEDS unit to the hospital exit. In the parking lot, I got into my car and rested my forehead on the steering wheel. I took a few long, deep breaths. Did he really look like Ben? He was a little older, wasn't he? And his eyes were not quite so dark. Stop it. I punched my fist on the steering wheel. Just stop it. I rested my head back against the car seat with a sigh. There were no parents protesting outside the hospital. Nobody spitting at me. In the halls. But there was still one big obstacle standing in the way of me doing my community service there, or anywhere, and it wasn't Drive. Britton. It wasn't a man at all. It was me, the weak-willed, easily seduced, insecure girl I'd become. I was the obstacle I'd be carrying around with me for the rest of my life. Chapter 32. Sarah Painting and Sewing 1991. Jamie split himself in two. That was the way I saw it. If I'd been stronger or tougher or meaner, I would have demanded more. Instead, I witnessed Jamie's struggle to be there for me and our beautiful son, as well as for Laurel and Maggie, and I couldn't bring myself to make things harder for him. The baby who was yet to be born would up the score on Laurel's side. 2-1. I didn't want to think that way, but sometimes I did. I spent a lot of time in the comfort of the chapel. On Sundays, I often stood near the entrance with Keith and Maggie to keep him from disrupting the service. I was there during the week as well. The walls needed painting, and I talked to Jamie about painting them myself, a massive job. I asked him if I could bring color into the space I loved. He looked alarmed at first. His vision for the chapel had always been pure white walls, but when I talked about the view, how it looked outside the panoramic windows after a rain, with the sand that deep khaki color, he understood what I was saying. So I painted the inside of the chapel the color of wet sand, all by myself, in between feeding and changing Keith. Jamie'd found a nanny for Maggie, and although I missed the little girl, I had to admit it was a relief not to have both of them to care for. I loved Maggie, but I would have resented being asked to watch Laurel's child as well as my own now that Jamie seemed to have chosen between us. That was small of me, but I couldn't help it. When I finished painting the chapel, I asked Jamie if I could make cushions for the pews. The task of making the long, foam-filled cushions would be grueling, but I pleaded, and Jamie finally agreed. I spread fabric on the floor of the chapel office and cut it into long rectangles. All my work served a purpose separate from making the chapel warmer and even more beautiful. It kept me from thinking about the sea tender. Laurel had stopped drinking, Jamie told me. She was doing much better. He'd made the right decision to go home, he said. All the while, I painted and sewed because I knew which home was ultimately Jamie's greatest love, and it was the one where I was working. I was in the chapel when Jamie called me early one morning. The baby's here, he said, and I knew from the thick, tired tone of his voice that something was wrong. My heart dropped. As envious as I was of Laurel, I would never wish for anything to happen to her or the baby. What's wrong? I asked. My first thought was that, like Keith, the baby had a hole in its heart, but that was not the problem. They took him away from us, Jamie said. Laurel's been drinking all along. She just hid it from me somehow. She was smashed when she went into labor last night. Marcus drove her in so I wouldn't know. And the baby. His voice broke. Oh, Jamie. Honey. I put down the fabric I'd been sewing. What happened? They think he has this condition called fetal alcohol syndrome. He looks okay, except for being small. But it is something about his development or I don't understand it all yet. What do you mean, they took him away from you? Protective Services. They have custody of him, though he's still here at the hospital. The social worker said Laurel probably had severe postpartum depression after Maggie was born and that she's been drinking till they called it self-medicate. I shouldn't have left her. I should have insisted she get help. You did everything you could, I said. You couldn't force her. Even that psychiatrist you took her to told you that, remember? This poor little guy, Sarah. Laurel's upset. I know she feels terrible. But she doesn't really understand the whole thing. The social worker said our best chance of getting the baby back is for her to go into rehab, but she won't do it. I turned off the sewing machine. I'm coming to the hospital, I said. On the drive to the hospital, I felt my anger toward Laurel building. Laurel had everything. Jamie, the money, 2 children, and she was doing her best to throw it all away and hurt every single person who cared about her. Everyone treated her with kid gloves, and it wasn't working. When I arrived in Laurel's hospital room, I found Jamie sitting next to her bed. Laurel looked ashen and tired, her eyes at half-mast. Go get a cup of coffee, Jamie, I said. He looked at me. I don't need a cup of coffee. I grabbed his arm, tugged him out of the chair and pulled him physically to the door. He stopped in the doorway, trying to read my face, and I knew he was worried what I might say to Laurel in his absence. Tough. Go, I said. Once he left, I sat down in the chair he'd vacated and skipped right over the pleasantries. You need to go into rehab, I said, for your family's sake if not for your own. I wish Yal would just leave me alone. Laurel's voice was so whiny and pathetic. I wanted to slap her face. Slap some sense into her. I somehow managed to get control of my anger. I told Laurel about the first time I saw her. It was in the chapel, when she'd looked so pretty and so full of love for her husband. I told her how much Jamie loved her. How her children needed her to be whole and healthy for them. For a moment, I thought I was getting through to her. Furious, I sat forward and grabbed her wrist. You've become a selfish, self-absorbed bitch, Laurel, you know that. I stared hard into her eyes. I know your hormones got screwed up, I said. I understand you can't help the depression. But you can fix it, Laurel. You're the only one who can. I got up, scraping the chair against the linoleum floor, and walked out of the room. In the hallway, I started to tremble, and I fought tears as I left the hospital and walked into the parking garage, knowing I'd done what no one else had dared to do. Till Laurel. Chapter 33. Andy. I had a hard time getting alone with Uncle Marcus. Mum and Maggie were always around, but finally it was just me and him at breakfast Saturday. I felt embarrassed all of a sudden, but I knew I had to do it. I poked my cereal with my spoon. My condom is too old, I said. Coffee all of a sudden squirted out of Uncle Marcus's mouth and he started choking. He got up and leaned over the sink and coughed. Was he having an asthma attack? You need your inhaler, I asked. I never saw Uncle Marcus's inhaler, so I didn't know where to get it. He shook his head. I don't have asthma, remember. His voice was croaky, like a frog. Finally he got a paper towel and wiped his mouth and then his eyes. He sat down again. I looked real hard at his face. He looked like he'd been crying, but he was smiling. You just caught me off guard there, buddy. Sorry, 'bout that. You spilled coffee on the table. I pointed to a place where the coffee came out of his mouth. Thanks. He pressed on the coffee spot with his paper towel. Then he looked at me. What are you talking about, Andy? He asked. Do you mean the condom I gave you a while back? I nodded. It says 1007 on it. Well, you're right, then. It's too old. He breathed out like he was real tired. But he didn't look tired. Are you saying? Yes. Well, he got up and poured some more coffee in his cup. I'm proud of you for coming to me and for wanting to be careful, he said. But let's talk about it a little first. Me and Kimmy already did. His eyes got big. Did what? Talk about it. Oh, he sat down again. Okay. And what did you say? That we both want to do it, but how we need a new condom. I saw them at Food Lion, but I don't know which one to get. I'll get you some, and don't sweat it. But please. There's no rush. I just knew he was going to say I was only 16, but he looked out the window instead. There are some rules that come with having sex, he said. Never ever do it without a condom, I said. I remembered that's what he told me. That's right. That's rule number 1. Number 2 is to always treat a girl with respect. That means you don't go telling other people that you had sex with her. It's private. Very private. I'm telling you, though. You just said you were proud of me about that. I mean, you don't tell your friend, especially not Max. He tells me what he does with his girlfriends, though. Do you think he's treating them with respect? I don't know. I'm not there when he's with them. No, I mean, by telling you what happens between him and them. That's disrespectful. Oh, I got it. Right. So I won't tell Max. Or any other friends. It's between you and Kimmy. Yup. Can I have the condom now? Uncle Marcus shook his head. I'm not done, he said. Okay. He had a lot of rules. Do you love Kimmy? He asked, all serious. Totally. He nodded. Well, here's another rule. If she ever says no or she doesn't want to do it, you don't push her. I'd never push her. I was surprised he thought I'd do that. I mean, you don't try to talk her into it, he said. When a girl says no, that's it. You stop. You won't want to stop, but you have to. Even if you have to get up and go in the bathroom and jerk off, I said. He laughed and twisted his mouth up funny. You know more than I figured. About this, he said. So does Kimmy. We both know how to do it. We'd been talking about it a lot, practice when all the people were around. We just haven't ever done it. Either of us. Uncle Marcus rubbed his face with his hand. It's a powerful urge, isn't it? He asked, like he didn't know about it himself. I nodded. Do you remember we talked last year about another powerful urge you used to have? I shook my head. Hitting people. Oh, yeah. When they call me a name. Right. And what was the rule for that? Stop, think and act, I said. Only it is atomic now. He scrunched his eyebrows together. What do you mean? That wasn't the right word. You know, when you don't need to do all the steps in your head. Automatic. I smiled. Yeah, that's great, Andy. But when it comes to sex, I want you to go back to the rules. When you feel like getting close to Kimmy that way, stop and think first. About what? About being safe, first of all. About how it might be better to wait. For what? I was getting confused. He blew out a long breath. Too many rules, huh? I nodded. Just repeat the important ones back to me. I just wanted the condom, but I knew he wouldn't give it to me unless I said. The rules. Always use a condom. I looked at the ceiling, remembering. Don't push her if she says no. Jerk off instead. Don't tell other people. Then I looked back at him. He was smiling. How'd I do? Great, Andy, he said. I'll get you some condoms today, okay? Chapter 34. Keith. Laurel called me a couple of days after the PI paid his visit to my trailer. I spoke to Mr. Johnson, she said, and he's concerned you have some household bills coming in with no way to pay them. Damn Mr. Johnson, I thought. He'd asked me about the bills that were piling up, but what gave him the right to talk to Laurel about them? Maybe since she was paying for him, she got to know everything there was to know. And how is this your business? I asked. Let me take care of them, Laurel said. I said. Keith, she said, please don't let your pride get in the way of letting people help you. I would have hung up on her if I didn't know she was right. I needed help if I wanted to stay in the trailer. So far the phone and electric bills had shown up, along with medical bills that weren't covered by my insurance. I knew where my mother kept her checks and had thought of forging her signature, but the bank knew she was missing and I figured I'd just end up screwing myself. I didn't need the house phone as long as I had my cell. And I could get by without electricity until winter, but I would definitely need it then. I wished Dawn hadn't let Frankie move in with her. I could tolerate living with Dawn, but that was out of the question with him there now. If it makes it easier to swallow, I'll use the restitution money, okay? Laurel said. Instead of having that money automatically sent to your mum's account, I'll pay whatever bills come in. All right, I thought. I don't need the house phone, I said. Just the cell. Well, the PI said for you to definitely keep the landline, she said. Just in case someone tries to contact you about your mother. Oh, man. I wished someone would contact me. Kidnapper. Extortionist. Mum herself. As long as it wasn't the school or social services, I'd love that phone to ring. I decided to go over to Jen's that afternoon. I didn't call first and I guess it was kind of uncool of me to just drop in, but I felt like we were getting tight and she wouldn't mind. There was no answer when I knocked on the front door of her cottage, though, so I walked around back and saw her sitting alone out on the beach. Her back was to me, and even though the sky was overcast and gloomy, she had on a straw hat and she was bundled up in a big tan sweater. Hey, I called as I walked toward her. The ocean was rough, and she didn't seem to hear me. Hey, I shouted again when I was practically on top of her. She jumped to her feet suddenly, a hand to her chest. You scared me, she said. Sorry. I smiled, reaching for her, but she dodged my hands. Don't do that again, she said. Don't sneak up on me, okay? Okay. I raised my hands like I was showing her I was unarmed or something. I said I'm sorry. It's all right. She flopped down on the sand again. Didn't mean to overreact. I sat next to her. You want me to go? I asked. She shook her head. That's when I noticed that her eyes were red. What's wrong? I asked. She shook her head. Nothing. Then why are you crying? She didn't answer right away. Finally she smiled. You know how girls get. Sometimes. PMS and all that. Anything can set us off. She pointed at a string of pelicans flying low over the rough gray water. Like the pelicans, for example. See the one at the end. Why's he at the end? Is he sick or just slow? Is it some pelican pecking order? Does he always have to be last? Whoa, weird. PMS could turn a perfectly sane chick into a lunatic. So you're sitting here crying over a pelican? I asked. Not specifically. I'm just trying to explain how I get emotional sometimes. It doesn't need to make sense. She had those scars inside. I couldn't make myself ask about them. I didn't want to get into a whole big heavy thing with her. She wiped her cheeks with her hands like she was trying to erase her bad mood. You want to watch a movie? Yeah, sure, I said, though I would have rather gone to bed with her. I had the feeling that wasn't going to happen. Okay. She stood up and brushed off the back of her shorts. Then she brushed off the back of my jeans, which only made me want to fuck her 10 times more. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes, leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. I'm glad you're here, Keith, she said. I really am. And she put her arm around my waist and kept it there as we walked back to her house. Chapter 35. Maggie. Taffy brought Madison into the playroom Thursday afternoon. I thought she could use a break from her room, she said. Great. I reached out, and Madison moved her hand easily from Taffy's to mine, as if she was used to being transferred from one person to another. Thanks, Miss Maggie, Taffy said. I'll see you later, Madison. I walked with Madison toward the table in the middle of the playroom. We had the whole room to ourselves for the moment. What would you like to do, Madison? I asked. We can paint or color or I can read to you or you can watch a movie. She looked sort of lost, and I thought I'd given her too many choices. Her dazed expression reminded me of the way Andy looked when someone asked him too many questions at once. Would you like to paint or use clay? I tried. Paint, she said so quietly I had to read her lips to understand her. Okay. I put her in a corner of the room with the easel, but quickly realized she didn't have enough wind to stand and paint. I got her a chair and lowered the easel for her. How old are you? I asked as I set up the paints for her. Almost 7. She looked much younger than that. Do you have any She stared at the blank paper in front of her, and I leaned close to hear her answer. A brother, she said. Me, too. I said. My brother's name is Andy. Mine's Devon. Younger. Older. She almost smiled. He's horrible. I laughed. How is he horrible? He tells gross jokes. Wanna tell me one? She giggled, but shook her head. Well, okay, I said, moving the paints closer to her. Do you know what you'd like to paint? She shook her head again. Maybe these pictures can give you some ideas. I pointed to the wall in front of her, where someone had hung photographs of animals. There were 12 of them, but we needed more. I'd find some stock images on the internet and bring them in. Madison began painting a lion, doing a not bad job for a 6-year-old. She wheezed a little when she breathed, but her arm with the tube taped to it didn't seem to be bothering her today. I'd seen Drive Britain in the hallway outside Madison's room that morning. I'd stared at him, separating which features were his and which were Ben's. I had to stop that. I knew perfectly well that my attraction to him was screwed up. Plus, the man was married. Yet, been one of Miss Helen's warnings to me on my first day. You'll want to love em up, honey, she'd told me, but you have to keep a little bit outside their world to be able to help. I thought of that now as I sat with Madison while she painted. She was pretty good at it, considering how sick she was and the goofy fat brushes we had for the kids to use. Maybe I could get some better ones. Madison painted the lion, an alligator and a bear. I got her to tell me a couple of her brother's gross jokes in her quiet little voice, and we giggled together. I kept feeling my eyes tear up, and could practically hear Miss Helen warning me to get a grip. It was just that I felt so healthy, sitting there. I tried to beam my health into Madison's tiny, weak body. For the first time in more than a year, I felt the empathy tattoo on my hip burning. I'm tired, Madison said after a while. She set down the paintbrush. Okay, I said. How about I wheel you back to your room? Save you the walk. She nodded, and I pulled the kid-size wheelchair from the side of the room. Madison sat down in it, and I wheeled her out into the hallway. I spent the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon reading to kids in their rooms, giving their mothers, and in a couple of cases, fathers, a break. I reached Madison's room last and her mother, Joanna, seemed relieved to see me. I'm dying for a smoke, she said. It bothered me that she used the word dying when that was exactly what her daughter was doing. She had Madison's brown eyes and small pouty mouth. Her strawberry blonde hair was clipped to the back of her head so that the ends spiked straight up like a crest. I wondered if Madison's hair was the same color. Go ahead, I said to her. I brought a book to read to Madison, if she's up for it. I'm up for it, Madison said in her small voice. Miss Helen had told me we weren't supposed to sit on the patients' beds, so I sat in the big recliner in the corner of her room, and Madison climbed willingly into my lap with a trust that made my heart ache. I could barely feel her weight on me, she was so thin. Her head rested against my chest while I read to her, and I could actually feel the air moving in and out of her lungs as she breathed. 10 or 15 minutes had passed when a man walked into the room. Hey, Madison, he nearly shouted. He was around 30, with a few days' growth of beard on his cheeks and blonde hair to his shoulders. And he was, like, totally drunk. The stench of him reached all the way to the recliner. How's my girl? Madison rolled her head against my chest to get a look at him. I thought I felt her stiffen beneath my arms. Can I help you? I asked. I didn't like the boom of his voice. Neither did Madison. Go away, Rudy, she said. He suddenly seemed to notice me. Who the hell are you? He asked. Where's Joanna? She's taking a break. I could see old sweat stains in the armpits of his t-shirt. She should be back any minute. Maybe you could wait in the hall for her. Like hell. He pointed at Madison. I can read to her now, he said. You can turn her over to me. Madison shook her head, and I tightened my arms around her. Sir, could you wait in the hall until? No, damn it. I cowered, sinking a little deeper into the chair. I'll be damned if I'm waiting in the hall, he said. I've made arrangements at Children's Hospital for her to go there. This here I spotted the call button attached to Madison's bed. Leaning forward, I grabbed it and pressed it hard, over and over again. What do you think you're doing? He snatched the button out of my hand. Nurse, I yelled. Madison curled into a ball on my lap, hiding her face in her arms. Who are you anyway? The man asked. You're nobody to her. Let me have her. What was I supposed to do? I knew the hospital had security guards, but I couldn't reach the phone from the recliner. Sir, I said as calmly as I could, which wasn't very. Please go out in the hallway and see the nurse. Do you know who I am? He leaned toward Madison, who turned her head against my neck and grabbed my arm. It's okay, Madison, I said. But it didn't feel okay at all. I slid even farther down in the recliner, trying to get away from the man's rank breath. Look at me, he shouted at Madison. Do you know who I am, little girl? Rudy, she whispered. He let out this half growl, half moan. It's time you put an end to that, Rudy. Shit, I'm your daddy. And I'm getting you outta here. Madison cried quietly against my neck. He's not my daddy, she whimpered. The man folded his arms sloppily across his chest. The hell I'm not, he said. Taffy suddenly appeared in the doorway. Did you buzz? She looked from me to the man. We don't need no security. The man flung his arms out at his sides, and, even though he was still a few feet away from Madison and me, I ducked. I saw Taffy take off at a run down the hallway. You, he shouted at me now. Let go of her or I'll yank her out of your arms. I'm not joking. I was totally confused as well as frightened. Are you her father? I asked. If he was her father, didn't I have to do what he said? Hell, yes, I'm her father. Now give her to me. He reached for Madison, but I batted his hand away before I could think. He could probably sue me if he was really her father, but I didn't care. I wasn't turning her over to him until I knew for sure. Instead, I stood up, still holding Madison, who had to be the world's lightest 6-year-old, and turned my back on him. Rudy. I looked over my shoulder to see Joanna run into the room. The man grabbed her shoulder. You left Madison here with some stranger, he shouted. He tried to hit her, but he was so drunk that he missed totally and fell to the floor. I climbed over him before he had a chance to get up, ran past Joanna and into the hallway, still clutching the little girl in my arms. 2 security guards practically crashed into us. In there. I nodded toward Madison's room. Then I carried her to the playroom, which was empty. Thank God. I sank with her into one of the rockers, shaking all over and totally winded from carrying her. Are you all right, Madison? I asked as I started to rock the chair. Her head was still pressed against my chest. He's not my daddy, she said. Your mum and the security men will figure it all out, I said as I rocked her. You're safe here. I hoped that was true. Madison slipped her thumb into her mouth. She sniffled, and I felt her heart beating hard against my ribs. Or maybe it was my own heart I was feeling. That night, after Andy went to his room to do his homework, I walked out to the porch where Mum and Uncle Marcus were sitting all lovey-dovey under an Afghan on the glider. I need to talk to you too. I flopped into a wicker chair. I'd been waiting for the chance to talk to them ever since getting home from the hospital. What's wrong? Mum asked. It was dark on the porch and I couldn't see her face, but I heard the worry in her voice. I'm fine, I said. But an incident happened at the hospital today, and it made me realize we need to talk about something. Damn, I'd been scared. That drunk Rudy guy bursting into the room, coming at me. It had reminded me of when Lizard would come after me in the prison yard. Only with Lizard, I just had myself to protect, not some helpless little kid. What happened? Mum asked. This little 6-year-old girl who has cancer. I was reading to her in her room and this guy came in, falling down drunk and screaming that he was her father and I should hand her over to him. How frightening. Mum said. What did you do? Uncle Marcus asked. I told them the whole story about how the cops eventually showed up and how I sat with Madison in the playroom while everything got sorted out. The thing is, I said, he really was her father. Her biological father. Though Madison, the little girl, didn't know that. She thought he was some I don't know annoying family friend, I guess. He found out she was sick and wanted some other treatment for her. I wasn't sure of the facts. Thinking, what if Keith tells Andy that Daddy was that he? Keith is our half-brother. You know Keith. He could blow at any minute. I'm amazed he hasn't already. I think Andy really needs to know the truth. Mum and Uncle Marcus looked at each other. It was dark, but I knew they could see each other's eyes and they were communicating in a language I didn't know. What? I asked. I think it is important. You're right, Uncle Marcus said. He should know. Mum let out this long breath. Maggie, there's more to it, though. There's something neither you or Andy, or Keith, knows. Marcus and I have been trying to figure out how to tell you and there's just no easy way. Oh, crap. What more could there possibly be? Do you want me to leave? Uncle Marcus asked Mum. Oh, you chicken. She actually laughed. It couldn't be too horribly serious. You're not going anywhere. What's going on? I asked. Mum stopped laughing. I'm sorry, she said. I don't mean to make light of it, because it is not funny at all. What's not funny? Back when I was drinking, Mum said, after you were born. You had postpartum depression. I wanted her to get to the point. Right. And you know Uncle Marcus was an alcoholic, too. Yeah. We spent a lot of time together, drinking. And one time we sit down, Mags, Uncle Marcus said. I did. I looked at my mother. So you and Daddy both cheated on each other. I felt sick. This is totally too much information. Why do I need to know this? Because I'm Andy's father, Uncle Marcus said. I stared at him. No way. Yes, Mum said. It's true. I rubbed my head. This was unbelievable. My family was a train wreck. Did Daddy know? I asked. Yes, they said at the same time. Is that why he had the affair with Sarah? No, remember. Mum said. Keith is older than Andy. So did you know about them, and you were angry and… No, Mags, Uncle Marcus said. At the time, nobody knew anything about anybody. What happened with your mum and me was independent of what was happening with your dad and Sarah. This is so screwed up. Well, Mum said. I admit things were very screwed up back then, but what we have to deal with now is how to tell Andy, because you're right. He's old enough to know. Especially now that Marcus and I are together. No, I don't want him to know. I was pissed off with both of them. It's going to hurt him. I know it will confuse him, Mum said. I know that and I'm so sorry for it. But you said it I thought of how Uncle Marcus treated Andy. For as long as I could. Remember, he was always around, even when Mum wasn't exactly putting out the welcome mat for him. He saw Andy whenever he could. Showing up at his swim meets. Taking him places. He did the same for me. I always thought he was being a dad to us because our own father was dead. I suddenly realized that not only was Keith my half-brother, so was Andy. It felt like someone was twisting my heart in his fist. I think you're both underestimating Andy, Uncle Marcus said. I know you say that, Mum said to him, but I'm worried, that's all. I could tell they'd talked about this a lot, that this was like a continuation of a conversation they'd been having a long time. Look, am I your daughter? I asked my mother. Yours and Daddy's. Are there any more big skeletons going to pop out of the closet? Because I don't know if I can take any more. You're Jamie's and mine, Maggie, Mum said. Absolutely. Let's all get on the same page about this, okay? Uncle Marcus leaned toward me, elbows on his knees beneath the Afghan. Maggie, we need you behind us on this. If you and your mum are breaking down in front of him and everything, it is only going to make it worse for him. I don't want to be there when you tell him, I said. Please be there, Mum said. He'll need you there. Your mum's right, Uncle Marcus said. The easier you are with it, the easier it will be for him to hear it. Fine. Even to myself, I sounded stupidly immature and belligerent. I sighed, tipping my head back to look at the dark porch ceiling. All right, I said. I'll be there. When are you going to tell him? They looked at each other again with that weird silent communication. Tonight, Mum said. Let's get it over with. Chapter 36. Sarah part of the family 1991. During Laurel's 6-month stay in rehab, Jamie moved Keith and me into a double-wide trailer in the Persimmon Trailer Park in Surf City, which it turned out he owned. I knew he'd inherited plenty of property from his father, Marcus, quite a bit less. But I'd driven past that trailer park any number of times and never knew it belonged to him. He told me I could live in the trailer, rent-free, of course, for as long as I liked. I had never even been in a trailer before and was surprised how much I liked it. First of all, it was mere steps from the beach. Second, Keith and I would nearly have the park to ourselves during the winter months. The trailers were definitely summer rentals, yet ours was cozy and warm, and it felt solid. Not as solid as a house with a foundation, especially since it was raised up on stilts in case of flooding, but it didn't feel as though it was going to topple over in the next nor'easter. The rooms were small, though no smaller than in the house Steve and I had rented outside Camp Lejeune. Best of all, it was only a few miles from the sea. Tender and Jamie. Not only did Jamie essentially give me the trailer, along with $2,000 a month to live on, but he told me he planned to make arrangements for Keith and me for the future. I want to be sure you and Keith will be taken care of in case something happens to me, he said as he helped move my things into the trailer. I should have asked him what he meant. I should have pushed him to make those arrangements as soon as possible. Instead, I simply laughed. Nothing's going to happen to you, I said with that sense of only someone in her 20s could possess. Don't talk like that. I expected the months Laurel spent in rehab to be blissful, having Jamie all to myself, but even though we saw each other often, he was preoccupied with her progress and with the baby he was not even allowed to visit. He loved our sweet son, but he knew Keith was safe and adored, while his other son was on his own in a foster home. Laurel got out of rehab on a Thursday, and I wasn't invited to visit the Lockwoods until the following Tuesday. It was a very lonely few days. It felt as though Keith and I had suddenly been cut out of Jamie's life. On the Tuesday, I tried not to feel bitter as I pulled up in front of the sea tender and got Keith out of his car seat. I'd put on my game face. I could barely believe that the woman opening the front door of the sea tender was the same woman I'd chewed out in the hospital. Laurel looked vibrant and healthy and very, very pretty. So much so that I felt a wave of jealousy as I imagined Jamie holding this attractive woman in his arms. Worse, much worse, sleeping with her. Laurel the depressed drunk had been a weak adversary for me. This woman looked strong enough to take on the world. Laurel. I hugged her, Keith squawking as he got crushed between us. You look fantastic. Thanks, she said. I feel like I've come back from the dead. She grabbed my arm and drew me into the living room. Come in, Miss Sarah. Maggie ran up to me. Let me take that little guy so you can say hi to Maggie, Laurel said. She's been babbling about you all weekend. I did as I was told, numbly handing Keith over to Laurel and squatting down to hug Maggie, the whole time knowing that my world was shifting beneath my feet. Jamie had gone out to pick up a couple of pizzas, and once he arrived, we sat out on the deck in the spring weather, eating and talking. Laurel spoke openly about her months in rehab, how turned them down when her doctor suggested them after Maggie was born. The only time I saw sadness in her face was when she talked about Andy. We've started the process to get him back, she said. They'll do a home study in a few weeks and then I hope it won't be long after that. I'm sure you'll get him back soon, I said. I hope so, Jamie said. If he was uncomfortable with me being there, he didn't show it. He seemed happy and at ease, more so than I had seen him in a while, and seeing him that way made me realize what a terrific strain he'd been under the past 6 months. I knew that Marcus had moved to Asheville just the day before, and that Jamie was hugely relieved he was gone, afraid of his negative influence over Laurel. This new Laurel, though, wasn't going to break, I thought to myself. She wasn't even going to bend. They didn't get Andy back until he was a year old. By that time, I had allowed myself to be drawn into their family by deepening my friendship with Laurel, knowing it was the only way I could ever safely have Keith and his father together, as well as be with the man I loved on holidays and birthdays. My loneliness away from him was profound, and there was not a soul I could confide to about my grief and longing. So, I helped Laurel learn how to mother a year-old boy, a role she was suddenly thrust into with no real preparation since she'd mothered Maggie not at all. I thought she was far too overprotective with Andy because of her guilt over his rocky start in life. But aside from that, I had to admit she did well, and she and Jamie were both effusively grateful to me for my help. My true feelings about Laurel vacillated between admiration and disdain, affection and animosity. I knew that she had fought hard to regain her sobriety and mental health, and that none of my situation was her fault. Yet Laurel had what I wanted, and I couldn't simply will away my sense of envy and resentment. Jamie seemed careful about showing Laurel too much affection when I was around, but that didn't stop me from imagining it. Sometimes, alone in my bed at the trailer, I'd picture him making love to Laurel, and I'd have to go outside and take in deep breath. One evening, Laurel and I were cleaning up the kitchen after a celebratory dinner for Maggie's 3rd birthday, when she suddenly stopped drying the dishes to smile at me. I just want you to know that, next to Jamie and my kids, you're the most important person in my life, she said. I felt stunned. I asked. I owe my happiness right now to you, she said with a laugh. I never would have gone into rehab if you hadn't called me a self-absorbed bitch. I laughed myself, and hugged her, knowing I'd never be able to use those words to describe her again. Chapter 37. Andy. Me and Kimmy were ing about a girl at her school when Mum and Uncle Marcus and Maggie walked in my room. Hey, Andy, Uncle Marcus said. We'd like to talk to you. Are you done with your homework yet? Yup. I was totally done, which was why I could Kimmy. I wasn't allowed to or text her or call her when I still had homework. I didn't really want to talk to them, though. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I asked. Neither, Mum said. Just an important thing. Okay, wait a minute. I wrote in the to Kimmy, gotta go. See you later. I swirled my desk chair around. Mum and Maggie were on my bed. Uncle Marcus stood by Mum. His hand was on her shoulder. I wondered if this was going to be about sex. Uncle Marcus gave me 4 new condoms with good dates on them, even though he didn't want me to do it. This is going to be a little shocking, Mum said. I thought she meant like when you walked across a room and touched something and got a shock. Then I knew she meant like a surprise. My brain was thinking quicker as I got older. What are you talking about? Andy, Uncle I laughed. He was being silly. No, I said. You are, too, my uncle. He shook his head. There are some secrets your mum and I kept from you. And Maggie because we didn't want to upset you, but we've decided it is time you know the truth. All of a sudden, I got scared. Was this one of those things I just didn't know about? I thought Mum and Uncle Marcus had sex when he slept over sometimes. I tried not to think about it, but I was pretty sure they did it. Could him and Mum having sex now somehow make him my father? I thought of how Kimmy was adopted. You adopted me? I asked. No, Mum said. It's that panda Andy. Maggie sat cross-legged on the bed. Mum and Uncle Marcus had sex a long time ago. They weren't married to each other, so it was wrong, but something good came out of it and that was you. Mum got pregnant with you when she and Uncle Marcus had sex. I looked at Mum. Her face was red. Uncle Marcus and I cared about each other, she said. That's why we made love. Maggie is right that we shouldn't have because I was married to your dad, to the man you've always thought was your father at the time. You didn't use a condom. I asked Uncle Marcus. He rubbed his hand over his mouth. I knew he was smiling. Sometimes you could see smiles in people's eyes even if you couldn't see what was happening with their mouths. We didn't, he said. And that was very stupid of us. Totally, I said. But I love you, Uncle Marcus said. I've always loved you, and I'm very proud that you're my son. Because of when I saved kids in the fire. No, I mean I feel lucky that you're my son. You're very important to me. Do you get it, Andy? Maggie asked. Do you understand that Daddy wasn't your father and that Uncle Marcus is? It's like with Kimmy, I said. Daddy is my adopted father and Uncle Marcus is my birth father. That's right. Mum clapped her hands. Just once. Not like at a play. Close enough, Uncle Marcus said. He walked over to hug me. I love you, he said again. Me, too. Am I supposed to call you Darren? Darren, he asked. That's what Kimmy calls her birth father. She never met him, but she says Darren was America, Africa, and was a Marine and things like that. Maggie cracked up, so I must have said something funny. Uncle Marcus laughed, too. She calls her birth father Darren, he said, because that must have been his name. You can keep calling me Uncle Marcus, okay? Okay, I said. I swirled around to my computer. I couldn't wait to Kimmy to tell her I had an adopted father and birth father, just like her. Andy, Mum said. We're not finished talking. Maybe that's enough. Maggie said. No, let's finish it, Mum said. I want to Kimmy that I have a birth father, I said. I know, I swirled it back again. Uncle Marcus sat down on the bed, too. They reminded me of an audience. All looking at me and everything. Keith is your cousin, Uncle Marcus said. Keith. He was wacko. I don't have any cousins. I don't blame you a bit for being confused, Mum said. She leaned over and picked up a pad from my dresser. Come sit here, Andy, she said. Maggie got up so I could sit where she was, even though I didn't want to leave my computer. Mum was drawing something, though. Maybe a picture of Keith. I wanted to see, so I sat next to her on my bed. She was drawing little people. Okay, she said. She pointed to a stick man and a stick lady with a dress. She wrote adopted daddy above the stick man and mum above the lady. Then she drew a line from them to another stick lady that was Maggie. Pretty soon there were stick people on lines everywhere. She put a lady that was Miss Sarah on the paper. Then I gave up. I don't get it, I said. Mum laughed. We all looked at her crazy drawing. It's a mess, all right. Mum said. Want me to try? Maggie asked Mum. Be my guest, Mum said. Maggie stood in front of me like a teacher. All you need to know is that Keith is your cousin. Daddy, your adopted daddy, is his real birth father like Uncle Marcus is your birth father. Are you his mother? I asked Mum. No, Maggie said. Cousin. It doesn't work that way, and, Uncle Marcus said. Keith is your cousin. He's also Maggie's half-brother. I put my hands over my ears. I'm Maggie's brother. I wasn't angry, but I felt like when Mr. Crashwitz talked about A equals B equals X equals all that stuff. Like, here's the thing, Maggie said. Keith is your cousin and that means he's technically a Lockwood. I mean, his last name is Weston like always, but he is related to us. That's why Mum asked him to move in with us until Sarah is found. Because he's part of our family and we should help him. And like, you know how our family has a lot of money. We're rich. Well, Mum said, it is not that we're. Yes, Maggie said. We're rich, especially compared to Keith. And that's why Keith was upset the night of the fire. Remember he called you a little rich boy. He and Sarah never had a lot of money, and because he had the same father, that seemed unfair to him. I stared at her. I was almost as confused as when I looked at Mum's stick people drawing. Do you understand any of this? Mum asked. Of course I do. I'm not an imbecile. But all I got was that we were rich. Keith was poor. And that was totally not fair. Chapter 38. Keith, do you know how to drive a boat? Jen asked. She was lying sideways on my bed, totally naked, with her long tan legs stretched up on my wall. She said it felt good on her back to lie like that. I was propped up against my pillow, a beer in my hand, enjoying the view. My shoulder was killing me, though. I don't know if you say, drive, I said. I think you pilot a boat or something like that. She rolled her pretty, blue eyes. Whatever. Do you? It seemed lame that I'd lived on an island all my life and never piloted a boat. Why? She shrugged. I thought it'd be fun to rent one, maybe. Go out in the Sound. Her hair was spread out all around her head, and it was totally dark again. It made me wonder if I'd imagined that gray stripe. Maybe it had just been her scalp. Kayaks are best out there, I said. I didn't know much about boats, but I knew you could get stuck in the Sound and the Intracoastal pretty easily. My friend Dawn's boyfriend works for a boat rental place. Maybe he could give us a discount. Really? She said. That'd be so cool. I stood up and pulled on my jeans. Need a perk? I said. She swung her legs off the wall and pulled on her thong. How about I make us an omelette? She followed. Sounds good, I said. I had the bottle of Percocet in my hand when I heard a car door slam, then footsteps on the deck stairs. Crap. Who now? I held my breath as the screen door squeaked open, followed by a knock on the door. Jen started to say something, but I put my finger to my lips. Keith. It sounded like Marcus. I really didn't want him to meet Jen, especially not 9/10 naked, and have to go through that whole conversation of who she was and all that. I wanted to keep her separate from the rest of my life. She was like my fantasy girl and Marcus was too much reality for me. I managed to pull open the door in spite of the pill bottle in my hand. Hey, I said, walking onto the deck. Marcus looked from one of my hands to the other. Bottle of pills to the bottle of beer. Then he nodded toward the trailer. Company? He asked. I walked to the other side of the deck to get out of Jen's hearing. Just a friend, I said, putting the beer down on the dirty plastic patio table. He smiled. Great. He leaned against the creaky deck railing. I've got something serious I wanted to talk to you. He stopped mid-sentence. He must have seen the color drain from my face. No, he said fast. Sorry. He went to touch my arm, but I pulled it away, remembering the last time he did that. This isn't about your mother, he said. There's no news there. I just wasn't sure this was the time to talk to you about something serious with you. No, he nodded toward the trailer again, since you have company. I've got a minute. I sat down at the table, mostly we, Laurel and Maggie and Andy and I want to be sure there's no more family secrets between any of us. And since you're part of the family, I want to tell you something we talked about yesterday. Shit. How many secrets could one family have? Here's the big one, he said. I'm actually Andy's father. Whoa, you've gotta be shitting me. He shook his head. We only told Andy and Maggie yesterday, but we thought you should know, too. Not find out in some half-assed way. I tried to figure out what the news meant for me. So I'm not related to Andy? I asked. Yes, you're his cousin. Jamie and I were brothers, remember? Damn, is there anybody who didn't screw somebody else in your family? He laughed, though I don't think he meant to. Mistakes were definitely made, he said. You can do stupid things when you're young. And it is your family, too, don't forget. He held out his hand. Let me see the pills. For some reason, maybe because I was still in shock over what he'd told me, I turned the bottle over to him. He opened it, poured the pills into his hand, checked the date. You're taking too many, aren't you? And it is 10 in the morning and you're drinking beer. What gives? Oh, gee, I don't know. The question really pissed me off. You think I might have some crap going on in my life or something? This can only make it worse, Keith, he said, Mr. Serious now. If you've got that much pain, maybe you need different meds, and you sure don't need beer to go along with them. You don't know anything about my pain. You're right. The sound of pans clanking together came from inside the trailer and he looked toward the door. You know I'm a recovering alcoholic. Right. You are. Like, since when? 15 years. You don't drink at all. He shook his head. Well, so why tell me this? I'm not an alcoholic. I'm just concerned about the pills and the booze. Creeps up on you. I'm fine. It was creeping up on me, but so what? The pills and the booze, and now Jen, were the only things keeping me going. What was the other thing you wanted to tell me? I get that you don't want to stay at Laurel's, he said, but I'd like you to move in with me until your mother's found. No way. I know you're 18, Keith, but you're not used to being on your own. I didn't want him looking over my shoulder every minute. Cracking down on my booze intake. Counting my pills. I just want to stay here, I said. He was looking at me funny all of a sudden. Head tipped to the side. Eyes narrowed. Wait a minute, he said. You're not. When's your birthday? Shit. You going to send me a card, or what? You're 17, he said. What does it matter? I asked. Why do you think it matters? You can't live alone. I'm fine. He shook his head. Look, I'm sorry, he said, but I have to talk to DSS. About this. No fucking way. They'll stick me in some group home. I have to, he said, like he'd go to prison or something if he didn't. No choice. But I'll see if they'd let you live with me, since we're related. Marcus. I was pleading with him. Just let it go. I'll be 18 in a few months, anyway. Then you can just move in until you turn 18. Or your mother's found. He shook his head, motioning toward the trailer. This is no good, you living here by yourself, Keith, he said. You can see that, can't you? I thought of Jen inside, making me a perfectly nutritious omelette. Taking care of me. I'm not moving in with you or anybody, I said. I'll split first. Someplace. They won't find me. He didn't say what we were both thinking. It would be pretty hard for me to blend in with a crowd. Sorry, Keith. He ran his hands through his hair. I'll let you know what they say. All right. I blew back into the trailer once Marcus drove away. He just figured out I'm 17. I said to Jen. She was standing in the middle of the room, dressed now, with a spatula in her hand. He says he has to report it. It's his solemn duty or something. Can't you live alone at 17? She asked. I mean, if you kill someone at 16, you're considered an adult in North Carolina. So, why can't you live alone? That's insane. No shit. I was freaking out. I wondered if I could live with her. If she'd ask. But I'd have to let someone know where I was in case my mother was found. And stick me in some foster home. Probably a group home with a bunch of nutcases. I won't go. She turned off the burner under the eggs and sat down at the little table. I think they can make you, she said. Like how? You mean physically? She nodded. I think the cops can force you if you won't go on your own. I dropped into the other chair. What am I going to do? I felt beaten down. I'd die in a group home. With my face, I'd be the one getting all the grief. Getting beat up. It was so stupid. I was fine in the trailer. I don't know, baby, she said, reaching across the table and running her fingers over my fucked. Chapter 39. Maggie. I don't believe there are any good people in the world, I said to Dr. Jakes. I was sitting on the edge of the leather chair and my voice was louder than usual. Too loud. What makes you say that? He asked. I think people put on a show that they're good, I said. Maybe they even start to, like, believe it themselves. But people are really not evil, exactly, but they just care about themselves. They don't really care about who they step on. They just pretend like they do. You can't trust them. You really can't trust anyone. He frowned at me. Where's this coming from, Maggie? From everywhere. I said. I'd just told him about the depraved mess that was my family. Did he really need to ask me where my distrust was coming from? Can you be more specific? He asked. Take Ben, for example, I said. He was this sweet, wonderful guy. I would have trusted him with anything. You trusted Ben with your heart. I rolled my eyes. That sounds so melodramatic. But it is true, isn't it? Yes, it is true, I said. I trusted Ben, but he was just looking out for number one. Everything he said was a lie. And then there's my father, who gripped the arms of the leather chair. God, I thought he was so amazing, and all the time he was cheating on my mother with Sarah. And Sarah is, like, this perfect supersweet kind of person, and she deceived my mother, not to mention her own husband. And my mother screwed my uncle when she was married to my father. And that brings me to my uncle, who was screwing his brother's wife. And all these people, you'd meet 'em and think they're, like, the best people in the world. I turned my hands palm side up. See what I mean? I asked. There are no good people. Not really. My little brother's good, because he doesn't know any better, and even he's probably hiding something. Some dark side. There are no good people left. Left. Drive. Jakes raised one eyebrow over his striped glasses. That implies, you think there used to be good people in the world. Left in my mind, I mean. He could be so literal. If all those people you mentioned are not good, are they bad? Yes. Your father was bad. I couldn't quite say it. I nodded instead. What about you? I'm the worst of them all, I said. He sighed and put down his pen. I didn't know why he always had that pad and pen on his lap. He hardly ever wrote anything down anymore. You're trying to paint things as either black or white, he said. As either good or evil. It's never that neat. I leaned my head against the back of the chair and looked up at his burned-out bulb. Was he ever going to replace that thing? Well, now he has a living father and you don't. Oh, no. I'm really glad for him. I was. He loves our uncle. Well, my uncle. His father. This was going to take some getting used to. Of course, I wish my father was alive, but I'm not envious of Andy. You wish your father was alive, terrible person though he was. Drive. Jakes smiled at me. Right. I was annoyed by the gotcha tone in his voice. Why did your mother decide all of a sudden to tell Andy and you about Andy's paternity? I had to stop and think. So much had happened in the last couple of days. Then I suddenly remembered feeling Madison's light weight against my body. There was this little girl at the hospital, I said. She's really sick and she's really sweet. Anyway, I was reading to her when this guy burst into her room and said he was her biological father. She didn't know anything about him. It was really traumatic. Not to mention scary as hell. Madison was home now, at least for a few days. Everyone knew she'd be back soon, that she would probably spend the rest of her too short life in and out of the hospital. So I told Mum I thought Andy needed to know the truth before he found out some other way. I hope they're getting that little girl counseling, Doctor. Jakes said. He thought. Therapy was the answer to everything. I actually miss her, I said. It's terrible to say that, because I know it is. Better for her to have some time at home than in the hospital, but I remembered watching Madison's concentration as she painted a lion. A bear. Sometimes at the hospital, I forget about myself, I said. I think about what those kids are going through and forget all about prison and the fire and just think about them instead. You empathize. I looked at him, laughed. I have a tattoo on my hip, I said. Not Ben, I hope. Oh, God, no. I would have to have that one removed. No, it says empathy. Really? That's unusual. My father had one on his arm. He got it to remind him to try to empathize with other people. I wanted to be like him so much that I got one, too. Why your hip? So my mother wouldn't see it. I laughed again. He smiled, then looked at his watch, and I knew our session was over. For the first time, I really didn't want it to end. I was just getting revved up. Time's up? I asked. I'm afraid so. He nodded. I'll see you next week. I stood up and walked to the door. Maggie. I looked over my shoulder at him. He was still in his chair, but he'd taken off his glasses and was leaning toward me. There are good people left in the world, he said. And you are most cert. Chapter 40. Sarah, a Morning by the Chapel, 1996. It had been years since I'd babysat for Maggie at Free Seekers, and 3 years since I'd completed the cushions for the pews, yet I still spent part of nearly every day in or around the building because I could never get enough of the setting. Sometimes Jamie was there and sometimes not. While I loved seeing him, he was not the only thing that drew me to the chapel. I wanted some of what I experienced on Sundays to carry me through every day. That spiritual pull. It erased any negativity I might be feeling and left peace in its place. With Keith in kindergarten, I'd taken an office job working for an accountant on the mainland, but I kept my schedule to 3 days a week so I would still have time for myself at Free Seekers. I didn't need to work. I had no rent. The $2,000 Jamie gave me every month easily covered my expenses, and when something unexpected came up, such as my own medical care or my car breaking down, he was quick to give me more. But I needed to feel productive, and I didn't want people wondering how I was managing financially without a job. One morning in June, I dropped Keith off for his last day of kindergarten. Then drove to the chapel. I sat in the sand behind the building, leaning against the cool concrete with my knees up to my chin, watching a sailboat cut through the inlet toward the ocean. I dug my fingers into the warm sand and shut my eyes. I thought I saw you walk past the window. I looked up to see Jamie coming toward me. Hey, I said. Is Keith glad it is his last day of school? He sat down next to me. I don't think he understands yet, I said. He can't conceive of a day without school. How quickly they forget. Jamie laughed. Keith had sobbed on his first day of kindergarten. I had sobbed myself, once I was out of my baby boy's sight. How are things going with Marcus? I asked. After 4 years away from Topsail Island, Marcus had come back for the funeral of his and Jamie's mother. I knew that, while Jamie had been looking forward to seeing his brother, he also felt anxious about his return. They hadn't parted the best of friends. It's going really well, actually, he said. The kids love him. And he's sober. He told me he got sober even before he left the island. That he didn't tell me then because I don't know. I guess because he needed to be sure it'd stick. So it has been almost, 5 years. Jamie nodded. That's fantastic. I think Marcus is Andy's father. What? I leaned away from him, wondering if I'd heard him correctly. Why would you think that? He rested his head against the side of the building, eyes shut. Because, he said. Because why? The morning sun was golden on his skin. His thick, dark eyelashes, so much like Keith's, rested on his cheeks. I turned my head back to the inlet. It did me no good to look at him too long. Way back when they were drinking together, I wondered about it, he said. You never said a thing about it to me back then, I said. Well, I didn't know for sure, and I didn't want to. I knew you weren't thinking too highly of Laurel to begin with. I didn't want to make you feel worse about her. I laughed. Jamie, I was your lover. I didn't have much room to throw stones. He smiled at me. Good point, he said. Anyhow, as soon as Marcus showed up the other day, I saw how much Andy looks like him. Seeing them side by side. It gave me a shock. Well, they are related, I said. He shook his head. Then I overheard him and Laurel talking. I could be reading way too much into it, but we, all of us, were talking about him possibly moving back here for good. And after dinner, I heard him ask Laurel if she'd be comfortable with that. Probably because he was her drinking buddy, I said. Jamie shook his head. It was more than that. Laurel hushed him up. He let out a sigh. Andy's not mine. I mean, in my heart he's mine. He always will be. But I'm not his father. You sound so sure. It all fell into place for me last night. I am sure. I sat up tall so I could put my arm around his shoulders. Are you okay? I asked. He nodded. Is Marcus going to move here? Would you be? Because of you. I lowered my arm and dug my fingers into the sand again. You're not making a whole lot of sense today, Jamie Lockwood, I said. You still love me. Do you need to ask? I want you back, he said. I want us back. We're great friends, but I want the rest of it. I want all of it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'd long ago given up on anything more than friendship with him. Jamie, I don't understand, I said. After Andy was born, you recommitted yourself to your marriage. In 4 years, you haven't even hinted to me that you wanted to start things up again. Oh, I've wanted to, he said. But you're right. I made a decision to give Laurel and Maggie and Andy my all, and I did. But it has never felt right. Laurel's wonderful, don't get me wrong. She's amazing, I said. She was. It was undeniable. In the 3 years since Andy was returned to her, Laurel had become a spokesperson on fetal alcohol syndrome in addition to being the best mum imaginable, at least to Andy. Maggie often seemed to get the short end of the mothering stick, which I have to admit bothered me. I still thought of Maggie as part mine. No argument from me on that, Jamie said. She's become a dynamo. But I didn't marry a dynamo. She's grown, I defended her. It was easy to defend Laurel at that moment. Because my pounding heart knew where this conversation was going. Finally. And growth is good, Jamie said. But we've grown in different directions. With you, it is so much better. I mean, look at this. He turned his hand palm side up, running it through the air next to my body as if using me for an illustration. You come here even when you know I'm not around because you can't stay away from this spot any more than I can. You painted the damn place yourself. You made those cushions. You come to the service every week. When's the last time Laurel came to a service? You understand. You're a great mum to Keith, to our son, but you have another side to you, too. I drank in his words. They filled up the huge empty place I'd tried to pretend was no longer inside of me. I was afraid I was going to cry. I don't want to hurt her, Jamie said. I have to see how things play out. With Marcus here. What do you mean? He loves her. I'm sure he does. He gets all goo-goo eyes around her. I laughed, brushing away the tear that ran down my cheek. Really? I felt almost giddy. Yeah, Jamie said. I'm less sure how she feels about him. But he rested his head against the wall again. I should have thought this all through better before talking to you about it, he said. I saw you out here, and once I started talking to you, it just came pouring out. He looked at me. What do you want? Do you want us back again? I nodded, but slowly. Not sneaking around, though. I realized as I said that how my self-respect had grown since the end of our affair. I was a mother now, too. Keith needed a man who would be a real father to him. I can't do that again, Jamie. I know, he said. That's no good. Give me some time to think about how to do this, okay? I can't be far from any of my kids. That'd kill me. He looked toward the water. I have something for you, he said. What? He reached in his jeans pocket. I've been carrying this around since I got back from my parents' house. He pressed something into my hand. I opened my fingers and saw a necklace. An amazing necklace. I lifted up the gold chain and watched the sunlight glitter on the 9 stones. 4 diamonds and 4 emeralds, with 1 teardrop diamond in the center. I didn't know much about jewelry. I wouldn't have known a real diamond from a rhinestone. Knew beauty when I saw it. Jamie. It was my mother's, he said, lifting it from my hand and undoing the clasp. When my father made his first million, he bought it for her, but she just wasn't a diamond and emerald kind of gal. She never wore it, so you don't need to worry about anyone recognizing it. I turned my head as his fingers worked the clasp at the back of my neck. I felt the light weight of the stones against my throat and shivered. What if the clasp breaks and I lose it? It's got this double clasp on it, so it is fine. You should get it appraised so you can insure it. He turned me toward him. Let me see, he said. He looked at my throat, where I could feel my pulse thrumming harder than it had been an hour earlier. Beautiful, he said, smiling. It's right where it belongs. I wanted to kiss him. Just put my hand on his cheek, lean forward and let our Lips touch. But that could only lead us down the path we'd just agreed to avoid. So I rested my head on his shoulder instead, and together we. Chapter 41. Andy. We weren't supposed to text anybody in class. Most kids did anyhow. I got caught once, so I waited till lunch if I could stand it. If my phone vibrated in my pocket, though, I couldn't wait. It was always Kimmy texting me. How could I wait? I was in my life management class, where I'm a very good student except for the reading part. My phone vibrated, and I put it on my lap so Mr. Drexler couldn't see. Are you going to call him Dad now? She wrote. I told Kimmy about the whole birth father thing on the phone last night. That's so cool, she kept saying. She meant it was cool we both had a birth father and an adopted father. Now it is like we're totally equal. I want to call him Uncle Marcus, I texted back. It would feel funny to change that. The whole thing confused me. Maggie made me a chart. Not like the Get Ready in the Morning chart. And not like Mum's Stick People chart. Maggie made a chart with lines and things, but she cut out pictures of Daddy and Mum and Uncle Marcus and Miss Sarah and me and Keith and her, and all the lines showed how we were related. I still didn't understand, though. I tried explaining it to Kimmy, but she was confused, too, and she was really smart. I couldn't wait to show her the chart. The important thing was Uncle Marcus was really my dad, though I could keep calling him Uncle Marcus. And Maggie was still my sister. She said that. She said, don't even think about that half-sister stuff. And Keith was my cousin. We had some of the same blood. That was hard to believe because we were total. The night before, I dreamed about the stick people Mum drew. There were zillions of them all running around the beach. The girl ones had those little stick people dresses on. I was normal, though. Not a stick person. They were nice and we played volleyball and just ran around. Then I realized we were by Keith and Miss Sarah's trailer. I looked over and saw a stick boy sitting on the railing of the deck. He was alone, watching all the people have fun on the beach. I knew it was Keith. My cousin. I felt sad he was alone. Miss Sarah was gone. Maybe dead. Also, he was poor. I was rich, but I wasn't supposed to brag about it. I wanted to tell Kimmy about my stick people dream and how fun it was. Except for the seeing Keith alone part, but that was definitely too much to text. I started to try anyway. I dreamt about Stick. Andy. Mr. Drexler said suddenly. I was so surprised, I actually jumped and my phone fell on the floor. Put your phone away, he said. I picked up my phone. I wanted to type later, but I didn't want to get sent to the office, so I put my phone back in my pocket. Kimmy would understand. Mum drove me home from school since she was the elementary school nurse today, and I told her all about the stick people dream. What a happy dream, she said after I said about the volleyball and the nice people. Except then I saw a boy alone. He was a stick boy, on Miss Sarah's deck. I think it was Keith. I mean, it wasn't really Keith because he was a stick boy, but I don't know how to explain it. In the dream, Mum said, you sensed that boy was Keith. The stick figure represented Keith. Mum always got what I meant. Exactly, I said. We all feel sad about Keith, she said. He's had a very hard year and a half, hasn't he? 'Cause Miss Sarah disappeared, I said. And because of being hurt in the fire. And because of finding out he's a cousin. Yes, Mum said. That shook him up, too, I'm sure. I like having a cousin, I said. I never had one before and it was fun to say I have a cousin even if Kimmy was the only person I got to say it to so far. It was just too bad my cousin had to be Keith. When we got home, I told Mum I was going for a bike ride and she said be home by dinner. She didn't like me to ride on the main road in the summer because of too many cars, but now was okay. I saw hardly any cars. I was a good biker because my legs were very strong from swimming. I rode to the bank in Surf City. I had my own ATM card and was allowed to take out $20 at a time. But when the screen said how much do you want, it also said other numbers, including 100. So even though I wasn't allowed, I hit the button for 100. It came out all in the 20 number bills. 5 of them. 5 times 20 was 100, so that was right. I got back on my bike and rode to Keith and Miss Sarah's trailer. That was the totally spooky part. When I got close to the trailer, I saw Keith sitting on the deck, practically right where the stick boy had been. His back was to me when I parked my bike by his car. I climbed up the steps to the deck. There he was, sitting like the stick boy on the railing. "Hi, Keith," I said. His body jumped a little like I scared him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I had a dream you were on the deck." He just shook his head. "You're so weird." He got off the railing and sat down by the table. I really did. I wouldn't get angry at him, even if he called me a retard. He looked toward the beach. "What the hell are you talking about? I brought you money." I moved closer to hold out the 520 number bills and he looked at them. "Is that from your mother?" he asked. "No, I got it from my savings account." "You can get to it from the ATM. That's from your savings." "Yes. Why would you give me money?" "Because you're my cousin and you need it." "I don't want your money." "That's stupid if you need it." "Not as stupid as you are," he said. I wanted to hit him so bad. "Stop," I said inside my head. "Think. Act." "I've got to go," I said. "I have to be home by dinner." I started walking down the stairs. "Hey, Andy," he said when I was partway down. "What?" I turned to look at him. His face was leaning over in a shadow and I couldn't see the scars. "Thanks for the offer, dude," he said. "But I'm good." "Okay." I went down the stairs to my bike. I had a hand in my pocket and could feel the bills. I wasn't sure what to do with them now. I knew how to get. Chapter 42. Keith. It rained all day Saturday. Not like a drizzle. More like a downpour. I couldn't see 2 feet out the trailer windows, and it was cold enough that I thought about turning on the heat. Why not? Laurel was paying for it. But it seemed like a wimp thing to do. It was barely October. I wasn't having a good day. One of the things about living in the trailer was that I couldn't hear myself think when it rained hard like that. Seriously. It was like somebody was firing rivets into my brain. Then there was the small matter of Marcus saying he was going to report me to DSS. So, had he done it yet? It had been, like, 24 hours and nothing had happened, but I still worried that some social worker was going to show up at my door any second and drag me to a group home. Or even worse, to some foster home with smiley foster parents who'd be paid to be nice to me. I tried calling Jen to see if she could come over or vice versa, but she wasn't picking up. She had caller ID, right? Why wasn't she answering? I didn't like to think about her being with someone else. Maybe this day had her down, too. Those inside scars of hers. Maybe she just didn't want to see anyone. It got so bad that I dug out this cassette tape my mother made for me while I was in the hospital. The counselor helped her make it, and it was supposed to help me relax. On the tape, my mother first talked about how much she loved me and how I should be strong and that kind of thing. Then she went into this bit about feeling my feet relax, my legs, and on up. First, I dug it out because I needed something to help me relax. But then I knew I really wanted to play it just to hear her voice. Big mistake. I could hardly take it, listening to her I love yous and all that. I hadn't said those words to her in a century or two. I could be such an asshole. So, I spent the whole day like that, lying around the tin can with the rain shooting like bullets against the mother. Around 7, just after it got dark, I heard some car doors slam out front. I was on my bed, and I looked out my window. It was nearly impossible to see anything because of the dark and the rain, but then someone opened a car door, and in the light from inside I saw there were three cop cars out there. I knew in my gut they weren't there about my mother. I knew they were there to drag me somewhere I didn't want to go. For a split second, I couldn't move. Then I heard them on the stairs coming up to the deck, so I took off down the hall to my mother's room, where the trailer had another exterior door. That door was always locked and for a good reason. There was nothing on the other side of it. No deck. No stairs. Just an 8-foot drop to the ground. My hands shook while I unlocked the door, and I didn't even think before I jumped. I landed hard on my left ankle. Maybe busted it, but I didn't care. I started running away through the darkness and the rain. I heard some shouts from the trailer and saw some flashlights bobbing around. I just kept running. I gimped the 3 miles to Marcus's tower, freezing in my sweatshirt and bare feet, going through the yards of vacant houses in case the cops were looking for me. I saw maybe 2 cars on the road the whole time. I was the only person desperate enough to be out in that weather. The tower was dark when I got there, and the damn front door was locked. I walked around the back to check the sliding glass doors, but they were locked, too. I sat down on the steps of the deck. I was soaked through, ice cold, and my ankle felt like it was twice its normal size. I sat there for hours. I could die here, I thought, shivering. Hypothermia could get me. I didn't really give a shit at that point. I kept hearing my mother's voice. Now your calves are warm and relaxed. The same damn sentence played in my mind, over and over again, and I knew I was really on the verge of losing it. So when the lights suddenly popped on in the tower behind me, I was nearly too stiff and cold and crazy to get to my feet. But I managed to stand up. I hobbled across the deck and knocked on the sliding glass door. After a second, the deck lights came on, and the door slid open. Keith. Marcus looked totally shocked at the sight of me, out of concrete. Marcus grabbed me, pulled me inside, put his arms around me like he could warm me up that way, and even though I was probably an inch taller than him, I lowered my head to his shoulder like I was a little kid, too tired to fight anymore. It's all right. Marcus rubbed my arms, gently, through my soggy sweatshirt. It's gonna be all right, okay. Keith. Don't worry, buddy, he said. We'll work it out. Chapter 43. Maggie. From the living room window, I saw Jen pull into our driveway in her beat-up black car. There was a dent in the passenger side door, and the paint had worn off in so many places that the car looked almost gray. I grabbed my purse and headed outside. We were going to Sears Landing Grill for dinner. Jen had talked me into it. My first real public appearance on the island since I got home, and I was nervous about it. Sears Landing was the kind of place where everybody knew everybody else, and everybody would know me, that was for sure. I hoped it wasn't a totally stupid idea. Mum was psyched that I actually had a social life. I'm so glad you're finally getting out, she'd said. But I could tell that even she was worried about me making my post-prison debut. Hi, I said as I got into Jen's car. She was leaning forward, looking through the windshield at my house. Is your family home? She asked. I said. Maybe you can meet 'em when we come back. Mum and Andy were at a swim meet, and they were bringing Kimmy back with them. It was an at-home date for Kimmy and Andy. They'd eat pizza and watch a DVD. I had the feeling they'd be having a lot of at-home dates for a while as Mum guarded Kimmy's virtue. Uncle Marcus thought Andy and Kimmy were getting too close and needed better supervision. I thought he must have had a talk with Andy about sex, because he was really serious about it. Mum even called Kimmy's mother to tell her to keep an eye on the two of them. I couldn't believe Andy was thinking about doing it. Ben had been my first. Of course, I'd been 17 and Andy would be 17 in a few months, so maybe I shouldn't have been so surprised. But Andy couldn't possibly know what a can of worms. Jen was still looking at my house. I would seriously love a tour of your house, she said. Now. Or when we come back so you can meet everyone. How about now, while it is still light out? Sure, I said, getting out of the car again. Let's go. Jen was majorly into the house. I could tell she really had a thing for design. Your mum has awesome taste, she said, admiring the furniture and paint colors and draperies and all the things I took for granted. She walked through the downstairs, checking it out like she was looking for a house to buy. Seriously, I expected her to start opening the kitchen cupboards any second. She loved the porch and stood for a long time staring out at the Soundenau Pier. How come you don't have a boat? She asked. I would, if I had a pier like that. I'd just go out my back door, hop in my boat and travel all over the place. My mother's not wild about boats, I said. She said Andy can get a kayak, though. And Uncle Marcus has a couple of boats, so I think she's starting to loosen up about it. He's a fireman, right? Yeah. Fire marshal. He and my mum are getting really tight. As in, romantically. Her blue eyes widened. But he's your uncle. I laughed. My father's brother. Not my mother's. It's kind of cool, actually. Things work out for your family, she said. What was that supposed to mean? They're better than they were, I said. Definitely. Your uncle, he just about has been living here, I said, but now Keith, the son of that woman who went missing. Sarah Weston. Right. Her son is moving in with my uncle because he's only 17 and he'd have to go to a foster home if he didn't. So I don't think he'll be over here quite as much. How had we all forgotten Keith's age? Mum felt absolutely terrible about it, but with the police saying he was 18, nobody stopped to figure it out. Jen pushed open the porch door as if she wanted to go outside, but then she closed it again. Does your bedroom have a view of the Sound, too? She asked. Aha, I said. Come see. I walked back into the house, and Jen followed me, pulling the door closed behind her. Do you want me to lock this? She asked. Nah, I said. They'll be home soon. It's nice living someplace where you don't have to worry about locking your doors, she said. Well, we do sometimes lock 'em now, since I'm not exactly Miss Popularity around here at the moment. There I was, talking about me and my life again. Tonight was the night I'd planned to ask her questions about herself. Do you have to worry about that kind of thing in Asheville? I asked. It's not bad, she said, following me up the stairs. I'll show you my mum's room first, because hers is the only one you're going to like. I laughed. My mother's room was perfect, with blue walls and blue and brown bedding, and a view of the Yeah, well, now I'll take you to the tasteless part of the house. My brother's room and mine. I showed her Andy's room, which was actually in pretty good shape except that it still had the teenage boy smell to it. I hoped it didn't gross Jen out. What's all this? She walked over to Andy's corkboard wall and started reading one of my mother's charts. My mother makes charts to help keep him organized, I said. Do you get along with him? Totally, I said. He's easy to get along with. I remember seeing him on the Today Show, she said, fingering the corner of one of the charts. He was cute. You'll love him, I said. You can meet him and his girlfriend when we get back from dinner. Do you want to see my room? She followed me into my very yellow room. The sun was sinking toward the Sound and the sky and clouds were turning a purpley pink. Jen stared at the Sound the way she had from our porch, and I had the feeling she was drawn to water the same way I was. I wondered what it was like for her living in landlocked Asheville. You're so lucky to live here, she said. I know. You're so lucky, she said again. I could see the purple of the sunset reflected in her eyes. You've got a great family and everything. It was my invitation to ask her about herself, and I wasn't going to miss it. How about your family? I asked. What are they like? She turned to me with a scrunched-up expression on her face. I don't really like, and that was pretty much the end of that. I was so nervous as we pulled into the Sears Landing parking lot. Jen parked the car and opened her door, but I just sat there. She looked at me. Are you freaking out, or what? She asked. Just mildly, I said. I was remembering the last time I was there, when Uncle Marcus told me about my father's affair with Sarah. The waitress who served us was a girl I knew from high school named Georgia Ann. Did she still work there? I didn't want to see her. I'd thought I was so much better than her. Smarter, prettier, better off. I'm sure she wouldn't want to see me any more than I wanted to see her. Come on, Jen said. It'll be fine. Easy for her to say. I got out of the car and walked with her into the building. It was a weeknight, off-season, but the restaurant was still busy and no one paid any attention to us as we waited to be seated. One of the posters I'd made about Sarah was taped to the counter in front of us. I pointed to it. She's still gone. Yeah, I know. It looks really bad, doesn't it? I just don't get it, I said. The police have all these bulletins out all over the East Coast looking for her car and nothing's turned up. I think she killed herself, like that other woman did, Jen said. Maybe she did it out in the boonies so she and her car wouldn't be found. Oh, please don't say that, I said. I wanted Sarah to be safe somewhere. I knew it looked grim. I hated the idea that she might have been down enough to kill herself. One of the waitresses finally appeared and led us to a table. She smiled right at me as she handed me a menu. Didn't even bat an eye. You're right, I said. Sorry to be such a baby. No problem. I was torn between keeping my face buried in the menu and looking around for Georgia Ann so that I could be sure to avoid her. A different waitress showed up to take our orders. Know what you'd like to drink? She asked, and I could tell by the way she stared at me that this one knew who I was. I actually stammered as I ordered a Coke. I watched the waitress walk back to the kitchen. She'll probably spit into it before she brings it out to me, I said. You're really getting paranoid, Jen said. I thought she sounded a little annoyed, like my self-pity was getting to her. It probably was annoying. I remembered what we'd been talking about before we were seated. Sarah killing herself. I didn't want to go there again. But Jen didn't want to talk about her family, so I'd have to try something else. Well, update me, I said. How's your college search going? That always seemed to be a safe topic with her. Pretty good. She sipped iced tea through her straw. The library's just not the same without you, though. Yeah, no spitting, I said. Stop it, I told myself, but she laughed. If I decide I want to go out of state, she said, I have to move, like yesterday, so I can become a resident wherever the school is. It's so much cheaper if you're a resident. That's the only way I could afford it. Aha! I felt a big, thick, black cloud over my head at the thought of her leaving. I couldn't believe how attached I felt to her already. My one friend. I hope you don't move, I said. We ordered crab cake sandwiches with fries, and the waitress didn't bother to write it down. Just slapped up our menus and took off for the kitchen. Jen twirled her straw in her tea. I'm not deciding anything about school yet, she said. Life's too good here right now. I love getting to hang out on the beach. Your tan is awesome, I said. Mostly fake and bake, she said. I use SPF 40 on the beach but I hate to be pale. Like me, I said. A year in prison could wash the color out of anyone. You'd be beautiful even if you were green, she said. For the first time, I wondered if she might be a lesbian. I hoped not. That was all I needed. A few of the women in prison had come onto me, but I'd been able to avoid any major run-ins. Some guys, back when I was in high school, used to say I was pretty or hot or whatever. Ben's the only one who ever used that word, beautiful. But then I remembered Jen's birth control pills. Thank God. So how's the hospital? She asked. Still working out. I totally love it, I said. Everyone's really nice and the kids are there. Amazing and brave and they need me. Miss Helen said that all the nurses were talking about me after the incident with Madison and her real father. You were cool, calm and collected, she'd told me. Hospitals give me the creeps, Jen said. I actually kind of like it, I said. Maybe you can find a cute doctor there to hook up with, she said. Ah, I said, smiling, no, thanks. I'm not hooking up with anybody for a I didn't light it. She rolled her eyes. Set it, she said. Whatever. Yeah. That's the guy. I can't stand that I'm attracted to someone who reminds me of him. I want to be totally over him. I am over him. I was only joking about hooking up with a doctor, you know, Jen said. I mean, how old is this guy? I don't know. About Ben's age. Seriously. How old was Ben? 11 years older than me. Get out. She leaned back from the table to stare at me. You're crazy. I know. You better talk to your shrink about this before you do something stupid. What did she mean by something stupid? Set a fire. I'm not going to do anything stupid, I said. I'm in control. I was desperate to turn the conversation around to her. So, how about you? Do you have a boyfriend? Have you met any guys while you've been hanging out on the beach? Not really, she said. Just to say hey to. From the corner of my eye, I saw a woman approach our table, and I knew it wasn't our waitress because this woman wore a skirt. I was afraid to look up in case it was Georgia Ann. Maggie Lockwood. I braced myself and looked at her. She was middle-aged with short fluffy blonde hair and blue eyes, and she looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. She stared. Yes. My hands tightened around the napkin in my lap. I thought Jen was holding her breath. I'm Lillian Wright, she said. Henderson Wright's mother. Oh, God. Henderson Wright was the boy killed in the fire. I remembered his picture blown up poster size at the memorial service. He and his family had been homeless. They'd lived in a car. I'm so sorry. My tongue clicked against the roof of my mouth, it was so dry. I just want you to know that me and my husband forgive you, she said. Calmly. Her hands were folded in front of her, her purse dangling from them. I know some people are still hanging onto their anger, but we ain't. My cheeks burned. I'd been so ready for an attack. An attack might have been easier to hear. This was like a gift I didn't deserve. I felt Jen's eyes on me. Thank you. It came out a whisper. I'm still I wish I could undo. I know. She put her hand on my shoulder. I know you do. You ain't evil. Jesus tells us to forgive others to find our own salvation. I nodded. My neck felt like it was made out of wood. And listen, she said, I know you're not religious. I remember your daddy's church from long ago, that Seeker's Place. Free Seekers, I said. Right. And I know that must have had a right terrible influence on you. Coming up. But if you want to come to our church with us some Sunday, we'd love to bring you. You'd find your own salvation there, Maggie. I'm sure of it. Thank you, I said again. She reached into her purse and brought out a postcard. We had these made up, she said, handing it to me. You might want to have one. I looked down at Henderson's face. Smiling. Not like the scared picture of him they used at the service. Beneath it, it said, God needed another angel. Henderson Emery Wright. 1992. 2007. Thank you, I said again. They were the only words I seemed able to find. Okay, honey. You call me if you want to come to church. We're in an apartment now. In the phone book. I nodded, and she walked away smiling to herself. I was paying for their apartment with the restitution money, I realized. Probably for their dinner here at Sears Landing, too. I was glad. That was the way it should be. Bizarre, Jen whispered. Her eyes were wide. That was nice of her, I said. I mean, I don't deserve it, but she's the first person to say anything like that to me. She wants to convert you, Jen said. That's why. Would you go to church with her? I shook my head, although I felt drawn to that word she'd used. Salvation. I remembered Drive. Jake's congratulating me for arranging the job at the hospital myself. This is the first step in saving yourself. What did she mean about your father's church? Daddy built a chapel at the north end of the island before I was born, I said. He wanted people to be able to, worship any way they wanted. So it wasn't connected to any religion. Is it still there? I shook my head. Just the foundation and a few of the walls. All of a sudden, my mind suddenly leapfrogged from Daddy to Ben to Dr. Britton. Bam bam bam. It hit me all at once. Ben was big and dark-haired and cuddly. Like Daddy. Like Dr. Britton. I flashed back to Uncle Marcus telling me long ago that Ben reminded him of my father. And now Drive. Britton reminded me. Oh my God, I said, leaning my head back to look up at the ceiling. What? Jen asked. I am so screwed up. We pulled up in front of my house an hour or so later. All the lights were on inside, and the house gave off the warmest, most welcoming glow. Come in and meet my mum and Andy and Kimmy. Jen stretched her arms out over her steering wheel. Not tonight, she said. I'm sleepy. Come on, I said, disappointed. Just for a few minutes. Next time, she said. But thanks for the tour earlier. It's a great house. Okay. It would take her nearly a half hour to drive back to Serenity Point. And she did look tired all of a sudden. I got out of the car just as Andy walked from the house onto the front porch. Maggie, he shouted. Kimmy's here. Come here and meet Jen. Andy, I said, but before I even finished my sentence, Jen stepped on the gas and pulled away, the passenger side door not even fully closed. I stared after her, glad I'd at least been clear of the car when she took off. I felt suddenly worried about her, hoping she was okay to drive the 15 miles home in the dark. Chapter 44. Keith. Hangin' out with you is gonna kill me, buddy. Marcus laughed as we carried our boards back to the tower after surfing. The surf sucked, so we'd only caught a few waves, but even though Marcus had to keep in shape because of being a firefighter, he looked totaled. It's gotta be 10 years since I surfed, he said. I wasn't as good a surfer as I was before the fire, and my ankle was still sore from my escape from the police on Saturday night, so I figured we'd been about equal out there. It blew my mind when Marcus told me he used to surf. I didn't know why I was so surprised, since he grew up near the ocean and everything. But I just couldn't picture it. When he dragged out his old board and I saw how dinged up it was, I was convinced he'd actually used it a few times. We peeled off our wetsuits on his deck. He pulled a couple of bottles of water from an ice chest near the back door and tossed me one. Sit out here for a while, or is it too chilly? He asked as he dropped onto one of the lounge chairs. It's good. I sat on the other lounge chair and stretched out my legs while I twisted the cap off the water bottle. Didn't have quite the same snap to it as twisting the cap off a bottle of beer, but it was only day 3 at the tower and I wasn't going to push my luck. And luck was the word of the day. We'd just heard from DSS that I could stay there. I was supposed to go back to school, but Marcus wasn't pushing me. At least not yet. I was starting to feel safe. I liked Marcus. I liked the dude a lot. I couldn't help it. He was on my side. I'd known him most of my life, but I realized now that I'd never really known him. He was just this older dude who was a bigwig in the fire department. But he had a story. I guess everybody did. People walked around with this thick dark film sticking to them, and until you scratched it, you had no idea. He took a pull on his water bottle. How's your ankle? He asked. Not bad. I looked down at my bare ankle. Just a little swollen. A little bruised looking. It's okay. And how are your arms? He asked. They suck, I said honestly. We'll get that pain under control, he said. He'd already made an appointment for me with a pain guy in Wilmington for next week. Till then, I told him I was cutting down on the Percocet, but that was only half true. I was trying, but I needed that stuff. I could use a beer, I said, testing the waters, so to speak. You're 17, he said, like that was a logical response. So, how old were you when you started drinking? I asked. 13, he said. Whoa. Even I didn't start drinking till I was nearly 15, though I smoked dope when I was 12. My lungs wouldn't ever be able to handle smoking anything again, thanks to my charming half-sister. Did you do drugs, too? I asked. Not much. I just liked drinking. It was a nice escape. Tell me about it. The water bottle crackled when I took another swallow. What did you have to escape from? Small potatoes, compared to what you've been through, he said. My brother, your father, couldn't have known for over a year that Jamie Lockwood was my father, yet the words still got stuck somewhere between my ears and my brain. Your father was one of those genuinely righteous people, Marcus said. You know what I mean. And, man, it could be rough having someone like that for a brother. He set the bar high. My parents thought he was the next Dalai Lama. I wasn't totally sure who the Dalai Lama was, but I got the idea. I wasn't as smart, Marcus said, or maybe I was as smart, but I was dyslexic, still am, and school came harder for me. And I wasn't nearly as nice. Plus, I didn't have goals. Ambitions. Did he? I barely remembered Jamie Lockwood and I really knew next to nothing about him. I found out he was my father the same day as the fire, and the next year went into recovery, not into long talks with my mother about her adultery. Oh, hell yeah, Marcus said. You know about the church he started? Yeah. I think he was born wanting to start that church. He had lots of things he wanted to do and he just took them on, one after another. The chapel, managing the Lockwood properties, being a firefighter, having a family, or two, I muttered. Marcus laughed. It's fucked up, I said. One way to look at it. So, did you hate him? Jamie. Not at all. I had those complicated sibling emotions about him. I idolized him, resented him, wanted to be like him, wanted to be nothing like him. He shrugged. The usual. And he's why you started drinking. Can't blame that on anyone but myself, he said, taking a final swallow from his water bottle. I didn't feel good about myself, and I got in with friends who were into music and alcohol and drugs. He tossed his empty bottle into a recycling bin on the other side of the deck. Perfect shot. 2 points, I said. So, how about you? He asked me. When did you start drinking? I felt a wall instantly go up between me and him, but I decided to take it down, for now, at least. A little older than you did. My friends were all doing it. That makes it hard to know when it is a problem. The wall came up again. Stayed up this time. It's not, I said. He looked at me, shading his eyes with his hand. Be careful, okay? Your liver's taking a beating enough with the Percocet. Beer can only make that worse, and beer at 10 in the morning like that day I came over to the trailer is not a good sign. So much for the buddy-buddy chit-chat. That was unusual, I said. Glad to hear it, he said, like he didn't quite believe me. Why'd you stop? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Long story. In a nutshell, I could see I was screwing up my life and I didn't want to. I got into AA. You go to those meetings and stand up and say, I'm Marcus the alcoholic. And everything. I did. I don't go much anymore. Maybe a couple times a year. Shit. Could you drink now without becoming an alcoholic again? I'm still an alcoholic, he said. Always will be. And no, I couldn't drink again. Sometimes people think they can, that they have it all under control, and then they start slipping back into it. That'd be me. So it is better just to forget about it. It's not a part of my life. So like, would it bother you if I kept some beer in the fridge? I asked. Just a 6-pack. Being around it doesn't bother me, he said, but you, my friend, my nephew. He grinned at me. And not legal. Oh, dude, that's weak. No booze in the house, he said, and I knew he meant it. He got up and pulled another water bottle from the ice chest. Back in the lounge chair, he twisted it open and took a drink. So, Keith. He put the bottle on the deck and stretched his arms over his head. Tell me about this girl. Chapter 45. Andy. This is the bedroom I stay in when I sleep over sometimes, I whispered to Kimmy. I wasn't sure why I whispered it. No one was home at Uncle Marcus's, because I planned it that way. Is the bed made? Kimmy asked. Anybody could see the bed was made. It had a dark blue bedspread on it, all tucked under the pillow like it was supposed to be. Yes, I said. That blue thing is the bedspread. No, I mean, is it made up? She pulled the bedspread down a little and I figured out she meant with their sheets on the bed. Oh, good, she said. There were blue and white striped ones under the bedspread. I remembered. When Uncle Marcus and I bought them. He said they were musculine sheets, or something like that. The room that Maggie stayed in sometimes had yellow sheets that were girly. That was the room where Keith lived now, so maybe he got different sheets. Kimmy sat on the edge of the bed with her hands folded up while I got the condom out of my pocket. I looked at the date again to be sure it was the same as before. I didn't know if I should open it now so it would be totally ready or not. Should I open it? I asked. She nodded. I think so. Kimmy usually uses a lot of words, but not now. The condom package was easy to open. Kimmy took it from me. She peeked inside and then put it on the corner part of the table. People said I couldn't plan good, but I planned this out totally. Uncle Marcus was at work and Keith wasn't there because he was at a date. Mum said that. She said she asked him to come to dinner since Maggie was out late. Keith and Maggie don't like to see each other. Keith said he had a date, so I knew the Tower house would be empty. I couldn't figure out how me and Kimmy would get there, though. Kimmy said, "Did Maggie have a bike?" I was only thinking about my bike. I forgot about Maggie's. It needed air in the tires but we had a pump. Then I lied to Mum about how we were going for a bike ride. That wasn't a big lie because we did go for a bike ride. I just didn't say where to. Should we get under the covers or on top of them? Kimmy asked. Usually. She told me what to do. It was pretty warm in the room. On top, I said. She took off her glasses and put them on the table. Should we take off our clothes first? She asked. I don't know, I said. Uncle Marcus gave me lots of rules but it turned out he didn't give me enough. The people in Max's magazines were already naked when I saw their picture. I think so, I said. She got on her knees to shut the window things. Then we started getting undressed. It took me, 1 second to get off my shirt and my jeans, but it took her, 1 whole minute to unhook the buttons on her shirt. I felt funny watching her. I sat on the bed and made like I was folding my clothes up neatly instead. I still had my boxers on. I didn't care about hiding my hard-on this time, because we were going to have sex. She got off all her clothes and then I looked at her. She was so pretty. Don't stare, she said. She closed her arms over her breast so I couldn't see them. I'm not, I said. She was right, though. I was staring. I really liked how dark and smooth all her skin was. She had way more public hair than me. Max said a lot of girl. She got under the bedspread while I took off my boxers. Then I got under the bedspread with her. I kissed her right away. I put my tongue in her mouth, but she didn't put hers in mine like she usually did. That was okay. I just wanted to get on top of her and put my penis in her. I started to get on top and then all of a sudden remembered the condom. The condom, I said. I got it out of the pack and it went on perfect like it was supposed to because Uncle Marcus showed me a long time ago on a zucchini, which was so funny. I got on top of Kimmy, then, but her legs were hooked together. You're supposed to put your legs apart, I said. I'm too scared, she said. Why? I asked. You said you wanted to do sex with me. I don't want to now. I had to do it now. Please, Kimmy. I said. She didn't answer me. I couldn't see her face very good, but I heard her crying. I got off of being on top of her. She didn't exactly say no, but that's what she meant. Now I was supposed to go jerk off. She turned toward the window. I'm sorry, she said. I rolled off the condom and tried to stick it back in the pack, but it wouldn't go. I was angry and sad and everything because I planned it so good and for nothing. I didn't even feel like jerking off. I looked down at Kimmy. Part of the bedspread was down, and Kimmy's long hair was on top of the blue and white pillow. Her shoulders were jumping up and down, like when you cry. She was even sadder than me. Down behind her and put my arm around her. She turned and looked at me. Are you mad at me? She asked. No, I wasn't mad anymore. I just didn't want her to cry or be sad. I just got scared, she said. I wanted to ask her, of what? But that would be a kind of pushing her. That's okay, I said. Maybe we should go back to your house, she said. I don't want to be here anymore. Okay. We got dressed and walked down the metal stairs that went round and round to the living room. We were partway through the living room when a car door slammed. Uh-oh, Kimmy said. Is that your uncle? It better not be. I'd be in a lot of trouble. We might have to sneak out the door by the deck. Or maybe we could hide on the roof. I went to the kitchen window and peeked out. His car place is empty, I said. But then I saw Keith's car. It's stupid, Keith, I said. Should we hide? Kimmy asked. I wasn't sure. Would Keith tell Uncle Marcus he saw us there? I took too long figuring it out, because all of a sudden Keith and a girl came in the front door. The girl was laughing and kind of hanging on him. Me and Kimmy froze perfectly still, like they wouldn't notice us if we didn't move. And for a minute, they didn't. Keith was "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked. "I wanted to show Kimmy the Operation Bumblebee Tower," I said. "Yeah." Keith laughed. "I bet that wasn't the only tower you wanted to show her." I didn't know what he meant, but the girl laughed too. She had gigantic eyes that were blue and black hair with a red plastic clip thing on her head. I knew her. When she turned her head, I saw that funny spot below her ear. Like a heart tattoo. I waved to her. "Hi," I said. She just smiled at me. She looked really different than the other time I saw her. "This is Kimmy," I said. "You're supposed to introduce people when they didn't know each other." Keith didn't introduce the girl, though. Probably because I sort of knew her already even though I didn't know her name. "I'm going upstairs," she said to Keith. "Right behind you," Keith said. He looked at me. "You'd better get out of here," he said. I wanted to ask him not to tell Uncle Marcus me and Kimmy were there, but he was mean. Mean people sometimes did the opposite of what you ask them to. "Okay," I said. "We're going." We walked outside to our bikes. Will he tell? Kimmy undid the kickstand on her bike. I don't know. I could get in so much trouble and we didn't even have sex. That would be totally not fair. Kimmy put her hand on my arm before I could get on my bike. I hate. Her eyes had water in them and her nose was red. "Will you still be my boyfriend after today?" she asked. It was a crazy question. "I'll always be your boyfriend," I said. She smiled and even though her nose was still red, I knew she was finally done crying for now. Chapter 46. Sarah losing Jamie 1997. Jamie promised me that this would be the week he'd tell Laurel he wanted a divorce. A year had passed since Marcus's return, and I had done nothing to pressure him, although the thought of an ultimatum swept through my mind a few times. How could it not? A year. But if I told him it was now or never, that if he didn't ask Laurel for a divorce, I would take Keith and leave, well, he'd know I was lying. I'd never leave the island. Granted, it had been a terrible year for him. For everyone, really. Hurricane Fran had swept across the island, demolishing homes and roads. It lifted my trailer up and spun it around, setting it down again on a sea of beach grass. Of course, we'd all evacuated, so we were safe, but it took months to get my home back where it belonged, and the sea tender, while still standing, was wobbling on its foundation of stilts. The Lockwoods would not be able to live in it much longer, so Jamie was building a gorgeous new house for them on the Sound. As I tried to put my dented trailer back in order, I felt my envy of Laurel creeping back in. She still had it all. Jamie wanted to talk to Marcus about the divorce before he said anything to Laurel, he told me. He wanted his brother to be ready to give Laurel emotional support, because he knew she was going to need it. "I'm dreading telling him," Jamie told me. "It'll be okay," I'd reassured him. I just wanted him to get this over with. I'd been waiting so long. He'd asked me months earlier why I never wore his mother's necklace, and I told him day. He promised me that day would come soon. "Everyone's going to be shocked at first," I said, "but they'll be all right, Jamie. You know they will be." Finally, that Friday night, Jamie called to say that he and Marcus were going out on Marcus's boat in the morning and he would tell him then. Then a quick "I love you." It was the last I'd ever hear. In the morning, Laurel called me in hysterics. There'd been an accident on the boat. A whale lifted it into the air, she said, tossing Jamie into the water. He was gone. Lost. Dead. I raced over to the sea tender to stay with the children, while Laurel joined Marcus at the police station. Maggie was 8, and she had some understanding of what was going on. Keith, at 6, less so. And 5-year-old Andy was in the dark, as usual. I took the children out to the beach and huddled there with them in the sand, thinking, this has to be a mistake. It has to be. But in my heart, I knew it was not a mistake at all. The memorial service was held at the chapel, and there were so many people that they spilled from the doors. A Wilmington minister Jamie respected performed the service, but everyone knew it was too flowery and regimented for a man like Jamie Lockwood. Afterward, Laurel and Maggie and Andy tossed Jamie's ashes into the inlet, while Keith and I, his second family, the one no one knew about, hung back with the others. That was the hardest part of being the other woman, I thought, in the days to come, grieving alone. While friends reached out to Laurel in huge numbers, no one said a word to me except a passing shame about Jamie Lockwood, isn't it? In addition to my grief, I was fearful about what would happen when Jamie's will was read, remembering what he'd said about making arrangements in case something happened to him. Everyone would know about Keith and me then. But days passed and I never heard a word about anything being left to us. There was no call from Jamie's attorney. No outraged call from Laurel. And I knew that nothing had been left to us after all. Nothing to me, and nothing to— Chapter 47. Keith. Well, one thing I hadn't figured out about kayaking was that I wouldn't be able to paddle with my screwed-up arm. That meant we had to rent a double kayak, and that Jen had to do all the paddling, which was humiliating, but she just kissed me and said she didn't care at all. Even after she discovered paddling wasn't as easy as it looked, she didn't complain. I felt like a total loser, though, just kicking back while she did all the work. Adding to that was the fact that I'm not supposed to do sun, and of course, I didn't think about that, so I didn't have a hat or sunscreen. So Jen gave me her straw hat to wear and slathered her sunscreen all over my face and hands. Oh, and we had to wear these dorky life preservers. Dawn got Frankie to rent us the kayak for free. She probably paid for it, but whatever. Anyhow, Frankie said, no life preservers, no rental, so that's why we looked like total wusses as Jen paddled us through the narrow waters of the Sound. Except for all that, it was pretty cool being out on the water. You get so used to living someplace that you don't notice how amazing it is sometimes. We were so close to the birds in the marsh that we could practically see the pupils in the eyes of the blue herons. It was like I didn't have to think about all the shit in my life for a while. Jen was into the exercise part of it. She liked seeing how fast she could paddle. Where does that Maggie Lockwood girl live? She asked, as Stump Sound widened in front of us. She was studying the houses along the shoreline. There weren't that many. You said she lives on the Sound, right? Yeah. She lives in a little shack we should be coming up on soon. I looked to my left, but the world was totally different from the water and I felt disoriented. Finally, I pointed ahead of us. That's it, I said. Wow, she said as we floated. Really piss you off to know she lives in a house like that? Royally. I couldn't even look at the place. My burned left hand had felt fine up until that moment, but suddenly I could feel the sun hitting it. Stinging it. I pressed it between my knees. Well, Jen sounded down all of a sudden. My arms are telling me it is time to turn around. I felt kinda depressed, too. It was like seeing Maggie's house had killed the fun we'd been having up till then. Jen paddled us back to the boatyard, and we thanked Frankie and gave him our life preservers, then walked across the parking lot to Jen's car. Let's get a burger somewhere, she said, opening her car door. Cool. I took off the straw hat and tried to put it on her head, but she was already ducking into the car. The hat caught on the door frame and fell to the sand. When I bent over to pick it up, I saw something shiny beneath her seat. What's that? I asked, reaching for it. I wasn't sure what I thought it was, but the second I touched it, I knew. I pulled my hand away. What the— there's a gun under your seat. Shush, she said, although there was no one nearby to hear us. Don't worry. It's not loaded. I left the gun where it was and stood up straight. Why do you have a gun? I asked. I knew lots of people who owned guns, but it still shocked me that Jen was carrying one around in her car. I hadn't figured her for the gun type. If you were a girl, you'd understand, she said. Driving alone at night and all that. She nodded toward the passenger seat. Come on, she said. Get in. I'm hungry. I got into the car, leaning over to get another look at the gun, but with the doors shut, it was too dark to see it. Don't get obsessed, she said. It in case I need to scare somebody off. Where'd you get it? She didn't answer right away. My father gave it to me, she said. He'd take me to the range. Said if I was going to have it, I needed to know how to use it. She'd never mentioned her father before, and I suddenly pictured this tall, skinny black-haired dude, teaching his daughter how to shoot a gun. I wanted to know more. Did he live in Asheville? Was she close to him? To her mother? Did she have brothers and sisters? I didn't know a thing about this girl except that she was dynamite in bed and the best thing that had happened to me in a long time. Is your father in Asheville? I asked. She turned to me with a smile. Pressed her fingertip to my lips. Chapter 48. Maggie. It was downright hot for an afternoon in early October, and Jen said to come over and we'd go for a swim. The front door of her cottage was unlocked, and I walked in when she didn't answer my knock. Jen. Hey, she called from upstairs. I'm in the bedroom. Come on up. I walked up the stairs. It was the first time I'd been to the house in the daytime and I was totally mesmerized by the view. At the turn in the stairs was a humongous window and it framed the beach and ocean like a photograph. I walked into Jen's big, citrusy-smelling bedroom with its king-size bed, and found her standing near more huge windows that looked out over the water. She wore a bikini, tiny triangles on top and a string bottom, with little pink stripes of sequins sewn to the fabric. Pure Victoria's Secret, and the kind of bathing suit only a girl like her could get away with wearing. She had one foot up on the windowsill and was slathering lotion on her leg. She lowered her leg when I walked in. You're smokin' in that tankini. Girlfriend, she said, and I wondered how someone who looked as incredible as she did in her bikini could even notice how another girl looked. I did think I looked pretty good in the green and white tankini, though, especially since I lost my belly fat in prison, but if there were guys on the beach, it was no contest which one of us they'd be looking at. Not that I cared. Jen held out the tube of sunscreen. Want some? She asked. I'm good, I said. I'd put some on before I left the house, though not her. SPF 4. I've got towels for us downstairs, she said, but I have to use the loo, so I'll be with you in a sec. She disappeared into the bathroom, and I stood at the window for a bit. There was no one on the beach, at least not behind the cottage. The waves were smooth and low and I felt suddenly relieved. I hadn't realized until right that moment that, even though I'd agreed to Jen's suggestion like I was totally happy about it, I'd actually dreaded going swimming. I hadn't been in the ocean since the night of the storm, when Andy and I nearly drowned and the sea tender was destroyed. I used to love swimming in the ocean. I'd practically been raised in it. Now it seemed so malicious to me. Stupid. I wandered into the attached sunroom and immediately noticed that something was different. The painting on the easel, the painting that had only sea and sky the last time I saw it, now had seagulls in the air. White froth on the waves. I lowered myself to the lounge chair and stared at it. I heard the bathroom door open. All set. Jen called. Where'd you go? I'm in here, I said. She came to the wide arched entrance to the room. I pointed to the picture. The picture's changed, I said. I could see the wheels turning in her head. She opened her mouth to speak. Then bit her lower lip. Busted, she said. This is yours. She nodded. Why didn't you tell me? You're so good. She crossed the small room and reached between the arm of the sofa and the wall to pull out another canvas. It was the same size as the one on the easel, but this painting was complete. It showed a girl sitting alone on the beach. She was looking at the water, so you could only see her from the back, and she wore a green tankini not all that different from tankini bottom didn't quite cover her butt. In the ocean, there were dolphins. In the sky, clouds were like cotton balls. Jen, I can't believe how good you are. I really couldn't. I was shocked. I'm not great at people, she said with a laugh. Which is why I usually draw them from the back. Cheating, I know. I pointed to the painting on the easel. You told me this was done by the owner of the house. I don't get why you'd lie about something like that. Just modest, I guess. Was she blushing? The light from the window was behind her and I couldn't really tell. I don't know. The attention. But this is crazy. I said. You were trying to figure out what to study in school when it is totally obvious. This is just a hobby, she said. I mean, how can you make any money as an artist? Probably as easily as you can a fashion designer. She shrugged. Well, I don't have to figure it out right now, she said. And I'm hot, even in here with the AC on. Let's swim, okay. The beach was very narrow behind the cottage, a scary sign of erosion I remembered from the sea tender. Or maybe it was just high tide and I was being paranoid. I saw a few people in the distance north of us, but behind Jen's cottage, it was deserted. The air was thick and muggy and I knew my hair was turning to frizz. We dropped our towels and headed into the chilly ocean. Jen was way ahead of me as we ran through the shallow water. Or rather, she ran. I walked like the water was made of glue. I understood phobias all of a sudden. How people got them. How they could suck you down. But I would not let this totally calm water have that power over me. Jen was in the deep water now, stroking like crazy, and I dived in and started toward her. I'd gone swimming nearly every day in the pool at the prison, and once I was able to shake off the heebie-jeebies about being in the ocean again, I felt good and strong. Jen kept swimming, though, farther out, would have. She was from Asheville. What did she know about swimming in the ocean? Rip currents and undertows and all that. I didn't know why I felt such a need to keep up with her, but I did. I was relieved when she finally stopped stroking. She rolled into a sitting position, treading the water with her hands. I started treading myself, turning to face the beach. When I saw how far we were from shore, it reminded me in one frightening nanosecond of the day Andy and I had been pulled out to sea. I suddenly shivered with panic, so far from the beach with nothing to grab onto. Except Jen, I reminded myself. If I needed to, I could tell her I was panicking and I knew she'd let me hang on to her. But I didn't want to be such a baby. I've been looking forward to this all day, she said. She twirled a couple of times in the water. The sun shone on her glossy dark hair. You're a good swimmer. My teeth were chattering even though I wasn't cold. Just freaking out. You, too, she said. Well, I grew up on the water. You grew up in Asheville. I belong to the Y, so I got to swim a lot. I looked toward the beach, wishing we were a dozen or so yards closer to it. I'd feel so much better. I thought of telling her about floating out to sea with Andy, but decided that would make me feel even more afraid. I needed to talk about something entirely neutral. How long have you been painting? I asked. Oh, she tipped her head back and looked at the sky. Forever. Since I was a kid. And no one ever said you should pursue it seriously. She shrugged. Your parents had to know how good you were, I said, knowing I was fishing a little for information on her family. Didn't they ever encourage you? She shot me a look that felt like bullets pinging off my cheek. Sorry, I said. I forgot you don't like to talk about them. Damn straight. She did another twirl in the water again. Sue, she said, dragging out the word, and I knew she was looking for a way to change the subject. What have you decided about that doctor at the hospital? What do you mean? Are you going to hit on him? Of course not, I said. It bugged me that she thought I would. He's married. And anyway, I told you I'm not interested in him. Or anyone. I was just briefly attracted. Oh, right. She laughed like she didn't believe me. I told Drive. Jakes about realizing that Ben reminded me of my father, and that doctor. Britton reminded me of Ben. Drive. Jakes thought that was a major revelation. I thought it was just a wake-up call for me to watch my step. It also gave me the creeps that I'd slept with a man who reminded me of my father. Yuck. Do you think he's interested in you? Jen asked. Jen. I said. No. How do you think I mean, not just him, how do you think? Everyone at the hospital would react if they knew about you and the fire. The thought of Taffy and Miss Helen and Mr. Jim and Dr. Britton and everyone knowing the truth about me was so depressing I thought I might cry. I would never let 'em find out. You saw what happened at the library, I said. I think it would be all over for me. But the woman who took your application knows, and she was okay with it, Jen said. Look how fast she gave you the job. And you said, I felt this slight pain in my calf. The beginning of a cramp. That was how people drowned, wasn't it? Cramps in their legs. I just can't tell people, Jen. I was going to drown any second and she was making it worse. They could find out, though. Wouldn't it be better if you told them yourself? She totally did not understand. Look, I said, I'm not bugging you about your family, so please don't bug me about this. She looked shocked by my outburst. I was a little shocked by it myself, but she was pushing all the wrong buttons when I felt panicky enough to begin with. Sorry, she said. I'm just thinking of you. You were able to tell me and I didn't freak. My teeth chattered so hard, I wondered if she could hear them. You're more accepting than most people, I said. I'm afraid to tell anyone else. She suddenly laughed. I didn't realize you were such a chicken. She plowed her palm through the water to splash me. Hey, I turned my head away. Stop. She splashed me again, still laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world. But when I looked at her face, there was something mean behind the laughter. Jen, come on. I outgrew splashing my friends when I was about 10. Next thing I knew, she'd start dunking me. I wasn't hanging around for that. I'm going back, I said, and I started swimming toward shore. She caught up to me, swimming close by my side. We matched each other, stroke for stroke. For her, I guessed it was just a race. Some kind of competition. For me, Chapter 49. Sarah the Other Widow. A nor'easter swept across Topsail Island 3 months after Jamie's death. It demolished a few of the trailers in the trailer park. It tore the roof and steeple from the chapel and broke every one of the windows. It was not the first time weather had destroyed part of the building. In the past, though, Jamie'd been quick to make repairs, as he did after Hurricane Fran. Now, I knew no one would bother. For a few weeks after Jamie died, people came to the chapel on Sundays. And a couple of them tried to recreate the spell he'd cast over the place with his questions about experiencing God, but no one's heart was in it. Or, as I thought, no one but Jamie had that sorcerer's touch. So people stopped coming to the chapel, and now that the roof was gone and the windows were gaping holes in the concrete walls, I knew the building would disintegrate bit by bit until it was nothing more than a memory. Just like the man who created it. A few days after the nor'easter, I pulled into the trailer park after dropping Keith off at school and saw Marcus's pickup in front of my trailer. He was sitting behind the wheel, and he got out as I parked next to him. I hadn't really spoken to him since the service. I'd started working at a new coffee shop in Surf City, Jabin's Java, and he came in there often because it was close to the fire station, but he didn't have much to say to me. So little, in fact, that I was certain Jamie must have told him about me before the accident happened on the boat. I had nothing to say to him, either. There was some speculation that Marcus may have been involved in Jamie's death. A humpback whale in June. The investigators didn't think so. But they hadn't been able to pin Jamie's death on Marcus, and he'd walked. As for me, I didn't know what to. Jamie out of the way. Or was a whale the actual culprit? Either way, Jamie was gone. What are you doing here? I asked as I got out of my car. Just wanted to talk to you for a minute, he said. He was holding a large manila envelope in his hand. I have something for you. I hesitated, then nodded toward the trailer. Okay, I said. Come in. I opened the blinds in the living room and let in the morning light. Marcus looked uncomfortable as he handed me the envelope. That's for you, he said, sitting down on the sofa. Really, for Keith. I was going to just leave it, but then I thought I'd better wait and give it to you in person. I sat down and opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten letter and a document. You don't really need the letter, he said. Since I'm here, I can just explain. It to you. I held up a hand to stop him as I read. Dear Sarah, I know that Keith is Jamie's son. He told me about it the morning he died. It's taken me some time for that to sink in, and when it finally did, I realized how unfair it is that Maggie and Andy will always have plenty of money, but Keith won't. If Jamie had lived, he would have provided for him. So I started this college fund for Keith. I set it up so he can have the money for college whenever he's ready to go. If he doesn't end up going to college, he can get the money when he's 25. I hope this eases your mind a little. Sincerely, Marcus. I read through the document quickly, but thoroughly enough to see that Keith now had a college fund worth $40,000. $40,000. I looked at Marcus, where my throat felt tight. Where did this money come from? I asked. It's mine, he said. It's not a big sacrifice for me. I'm never going to need all the money I have. So, that's invested now. He motioned toward the document that shook in my hand. It should be worth quite a bit more when Keith is ready for college. Marcus, I don't know what to say. I didn't want to cry. I was so tired of crying. Thank you so much. He nodded awkwardly. How are you doing? Financially, I mean. I don't want to pry, but Jamie told me he was giving you a few $100 a month to help out. I nearly laughed. That's what he told you? A few hundred. Marcus nodded. It was quite a bit more than that, I said. It was enough so that I was able to save some every month. I had a nest egg. It wouldn't last Keith and me forever. But if I could somehow continue to live rent-free in the trailer, plus earn a little extra at J-Beans, we'd be okay. Oh, he looked surprised. Well, I'm glad. I guess that all his money, all the property he owned, went to Laurel. I said. Yeah, that was pretty automatic. He had a living trust with everything he inherited from our parents in it, and Laurel was the beneficiary. Son of a bitch, I thought. For the first time, I was truly, deeply angry with Jamie. Well, I'm a little worried about one thing, I said. He sat back on the sofa. No, don't move. Here's what I think. First of all, I'm sure Laurel would want you to stay here rent-free, he said. She doesn't know anything about you and Jamie, and she's never going to know anything about it, okay? You and I, as far as I know, are the only people who know about it. Is that right? I thought of Steve, but he was long out of the picture. Yes, I said. I don't think Laurel will even give a thought to you living here. The truth is, she now owns so damn much property on this island, that she may not even realize, or care, that she owns this trailer park. It's a drop in her financial bucket. I tried my best to hide my resentment. He didn't even seem to realize how hurtful his words were. Okay, I said. Marcus leaned forward and I noticed how golden his brown hair looked in the light from the window. He really did look like Andy. I know you and Jamie had plans, he said. You know, plans for the future. I pressed my lips together. You must feel like a widow, too, he said. Only you're not supposed to act like one. He understood. Tears welled up in my eyes. Exactly, I said. Let me know if I can help, Sarah, he said, getting to his feet. I have to get back to the fire station. I stood up, too. Why do you work when you really don't need to? I asked. He shrugged. Why did Jamie? He asked. Because he loved it. He felt like he was doing something valuable. There you go. He pushed open the door and walked out onto the deck. Marcus. He turned back to look at me. Are you in love with Laurel? I asked. He raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. Then he smiled. Only since I was 16, he said. Then the smile faded. But nothing's going to happen there. She thinks she doesn't believe there was a whale. I clutched the document in my hand. There'd been no need for Marcus to do this. No need for him to come here and offer his sympathy. I looked at him again. I believe there was a whale, I said. Chapter 50. Keith. Mr. Johnson shook my hand when I walked into the conference room at the police department that Friday night. Dawn and Laurel were already there, and Dawn slung an arm around my waist as we waited for Flip to set up the DVD player. "How's my guy?" she asked. "Hanging in," I said. "You doin' okay over at Marcus's?" "It's good. I like that she was so cool with me around other people. She made me feel halfway normal. I think Marcus likes the company." Laurel smiled at me. I looked away from her. "Whatever," I said. "Man, I could be a son of a bitch." "Okay," Flip said as he stepped back from the DVD player. "Take a seat." Everybody. We all sat around a long table, Dawn between Laurel and me on one side. Flip and Mr. on the other. Mr. was dressed in a suit that didn't fit into the beach world in any way, shape or form. He looked like a rapper. Like if you took away that collar and tie, you'd find some bling. "As I told the three of you on the phone," Flip said, "Mr. filmed his interview with Sarah's memoir teacher, and while he doesn't think there's anything much here, he wanted you to be present as we watch it." Mr. leaned forward on the table. "There's always a chance y'all might pick up on something I'd miss," he said. "Right," I said. My mother'd been gone 3.5 weeks, and I was ready for somebody to pick up on something. How long could this go on? The interview was kind of creepy, and the creepiest part of it was the teacher himself. His name was Sean, and he reminded me of Reverend Bill, very tall and skinny, but he had spiky, bright red hair and pale skin. He shook Mister's hand, then sort of folded himself into a chair across from the PI. Mister asked the dude some basic questions, and we learned that the class met 6 times in a church meeting room. There were 5 women and 2 men. The only person my mother seemed to know was Dawn, he said, and as far as he could remember, she never talked much with the other class members. "As in, not at all," Dawn said. "I can't say if she ever got together with any of them after class or during the week, though," Sean said. "Nope," Dawn said. "How much of Ms. Weston's memoir did you read?" Mister asked him. "Just the first few pages." The teacher waved his hand around when he spoke. Gay, I thought. It was very well written, but she was the only student who wrote by hand. I asked her to type her entries in the future, but she said as she didn't have a computer or typewriter and the memoir was for her eyes only. She just wanted me to see the beginning to be sure she was, I think she said, doing it right. Single quote. "I told you," Dawn said. I had the feeling Dawn had been a wise ass as a kid who got in a lot of trouble at school. "Do you recall the content of the pages you read?" Mister asked the teacher. "Yes, because it was unique," Sean said. She was in her early 20s. Attending a church in North Topsail for the first time. The building was on the beach, or I don't recall her husband. He chuckled. I have to admit, I wanted to know where her story was going. But not at the cost of my eyesight. Thank you, Jesus, I thought to myself. If my mother was heading in the direction of telling all about her relationship with my father, I was glad she decided to keep it to herself. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Laurel playing with her fingernails. I sort of felt sorry for her. She knew where that story was going, too. She never spoke during class, Sean said. Everyone else wanted to read from their work, but Sarah kept hers to herself. I once asked her if she needed any help, but she said she was doing fine with it. I honestly don't know how much she took away from the class. I don't think she missed any of them, though. Just one, Dawn said, and as if he could hear her, Sean sat up straight in his chair. Oh, he said. She did miss one because of her son. He was one of the teenagers injured in that church fire in Surf City, and he wasn't feeling well and she needed to stay home with him. I wondered if that had pissed her off, having to miss the class because of me. The interview went on a few more useless minutes. Then Flip turned off the video and Mr. looked across the table at me and Laurel and Dawn. The fact that Sarah was working on this journal or memoir may mean nothing, he said. But what interests me is that she was looking back into her past, and when someone does that, they sometimes try to get in touch with someone from that past. Laurel, Flip tells me you've known Sarah the longest. Does any of this ring a bell for you? Laurel laughed. Man, I had to give her credit for that. Before she laughed, I thought the tension in the room was going to suffocate me. Well, she said, to begin with, the minister was my husband. Mister's eyes widened. Dawn rubbed a spot on the table with her fingertip. He died in 1997, Laurel said, so I doubt she was. I see. Mister made a steeple with his hands on the table. I think maybe you and I could speak in private later, okay? Sure. Laurel nodded. As for the other gentleman mentioned in the memoir, Mister said, I have met with your father, Keith. It was my turn to look surprised. That's a neat trick, I said. What do you mean? Flip asked. I shook my head. Laurel was back to playing with her fingernails. So where is he? I wondered what he was like, the man who had nothing at all to do with me coming into the world. In Minnesota, Mister said. He remarried and has 3 daughters. He was sorry to hear that your mother's missing, but said he hasn't heard from her since they split up when you were a baby. Does that fit what you all know? The 3 of us nodded. He's paid no child support, but he said that your mother agreed to that arrangement, and I did find that to be the case when I read their divorce records. That's why I live in a tin can, I said. Mister nodded. It was an unusual arrangement, he said, but I've seen stranger. He put his hands on the table and got to his feet. Well, I wanted you to see the interview. He started doling out his business cards, like we didn't have them already. Give me a call if you think of anything that might help later. When I got back to Marcus's tower, the front door was locked. Marcus was really a pain in the butt when it came to locking the door. 3/4 of the time, he didn't bother, so I got in the habit of not taking. He told me to put the key on my key ring, but I kept forgetting. So now I was locked out. I didn't think he was at the fire station, which meant he was probably over at Laurel's, and you couldn't pay me enough to go over there with Maggie and the gang. I was about to call him to come home and let me in, when I remembered that there was a ladder attached to the side of the tower. It was a skinny little thing that ran straight up to the roof, maybe a foot across with rungs the diameter of my thumb. It stuck out a few inches from the wall, just enough to get a toehold. I asked Marcus about it and he said it was there when he bought the tower. Probably supposed to be a fire escape. I walked around the side of the building and looked at the ladder. The moon was full, and the narrow ladder cast long sharp shadows against the side of the tower. No way, Jose. Even if I could get up that ladder, it would just put me on the flat roof that had no railing around it. But there was a door up there. A short, slanted door that I didn't think Marcus ever locked and that led to the circular metal stairway inside the tower. I leaned against the building with a sigh. Looked at my watch. 9:07. I could call him, but it'd piss him off. He told me 10 times about taking a key. I grabbed the ladder and started to climb. Fast. If I did it fast, I wouldn't have to think about it. The ladder shook like it was going to peel off the wall any second. The rails were as thin as cigars beneath my hands, and my toes hit the side of the building with each step. Don't look down, I told myself. Don't think about how this is screwing up your shoulder. Don't think, period. Just keep moving. I did. I climbed higher, and I was okay until maybe 2/3 of the way up. Suddenly, I froze. My body went stiff as a corpse, my hands locked around the cigar rails. I couldn't unclench my fingers to move my hands either up or down. I couldn't make my feet go up to the next rung or down to the one below it. I was fucking trapped on the side of the building, and not only couldn't I move a muscle, my head was starting to spin. I pressed my forehead against the ladder, keeping my eyes closed. I was gonna hurl any second. Could I just jump? I thought of how I'd wrecked my ankle jumping the 8 feet. Die. That's why heights are scary, you asshole. I must have stood like that for 5 minutes. Finally, I unkinked my right hand. I forced it open, and slid it jerkily down the rail. Moved my right foot down a rung. Did the same with my left side. I felt uncoordinated, but I was moving, and when I got about 6 feet off the ground, I let go and jumped to the sand. By then, my body was made of jello and I was ready to swallow my pride. No, I wouldn't go over to the house on the sound, but I would call Marcus to come save me again. Chapter 51. Andy. I needed to talk to a girl about what happened with me and Kimmy. Mum was a girl, but she'd say, "Where did this happen?" Then I'd say about the tower and she'd tell Uncle Marcus and I'd be in trouble. So I asked Maggie to come into my room. I closed the door and went, "Shush. What's up, Panda?" "Andy," she whispered. I didn't yell at her about calling me Panda because she fixed it. "You can't tell anybody," I said. She shook her head. "Okay." She sat down on my bed, cross-legged, like she always did. I sat in my swivelly desk chair. "Me and Kimmy tried to have sex but it didn't work," I said. Maggie didn't look mad or upset or anything. "What happened?" she asked. "Don't tell anyone. Promise." "I promise. As long as nobody got you know. Is Kimmy all right?" "Did she get hurt?" "No," I said. I forgot we were whispering. Mum was home, but she was downstairs so it was probably okay. "No, I wouldn't hurt anybody. I know that." "Where were you?" "At Uncle Marcus's." I waited for her to yell at me, but she didn't. "Okay," she said. "And what happened?" "We planned it all out. I had my condom and we went to that room I sleep in. With the blue bedspread." She nodded. She knew which room I meant. And I started feeling embarrassed. Maggie's someone easy to talk to. She's so nice. But I remembered how Uncle Marcus said you never talk to anybody about it. It was private. "This is private," I said. "But I don't know what to do." "It's okay, Andy," she said. "You know you can trust me." I was ready to do it, I said, but Kimmy started crying and wouldn't open up her legs. "Oh." Maggie bit her lip. "What did you do?" I said okay. We didn't have to do it. And she was worried I wouldn't still be her boyfriend, but I will be. Maggie smiled. "I love you, Panda Bear," she said. That was a dumb thing to say that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. "Did you understand what I said?" I asked. "Yes, I did. You really wanted to have sex, but Kimmy got scared at the last minute and changed her mind. You cared enough about her to not try to force her. And you're mature enough to know that sex isn't the most important part of a relationship." "It's pretty important," I said. "But not important enough to ruin what you and Kimmy have right now." "What do we have?" I was getting confused. "Right. But I don't know what to do next time." "You need to wait," Maggie said. "I don't want to wait." "You need to. You need to tell Kimmy that you'll wait until she feels ready." Maggie wasn't giving me good answers. "That might be never. It might be a long time." "That's true," Maggie said. "Can't you tell me how to talk her into it?" "No way," she said. "That'd be totally unfair to her." "I don't want to be unfair to her," I said, "but I want to have sex." "You are such a typical guy," she said. "Why did you say that?" "Look, Andy," she said. "Girls sometimes aren't as hot for it as guys are. They have more to lose." "What can they lose?" "They can get pregnant, for one thing, while guys can't." "Not with a condom." "Even with a condom, but definitely not as easy." I didn't know that. I tried to picture Kimmy with a big baby growing inside her. "No way. It can hurt the first time, too," Maggie said. "Was that why she was scared?" "Ask her, Andy. She's the only one who can answer that question. And, just you have to be patient. My condoms could expire by when she's ready." Maggie laughed. "You can always get new condoms," she said. "A new girlfriend as pretty and cool as Kimmy is harder to find." "Oh," I said, getting it. I really would have to wait, because Maggie had. Final. Chapter 52. Keith. Jen was into this driving on the back roads deal, which is why we were in no man's land on a pitch-black night coming back from the movies in Wilmington. She liked driving any time of day or night, which was okay with me. Saved me gas money. I didn't know what Jen's story was, money-wise. She liked eating out and she paid for the movies and even filled my tank the last time we used my car. But she didn't act like she was rolling in it. I didn't care what her story was. All I knew was that I liked being around Jen better than I liked anything else in my life. She was the only person, next to my mother and Dawn and now Marcus. I didn't feel like I had to hide my face around. She'd started helping me with my exercises, and even went with me to my last couple of PT appointments to learn the right way to do them. Gunnar fell all over himself to teach her what to do. Cracked me up. It blew my mind that Jen never seemed embarrassed to be seen with me. At PT, it wasn't such a big deal since there were a lot of screwed up looking people there. But at the movies and in a restaurant where I knew people were staring at me, she treated me like I was normal. She'd hold my hand, even kiss me. Her attitude was, like, who gives a shit what other people think? That's how I felt about whatever the hell her age was. With that little streak of grey covered up, she looked 19 to me again, totally, but I didn't care one way or another how old she was. When I was younger, before the fire, I'd told a few girls I loved them. A couple of times, I actually believed it. I didn't know what I was talking about. This thing with Jen was the real deal. When I could make her smile. Whatever. That girl could eat eggs any time of the day. Sounds good to me, I said. I'd just as soon skip the meal and take her straight to that king-size bed, but if she wanted food first, that was cool. The movie tonight was one of those serious flicks where you know way in advance that very bad things were going to happen to very good people. Sort of like life. It made me think of my mother. She was the best person, and something very bad had happened to her. I had no doubt about that anymore. I had to wipe the thought out of my mind while I watched the flick, or I knew I was going to lose it. Jen cried during the movie. She was quiet about it, but I held her hand to comfort her, thinking that crying was really an overreaction to what was happening on the screen. I mean, it was sad, but not totally tragic. Not compared to my life, anyway. Now, driving back from Wilmington, I thought again about those scars she'd said she had inside. Maybe she was thinking about them during the flick. I decided I should finally ask her. We were going over the swing bridge when I figured out what to say. You know when you told me you had scars inside you? I asked. She pulled up to the only traffic light in Surf City. It was blinking red. Not another car in sight. What did you mean? I asked. She didn't say anything as we started moving again. It'd burden you if I told you, she said finally. I don't want that. I turned toward her as far as the seatbelt would let me. You took on my burden, I said. Let me help you with yours. It's totally different. Yes, I said. Just keep loving me to pieces. It was the first time either of us had said the L word. Cool, I said. You know, she looked over at me, maybe you should let Andy and his girlfriend use the tower to get together. Wow, nothing like an abrupt change of topic. I liked the other one better. Why? I asked. You remember what it was like before you got your license, she said. Wanting to have sex and having no place to do it. Whatever. I really didn't care where Andy had sex. I just didn't want a picture of him doing it stuck in my mind. Jen turned onto South Topsail Drive and we went a ways without talking. It was so dark. If I'd been driving, I'd have turned on my brights, but she was going pretty slow so it was no big deal. Just before we came to the place where South Topsail runs into South Shore, though, this small dark blur flew out of the woods and into the road ahead of us, and I felt the thud as we hit it. Oh, damn, she said, hanging on tight to the wheel. Splat. I hate that. She kept right on driving. Aren't you going to stop? I asked. I could see the blur in my memory. A raccoon. A cat. A small dog. No way, she said. I don't want to examine roadkill in the middle of the night. Maybe it is not dead, though. Once, I ran over a rabbit in broad daylight. I could see it in my rearview mirror after I hit it. It was still alive, but writhing. Kind of flopping all over the road. I was shook up. I drove about a mile, but that stupid rabbit wouldn't get out of my mind, think of anything to do but run over it again. I'd never forget the feeling of my tire flattening that poor thing. I drove miles past my destination, trying to get any trace of him off my tire and out of my head. I really think we should go back, I said to Jen. She did have a gun. We could use it if we needed to. I'm hungry, Keith. We're practically to my house. I'm not turning around. Now, what if it was a cat or dog? I asked. Maybe it'd have tags and we could call. It was only a possum or something. But what if it wasn't? In my mind, the blur had turned into a black cat. Someone's pet. Wouldn't that bother you? Wouldn't you want to know if your cat was run over? Why are you making such a federal case out of this? I pointed to a driveway. Just turn around here, I said. You don't even have to get out of the car. I'll look. Do you have a flashlight? I'm not turning around, Keith. You're being silly. I stared at her. Man, I said, you've got a real cold side to you. In 15 seconds, she'd totally blown the stupid romantic image of her I'd been building up in my mind. It was a possum, Keith, she said. It's not like I hit a person. Not like it is your mother, or my mother, or any other human being. I hated that she'd mentioned my mother like that, in the same breath as a squashed possum. We're going back, I said. Come on, just turn around in the next driveway. She made this huffing, annoyed sound, but she pulled into the driveway of an old cottage and turned around. We drove back to where she'd hit the animal, and we got out of the car and searched the road and the bushes in the light from her headlights. Nothing. Not even a clump of fur or a trail of blood. See, she said. It's probably fine. Just bruised. And I'm starving. I wasn't ready to give up. I started walking back up the road, checking the ditch on one side of it and the bushes on the other. Keith, she called after me. You're driving me crazy. I hardly heard her. I picked up a stick and started pushing the tall weeds out of the way so I could see behind them. Then I started whacking the bushes. Whacking the street. And I knew I was losing it, that I wasn't looking for any injured cat or dog or possum. Chapter 53. Sarah Healing Our Hearts 1998. Keith was the light of my life. I doubt another mother ever loved a child more. He was handsome and bright, loving and lovable. I saw Jamie in him more and more each day, something that both saddened and comforted me. Since his birth, I'd been getting Keith's heart checked, as prescribed, every year at UNC in Chapel Hill. For the longest time, I thought we'd dodge the bullet. He seemed so healthy, so active and playful. His doctor thought he might be okay and that he'd never need surgery. Shortly after his 7th birthday, though, I began to see a change in him. He couldn't keep up with the other kids on the soccer field the way he used to, and sometimes I'd see him breathing hard just from his horseplay around the trailer. I tried to convince myself that he was fine. One day on the soccer field in Hampstead, though, I knew his doctor had been wrong. Laurel was there that day. I was sitting on the lower bench of the metal bleachers, watching the last 15 minutes of Keith's game when she and Andy sat down next to me. Maggie's team's playing next, she said, and I spotted Maggie with her teammates at the side of the field, wearing their blue and white uniforms. What's the score? 2-3, I said. The other team's ahead. We were coming up on a year since Jamie's death and much had changed. Laurel and I saw each other with some frequency, but always around the kids' activities. Keith and I often had dinner at her new house on the Sound so the children could play together, but it was never the same without Jamie. Marcus, who'd usually been a part of those family get-togethers, was never around, either. I knew Laurel let him see Andy and Maggie, but she wanted with him. Occasionally, she'd ask me to lunch when the kids were in school, but I always made up some excuse. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be alone with her, just the two of us. I didn't want to hear her talk about how much she missed Jamie. I didn't want to hear her talk about the designer she'd hired to put the finishing touches on the interior of her 4-bedroom house. Should she go with a floral or a stripe for the draperies in the family room? Should she replace the fixtures in her brand new bathroom because the finish on them didn't quite match the finish on the doorknobs? Her insensitivity to my own financial situation was galling to me. Sometimes I hated her. Is Keith all right? She asked suddenly as we sat side by side at the soccer game. I looked at my son. He was running with his teammates toward the goal, but he was undeniably sluggish, as if he was trying to run through mud. I bit my lip, wondering if I should pull him out of the game. Before I could decide, he stopped running altogether and bent over from the waist, fighting for air. I was instantly on my feet, running toward him. "Keith!" I yelled. A whistle blew when I ran onto the field. I reached him and only then realized that Laurel was at my side. Keith looked up at me with his big Jamie Lockwood eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the breath to get the words out. Before I knew what was happening, Laurel had scooped him into her arms and was carrying him off the field, with me close on her heels. She set him down in the grass near the bleachers. People brought us water and orange slices, but I knew he needed far more than that. He needed surgery to repair the hole in his heart. I fought back tears, running my hand over his hair as Laurel took his pulse and counted the number of times his chest rose and fell in a minute. Sometimes I forgot she was a nurse. "Hi, Keith." Andy walked over to us and sat on the grass next to Keith. "Hi," Keith managed to answer. Was I imagining it, or were his lips a little blue? Laurel let go of his wrist. "I think he's okay," she said, "but we should take him to the hospital." I felt grateful to her for saying we instead of you. I needed someone with me. She found another parent to watch Andy and arranged a ride home for Maggie. Then she drove Keith and me to the hospital. I was a wreck. I kept turning around to touch Keith's leg. He stared out the window and I was terrified by the blank look in his eyes. "Has this happened before?" Laurel asked, peeking at him in her rearview mirror. She spoke quietly and I knew it was so Keith couldn't hear. I didn't answer right away. I felt like a bad mother, ignoring symptoms that never should have been ignored. "Not like this," I said after a while. "But I have noticed him getting winded more easily recently." "When was his last cardio checkup?" "October," I said. "His doctor seemed to think he was okay." "Did they do an echo or what?" "Just an EKG." She looked over at me. "Maybe it is time for some more intensive testing," she said. I pressed my lips together to keep from crying. Laurel reached over and squeezed my arm. "It'll be all right," she said. "I'll help you." Laurel meant what she said about helping me. She went with us to Keith's appointment in Chapel Hill, and she actually held my hand as the cardiologist told me about the surgery Keith needed. He talked about cutting open his chest and about the heart-lung machine that would keep him alive during the hours it would take to repair the hole in Keith's heart. He described the weeks of recovery. My brain spun around and around inside my head, and it was Laurel who asked the questions I couldn't seem to formulate. What were the risks of the surgery? Death, of course. What were the risks of doing nothing? Decades cut off his lifespan. When the doctor left the room, Laurel took me in her arms as I cried, and I leaned against her, leaned on her, as I would in. The surgery was scheduled for the second Tuesday in July. Laurel set up childcare for Andy and Maggie because she planned to stay in Chapel Hill with me. She reserved a hotel room for us near the hospital, brushing away my weak protests about her footing the bill for it. 5 days before the surgery, though, she invited me over for lunch, telling me there was something she needed to talk to me about. "I want to show you something," she said when I arrived. She pulled me by my arm through the living room, where swatches of different colored fabrics were spread across the sofa, and upstairs to the bedroom she used as a home office. "Have a seat." She pulled a second chair up to the desk where she had a computer with a connection to the internet. I barely knew what the internet was, but she was always talking about it. "I've been doing some research ever since we saw the surgeon," she said. "I didn't want to tell you about it until I had to, in case I hit a dead end." She pressed some buttons on the keyboard and a document appeared on the screen. "This is an email from a doctor in Boston," she said. "They're doing clinical trials of a less invasive way to repair atrial septal defects. I've been communicating with him and he thinks Keith might be a good candidate." She leaned to the side so I could read the email. Keith would need to be examined in Boston to determine if the procedure would be right for him, but from what Laurel had told him, the specialist thought it would be. Laurel used the mouse to go to a website where I read about the procedure itself. They'd go in through the artery in his groin and carry a tiny umbrella-shaped device up to his heart, where it would open up, lock in place and cover the hole. My own heart thumped as I read. That's it? I asked. They wouldn't have to open him up. Right. Laurel smiled. There's always a chance the procedure won't work. And then he'd have to have the surgery. But so far, they're having really good success with this. If you want to try it, we should go up there soon. That we again. I knew how hard it was for Laurel to leave her children. Though, ready to drop her own life to help my son. Downstairs, my heart light with the hope she'd given me, I studied the swatches of fabric for her new sofa without a shred of bitterness or resentment. I like this yellow better than the green, I told her, and I meant it. It turned out Keith was a perfect candidate for the procedure. We didn't even need to make a second trip to Boston. Laurel waited with me while they slipped the little umbrella into his heart and popped it open, telling me the whole time that it was going to work. She could feel it, she said. We had to stay up there 4 days to be sure the umbrella wasn't going to budge, and by that time, Keith was already breathing like a normal boy, bored by his confinement and begging to go home. Laurel and I played games with him in his hospital room, and when he slept, we talked about our own childhoods and our dreams for our children. In those hours, I grew to love her. We were like sisters, sharing everything about our lives. Everything, that was, except Chapter 54. Maggie. Monday morning, I was loading a movie in the DVD player for the little boy sitting at the table, when Mr. Jim walked into the playroom. Can you come in the hall with me for a second, Miss Maggie? He asked. I started the movie and followed Mr. Jim into the hall. Madison's back, he said when we'd walked a little bit away from the playroom. Oh, no, I said. She'd been home for more than a week, and I'd hoped she'd had some kind of miracle. They think this is it, Mr. Jim said. You mean she's dying? He nodded. Her mother said that while they were driving in, Madison asked if you'd be here. She did. I was so touched by that. I don't know if you want to see her or not, he said, but I thought I'd tell you and let you decide. I know you felt a special connection to her. Yes, I wanted to see her. Of course I did. Okay, I said. He touched my arm. You don't have to, honey. She may not even know you're there, so if you don't want to, I want to, I said. Can you watch the playroom? He nodded. Taffy's her nurse today, he said. I found Taffy, and we walked together toward the little girl's room. I had a lot of questions I wanted answered before I saw her. What about her father? I asked. I didn't want to run into him again. I think he's locked up, Taffy said. At least he was. Drunk and disorderly. And a few other things. Is she awake? Taffy shook her head. She's getting a lot of morphine to keep her comfortable. Her mama's in there with her and I know she's completely wiped, she said. Would you be okay sitting with Madison for 15 minutes or so to let her mother take a break? I nodded, but inside, my anxiety kicked up a notch. What if she dies when I'm with her? Well, I don't expect that to happen, she said. But the truth is, sometimes kids, and adults, seem to wait until their relatives are out of the room to go. It's like they don't want to distress them more than they have to. Oh, right, I thought. Do you really believe that? She smiled. I've seen lots stranger things than that happen, Maggie, she said. Madison's mother, Joanna, her face ashy gray and her eyes red, sat in the recliner with the little girl on her lap. She handed her over to me as if Madison was a delicate flower. Silently, we sorted out all the leads and the clear plastic tubes that ran to this bag and that. Then Joanna smoothed her hand over Madison's head, and without a word to me, walked out of the room. The recliner rocked, some to soothe her. She was so medicated, I doubted she had much of a sense of anything going on around her. I shut my eyes and rocked, and I didn't even open my eyes when I sensed Daddy in the room. I wanted a miracle for her, I whispered to him. I know you did. She's too young. She'll be fine. I pressed my cheek to the warm skin of Madison's temple. Against my chest. She slept, barely breathing. She wasn't struggling, though. She didn't seem to be suffering at all. I wasn't kidding myself that I had anything to do with how calm she seemed. Anyone could have been holding her at that moment, and she would have seemed just as peaceful. But it wasn't just anyone. It was me. And I felt strangely lucky to be able to hold her life in my arms that way. She'd felt light the last time I'd held her here in her room. Now she seemed to become lighter by the second, and it took me a moment to understand the reason. Chapter 55. Keith. I'd been back to the trailer twice in the week and a half since I moved to Marcus's tower. The first time, I needed to dig up the name of the doctor who prescribed my Percocet. This second time, I needed to find the textbooks I'd never returned to the school. They were after me for them. Not only that, Marcus had it in his brain that he was going to get a tutor for me so I could try to get a GED since I refused to go back to school. I told him I didn't care if I finished high school or not, but he just kept saying we'll see. That was what Marcus always said when he figured he'd get his way eventually. I was onto him. Jen was on his side. Though they still hadn't met each other, they were coming at me from different angles, pushing that damn GED. I knew I'd have to cave or else DSS would start making noise about foster care again, and that was the last thing I wanted. I pulled up in front of the trailer and climbed the steps to the deck. A month had passed since my mother disappeared, and she was quickly dragging Mr. Johnson's 80% success rate down toward 79. Even after all these weeks, it still felt weird to walk into the trailer and know she wasn't going to be there. Rationally, I knew it, but that didn't stop me from calling Mum when I walked in the door. Of course there was no answer, though I thought I heard a sound coming from her bedroom. I pulled a knife from the knife block and went into the room. Nobody there. Nobody in the whole double wide except me. And somewhere, those damn textbooks. I started hunting for them and found two of them, chemistry and this book of short stories, sticking out from under the sofa. I was pouring through the pile of stuff on the end table when I saw the blinking light on our answering machine. I dropped the books I was carrying and hit the play button, my finger jumping all over the place. The mechanical female voice said, one message, Mum, Mum, Mum. I didn't even realize how hard I was hoping the message would be from her. Until I heard a stranger's voice on the tape. Disappointment raced through me so fast I felt like I was going to pass out. This is Barbara McCarty, the woman said, and I'm trying to reach Sarah Larkin. Larkin was my mother's maiden name. I had no idea who Barbara McCarty was, and I thought that was all she was going to say, but then she kept going. Ms. Larkin, we have a 3-bedroom available on the first in case you're still interested. I'll need to verify your employment at Western Carolina Bank, though, so if you can get back to me ASAP, that'd be great. My brain was numb as I listened to the woman give her number twice. I started dialing it on our landline, but my hand was shaking like crazy. What was going on? I unplugged the answering machine and carried it out to my car. The textbooks could wait. Chapter 56. Keith. I carried the machine into the fire station. Where's Marcus? I asked the first person I saw, a new volunteer whose name I didn't know. In the garage, he said. I put the machine down on the desk in Marcus's office, then went out to the huge garage where 3 of Surf City's fire trucks were parked side by side. Marcus. Yeah. His voice came from somewhere in the middle of the garage. I walked around the first truck and saw him up on the second, doing who knew what with a piece of equipment. Gotta talk to you, I said. He stood up on top of the truck and wiped his hands on a rag. Can it wait? I shook my head, my voice suddenly stuck somewhere in my throat. Okay, he said. Go in my office. I'll be right in. In his office, I sat in the chair in front of his desk and stared at the machine. Like it might get up and walk out of there. He showed up a few minutes later with 2 bottles of Coke. He pulled a couple of tubes of No, man. I plugged the answering machine into his wall outlet. This is from the trailer. You've gotta hear this. My hand looked like I had one of those shaking diseases as I pressed the play button again. He was pouring the peanuts into his Coke, but when the woman started talking, his hand froze in midair. What the? He said. Exactly. Larkin. Her maiden name. Marcus frowned at the answering machine. It's got to be the wrong Sarah. Larkin. Oh, right. And it is just a coincidence that this lady called our number. Good point. He let the peanuts fall, fizzling, into the Coke. Does this make any sense at all to you? Hell, no. And what's this employment at a bank crap? And why was she keeping everything from me? Was that area code 704? Marcus asked. I think so. I could hardly remember my name. He picked up the phone. You going to call the lady? I asked. He shook his head. We need to get Flip over here. He held the phone between his chin and shoulder as he typed something into his computer. Charlotte, he said. Charlotte what? The area code is Charlotte. Did she ever talk about Charlotte? Hell, no. Hey, Flip. It's Marcus. Come over here, okay. Flip showed up in about 3 minutes. I must have said I don't get it about 100 times by then. What's up? He asked when he walked into Marcus's office. He saw me. You okay, Keith? Just listen. Marcus hit the play button, and Flip looked as weirded out as I felt. You wrote this down? He asked Marcus when the McCarty woman gave her number again. I was starting to hate her voice. Got it. Marcus clicked off the machine. Let's do this on speakerphone, Flip said. Marcus hit a button on his desk phone. Ready for me to dial? He asked. Flip, who nodded. It was me who wasn't quite ready. My mother had a secret. One, at least, and I didn't know if it meant she was still alive or not. If we didn't talk to this woman, at least I could hang on to a little bit of hope. The phone rang on the other end. Flip checked his watch. Faley Hill Apartments, a woman answered. Barbara McCarty, please, Flip said. This is Philip Cates of the Surf City Police Department in North Carolina. I rested my head on my arms on the top of Marcus's desk. The room spun, and I shut my eyes. After a minute, that now familiar voice came on the line. This is Barbara McCarty. Hello, Ms. McCarty, Flip said. I'd like to talk with you about the message you left for Sarah Weston. Sarah Larkin, today. You're with the police. Surf City. Yes, ma'am. What do the police have to do with this? Ms. Larkin's been missing for 4 weeks, and we're investigating her disappearance. The woman was quiet at first. I don't know anything about that, she said. Finally, she was interested in renting an apartment. Yes. But it has been months now. I'd have to check, but I believe she emailed us at least 6 months ago, looking for a 3-bedroom. She must have asked to be put on our waiting list, which is why I called her. I lifted my head. What the maybe it was the wrong Sarah Larkin. This just didn't make sense. You said in your voicemail that you needed to check with Western Carolina Bank regarding her employment, Flip said. That's right. We always need to verify an applicant's employment. Why did you think she was working there? She's not. She must have said so on her application. Can you fax or email me a copy of her application? Flip asked. It'll take me a few minutes to get my hands on it, but yes. Sure. Flip gave her his email address, while Marcus jotted something on a piece of paper and slid it across the desk to him. Flip glanced at the paper. And can you tell me how much the rent would be? On the one coming open is $1,200. I let out a laugh. Right, I said, and Marcus shut me up with a finger to his lips. All right, Flip said. I'll watch for your email. Marcus clicked the button on his phone. It's gotta be the wrong Sarah Larkin, I said. Maybe Mum for some weird reason changed our phone listing to her maiden name and this lady looked it up and I shrugged. Why would she do that this long after divorcing your Steve Weston? Marcus asked. I shook my head. I feel like I don't know her right now, I said. Flip looked at me. What money did she have besides the 1,000 or so in her savings account? He asked. Zilch, I said. We'd already been over this. Over and over. She'd cash her check from Jabines and we'd live off that. She didn't even pay rent on the trailer. She didn't. Flip raised his eyebrows. For how long? Is there a chance the two of you were getting evicted? I laughed. No way. Marcus shook his head. Long story short, he said to Flip. Laurel owns the trailer park and she let Sarah and Keith stay there rent-free. So there was no way she could pay this $1,200 a month without a new job, Flip said. Even then, that's a chunk of change for someone with only $1,000 in the bank. I suddenly thought of my college fund. I looked at Marcus. Could she have got? Flip turned to Marcus. You gave her money. Marcus sighed. Looked at me. You okay with Flip knowing? I nodded. Why not? The whole world knows how fucked up we are now. Jamie was actually Keith's father, Marcus said. Jamie. Flip looked totally confused. Your brother. Marcus nodded. So when Jamie died, I started a trust fund, a college fund for Keith. It had $40,000 in it at the time. I don't know how much it has in it now. Sarah was the trustee, but she can't touch the money until Keith goes to college. We'll check on that and make sure it is still there, Flip said. Keith, think hard. Did your mother talk about moving to Charlotte or applying for a job in Charlotte or anything like that? I tried to think back to conversations my mother and I'd had over the last year. The thing was, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to what she talked about. I had 2 burned arms and 1 burned face and they'd occupied most of my time. I sure as hell would have remembered if she said she was planning to move to Charlotte, though. So, do you think that's where she is? I asked. Maybe she did get a job there and found a different apartment. Maybe she'd deserted me after all. I watched Marcus take a swig of his Coke and peanuts and thought I might barf. None of this makes sense right now, Keith, Marcus said. But it gives the police a bit more to go on. Right, Flip said, like everything was now fine and dandy. We need to bring the PI into the loop. Let him know about this. I leaned back and looked at the ceiling. This is so lame, I said, getting to my feet. You mean the trailer, don't you? The pile of rust she left me with while she moved into. Why do you think she was looking at a 3-bedroom apartment? Marcus interrupted me. Just for herself. I doubt it. I imagine you were in her plans. I stared at him. Then why didn't she let me in on those plans? My brain was fried, trying to figure it all out. I wanted to tell Jen. I wanted to crawl into bed with her and tell her everything. Lay it out. She wouldn't ask me 1,000 questions. She'd just listen and then she'd hold me that way she did, like I wasn't damaged goods. We could have sex, but I didn't even care about that right then. And that was really saying something. Chapter 57. Maggie. I stayed late at the hospital the day that Madison died. I didn't want to go home. I wanted to stay in the PEDS unit with people who understood how I felt. Even after the shift change, when Taffy left, I stayed. I think Taffy'd taken some heat for letting me stay with Madison when she was so close to dying, and I tried to let everyone know I was okay. I honestly was. I was okay enough to be worried about Joanna. She fell totally apart when she realized that she'd left her daughter's side for 15 minutes in the last 24 hours, and it was the wrong 15 minutes. It shouldn't have been me with her. It should have been her mum. Yet it was nobody's fault. Tony, one of the male nurses in the PEDS unit, came on duty after Taffy left. And when he found out what had happened, he called the social worker to come talk to me to be sure I was all right. She was a pretty woman in her 30s who'd been leaving for the day when Tony called her. She came to the playroom, carrying her purse and her sweater, and I felt terrible that I was causing her to stay late. I'm absolutely fine, I said, sitting down on the rocker at her request. She sat on the playroom table, setting her purse and sweater next to her. Tony said you were supposed to leave at 5, she said, and it is now after 6. Why don't you go home? I just want to stay, I said. There are a few kids here whose parents can't come in tonight. I can read to them or whatever. Who's it? Families. If you go home now, who will be there? My mother and brother. Possibly my uncle. Are they supportive? Can you talk to them? Oh, sure, I said. Then what do you think is keeping you here? I told you. I can help out if I stay. She smiled a little. The people at home, no matter how loving and supportive they are, didn't know Madison, she said. But everyone here did. Right. I hesitated. It wasn't as though everyone in the PEDS unit was talking about Madison or anything, but there was this bond I felt with them that I would lose the moment I walked out the door. Right, I said. Have you cried yet today? She asked me. I shook my head. If you go home, do you think you will? Yes. I was sure I would. I don't want to, I said. She nodded, and I thought she understood exactly how I felt. She reached into her purse and pulled out a business card. Then she jotted a number down on it and handed it to me. I'm leaving for the day, but this is my cell number. If you feel like you need to talk tonight, call me. But right now, you need to go home. I started to shake my head, but the expression on her face told me I wasn't going to win the argument. Yes. She stood up. You need to. The rocker as she put on her sweater. I've heard good things about you, she said. I think it is great you're putting in so many hours here, and you've really earned the respect of the staff. But part of being a good, responsible health worker is learning how to take care of yourself in an environment like this one that can tax you to your core. It might seem like staying here until you're so tired you fall asleep sitting up is the way to do it, but it only puts off the grief. You'll need to figure out other ways of dealing with it. Okay. She reached out a hand and I stood up and shook it. Okay, I said. I still didn't want to leave. I didn't feel up to figuring out other ways of dealing with it. But I knew she was right. I couldn't hide out in the PEDS unit forever. I was getting my jacket in the volunteer office when I heard a commotion at the nurses' station. I walked into the unit and saw Madison's father, Rudy, bedraggled and red-faced, shouting as he waved his arms through the air. It's a fucking scandal, he yelled at Tony and Constance, the only two nurses in the station. I'll sue your sorry asses. I hesitated near the corner of the nurses' station, which was between me and the exit. I didn't know if I should try to zip past Rudy or duck back into the volunteer office. I could see that Constance, who was probably the oldest nurse in the unit, was on the phone. Calling security, I hoped. I felt sorry for Madison's father, but he scared me. Mr. Winston, Tony said, please settle down so we can talk about this. Calmly, all. Fuck that. Rudy shouted. My little girl is dead. Talking calmly's not gonna bring her back, and it is your fault. All of you. He pointed his finger and his whole arm shook as he swept it in a horizontal arc in front of him. I took a step forward and saw that other nurses and parents were standing in the doorways of the patient rooms. A couple of them were on their cell phones. Don't you have any, screening? The nurses' station. Sir, he said, let's go outside. You're scaring the children. He reached for Rudy's arm, but Rudy jumped backward. What about my child? He wailed. My little girl. If I was you, I'd get my kid out of this hospital before it is too late. He looked down the hall at the other parents. All of you. Get your kids out of here. They don't have no quality con. He saw me. His eyes burned into me and I stood paralyzed at the corner of the nurses' station. You goddamn bitch. He started toward me, but one of the security guards suddenly appeared, and between him and the burly father, they managed to hold Rudy back. Parents. Rudy shouted, his arms twisted behind his back by the guard. Listen to me. Do you know who this girl is? He jutted his chin toward me. Maggie Lockwood, that's who. Does that name mean anything to you? Remember her. The arson fire in Surf City. People killed and burned. She just got out of prison, and this backwater hospital hires her to take care of kids. He kicked the wall of the nurses' station so hard I jumped. Where's your brains? He shouted toward Tony and Constance. Maggie Lockwood was with my daughter today when she died. Joanne had been with her every minute for days and she was fine, and in the 5 minutes this bitch is with her, he jerked his chin toward me again, she just happens to die. You think that's a coincidence? Ha. He kicked the wall again. Once. Twice. I jumped each time, horrified by what he was implying. How dare you let someone like that work with kids? He shouted at Tony, as if he was responsible for me being there. I leaned against the counter as a couple of police officers burst in the door. Thank God. Without missing a beat, they took the place of the security guard and the burly father. Rudy didn't even put up a fight, but he wasn't done shouting. How dare you? He kicked the wall again. I'm suing the ass off this hospital, you better believe it. The cop slapped handcuffs on him. Roughly. Too roughly. Let's go. The door closed behind him, cutting off his words. Tony turned toward me, and only then did I realize I had my hands on the sides of my head like in that painting The Scream, tears pouring down my face. Is this true? Tony asked. I felt so many pairs of eyes on me. Nurses who didn't know me well because they didn't work the day shift. Parents, only a few of whom I'd met. Kathy Moody knew, I said quietly. She knew everything. I told her when I applied. Tony looked away from me. Get out of here, Maggie, he said. You've had a long day. Call Kathy Moody in the morning and see what she wants you to do. I walked past the nurses' station, my cheeks on fire, and I heard the whispering start behind me as soon as I opened the door. I could hardly see the road as I drove home. Was this it? The end of my community service at the hospital? I wanted to stay there so badly. But maybe a criminal wasn't supposed to be able to do community service in a place she loved that much. My car suddenly lurched to the left, the steering wheel vibrating so violently. I could barely hang on to it. I wrapped my hands around the wheel and forced it to the right, holding on tight until I came to a stop on the shoulder. I got out, and although daylight was fading, I could see that my left front tire was nearly in shreds. Damn, could this day get any worse? Stay calm, I told myself. I'd changed a tire before, although not on the sloped shoulder of a 4-lane road. I wasn't sure if I should pull forward or what exactly, and I decided the first thing I needed to do was check my spare. I opened my trunk and discovered I had no spare to check. Great. I couldn't believe Mum had let Andy drive around without a spare. I got back in the car and dialed home, but there was no answer. I tried Uncle Marcus's cell number, then my mother's, and got dumped, but I remembered he had swim practice tonight. No doubt, my mother was with him. Jen. I hadn't spoken to her since Friday, when she'd splashed me in the water. Even after we went back inside her house, I'd felt uncomfortable with her and left pretty quickly, trying to figure out why our couple of hours together had gone south so suddenly. We didn't speak all weekend, and now it felt strange to call her. But she was a friend, right? My only friend, actually. I dialed her number. Hey. Her voice was quiet when she answered. A whisper, really. I've got a problem, I said. I'm halfway home from the hospital and I have a flat. I tried calling my mum, but I can't reach her. Is there any chance you could come pick me up? Silence. I'll buy you dinner if you haven't already eaten. It was after 7. Of course she'd already eaten. I can't right now, she said. She had someone there, I thought. A guy. Another friend. Can't you call a service station? She whispered. I felt myself tear up again. How was I supposed to find the name of a service station? And besides, I didn't have a spare. Could you do me a favor and look up a service station number for me? I asked. Are you crying? I bit down on my lip to try to stop the tears. It's just been a crappy day. I'm sorry, but I can't. I looked through the windshield at the darkening sky. I didn't feel okay at all. I have to go, she whispered. All right. Good. I heard the click of her phone. I stared at my own phone. For a minute, hoping she'd call back or that Mum or Uncle Marcus would get my message and come rescue me. Then I called information and asked to be connected to the nearest towing company. I was going to have to rescue. Chapter 58. Keith. WHO was that? I asked. I was half asleep in Jen's bed, but I'd heard her whispering on the phone. I could tell she wanted to get rid of whoever it was and get back to me. Just a friend. She was sitting up in bed with her back against the headboard. Go back to sleep, baby, she said. You need it. I didn't want to sleep anymore. When I first got to Jen's, I just wanted to shout and punch the walls and let out all my confusion on someone who'd listen. She did listen. Then she did more than that, taking me into her bed. Having sex with me so I'd forget for a little while what the hell was going on with my mother. Now, though, I was in radical pain. I need my drugs, I groaned. Are they in your pants pocket? No, shit. I suddenly pictured them on the kitchen counter in the tower. I left them at Marcus's. I carefully raised myself up on one elbow and saw that she had her computer open on her lap. What are you doing? Just surfing. You have a wireless connection. I hadn't seen her use her computer before. Oh, yeah. It's great, she said. All over the house. I can even get online on the deck. No, she said. Then she looked down at me. I googled those apartments. You said your mother was trying to move into. She helped me sit up, then moved the computer to my lap. Don't freak out. Okay, she said as she adjusted the screen. There they were, the Faley Hill apartments, looking like part of a resort in the Caribbean or something. The two-story building had arched balconies, tennis courts and a couple of pools in the courtyard, just waiting for the arrival of Sarah Larkin without her pathetic son. I stared. Couldn't speak. I was torn somewhere between fury and a gut-wrenching sadness. Jen stroked my neck with her fingers. I don't get what she was up to, I said when I could finally talk. I knew the whole bit about Western Carolina Bank was bogus. Flip-checked. She wasn't working at any of their branches, not unless she'd changed her name one more time. I mean, if she wanted to split, she could have at least waited until I was 18, I said. It'd be bad enough then. But I just don't. This isn't like her. The fire, Jen said. What do you mean, the fire? It changed you, and it probably changed her, too. Maybe she just couldn't take it anymore. Maybe you didn't notice her changing because you were so involved in getting better yourself. Of course it changed her, but not so much that she'd take off without me. Start a whole new life without me. I touched the blue water of the pool on the laptop screen. I hate my damn half-sister, I said. I know. I don't blame you a bit, and I hate her, too, for what she's done to you. She lifted my messed up left hand from the computer and pressed it to her. Out of her. That's too good for her, she said. You'd give her some cuts and bruises. And she'd heal up in no time, while what's happened to you, that's never going to go away. You're not making me feel much better. I didn't want to look at the apartments any longer. They were just bringing me down. I started to hand the computer back to Jen, but my shoulder suddenly seized up like a son of a bitch. Shit. I squeezed my eyes shut. Oh, baby. Jen set the computer on her nightstand and got out of bed. She leaned over and kissed my forehead. I'm gonna get you a glass of wine and some Tylenol, she said. Sorry, but that's the strongest stuff I've got. I'll be right back. My eyes were still shut, and I was afraid to breathe. It felt like if I moved half an inch to the left or the right, I'd tear my arm clean off my shoulder. I listened to Jen racing down the stairs, hurrying to get something to make me feel better, and I remembered my mother screaming at the doctor in the hospital to give me something for the pain. I remembered how she'd sit with me, day and night, while I could barely move. Barely breathe. How she changed my revolting bandages and cleaned my butt and cried when I cried. I heard Jen down in the kitchen, opening the refrigerator for the wine, because she loved me, which made me feel like a shit for the thought that was running through my mind. I loved my mother more than I would ever love Jen, and my mother loved me more than Jen ever would. No matter how it looked to anyone else, my mother would never leave me. Not for all the ritzy apartments in the world. Chapter 59. Sarah the Fire 2007. I left Jabin's Java around 4 because I was battling a sore throat and Dawn said she could manage without me. All I could think about on the drive home was taking a couple of aspirin and crawling into bed. Keith was probably surfing, his usual Saturday activity, so I thought I'd leave him a note about the leftover chicken in the fridge before I conked out. I could quickly make some rice to go with it. I had it all planned out by the time I pulled up in front of the trailer. It was dim inside, especially after walking in from the bright sunlight, and I jumped when I saw Keith sitting on the sofa in our little living room. "Hi, honey," I said. "You surprised me. I thought you'd be surfing." "What's this?" He held something out to me. "A manila envelope." "What's what?" I pulled open the curtains above the sofa to let in more light. "This." He wrapped the envelope on his bare knee. "I have no idea." I took it from him and looked at it, back and front. "No name or address." "Where'd you find it?" "Like you don't know." He could get so snarly sometimes, and I really didn't need one of his moods when I felt so lousy myself. I sat down with a sigh and opened the flap on the envelope, pulling out the 3 sheets of paper inside. I saw the handwriting on the top sheet. "Dear Sarah." Oh, no, I thought. Searched frantically through my memory, hoping there was some way Keith couldn't have figured out why he had a college fund. "So, were you ever going to tell me Jamie Lockwood was my father?" he asked. I looked at him. "Oh, Keith, I'm so sorry you found out this way." He got to his feet. "You're sorry I found out, period, aren't you?" he shouted. "You weren't ever going to tell me. Don't you think I had the right to know?" "Too many people would be hurt," I said. "What about me?" he shouted. "What about me being hurt?" He stomped around the living room so hard, the trailer shook. "Yes, you deserve to know," I admitted. I'd hated keeping that secret from him. I planned to tell him when he was older. He needed to be mature enough to handle the news without hurting everyone else in the process. "I know it wasn't fair. You put Laurel and Maggie and Andy ahead of me," he shouted. "No, I never. They're rich. And I'm poor, in case you never noticed. Even that college fund. I can't have that till I'm 25. What kind of crap is that? You can use it for college, Keith." I sat forward. "You should be grateful for it. Marcus didn't need to use his own money that way. I deserve a hell of a lot more than that. The Lockwoods are zillionaires." "I know you're upset, honey," I said. "I don't blame you. But you absolutely mustn't tell anyone about this. There's no point in dredging it up now. It would kill Laurel and her children. What about me? Way I've been sucking it up for the past 17 years. He stopped his pacing and glared at me. "Bitch," he said. "I can't believe you're on there. Don't you ever speak to me that way again." I stood up myself and tried to stare him down. He was taller than me now and beginning to take on Jamie's thick build. "Sometimes you have to put your needs aside for the sake of other people," I said. "Laurel's been my best friend since you were little. You'd have a foot-long scar on your chest if it weren't for." "I don't care." He stomped across the floor and out the door, slamming it shut behind him. From the window, I watched him grab his surfboard and wetsuit and head toward the beach. I pressed my hand to my forehead and sat down on the sofa again, shutting my eyes. Could I have handled that any worse? I was not a good mother. I'd failed him in so many ways. If only Jamie had lived. Keith would have had a father, and I would have had a partner to help me raise him better. Was that a cop-out, though? Laurel managed to raise 2 great kids without Jamie. Yes, she had money, but I knew it was more than that. I tried to give Keith my values, to teach him right from wrong, and he started out as such a lovable little boy. Yet now he was a lazy student with mediocre grades. He'd skipped school at least a few times. I knew he sometimes drank, and once he was caught with an ounce of marijuana in his pocket. I could blame it on peer pressure, but that seemed weak. He was right that he deserved more, and not just money. He deserved a more competent mother. I looked at the letter from Marcus, still in my hand. How hurt Keith must have been when he read it. My heart broke just thinking about it, but he had to keep it to himself. I didn't trust him not to tell anyone, though. Not when he was this angry. I called Marcus, but got his voicemail. "It's Sarah, Marcus," I said. "Call me back as soon as you get this." I thought of going down to the beach to try to talk with Keith again, afraid he'd with Honey, but despite my aching head and sore throat, I didn't dare go to bed. I wanted to be up and alert when he came home. We needed to talk. I was half asleep when I heard him on the deck around 7:30. He came into the trailer, wet and sandy and flushed, and he walked right past me toward his bedroom. "Keith," I said, sitting up straight. "Let's talk more about this, okay? Let's order pizza and I'm going out." He walked into his room and slammed his door shut. I suddenly remembered he'd planned to go to a lock-in at Drury Memorial that night. I'd been happy about it. An all-night, chaperoned event sponsored by a church. I'd know right where he was and he'd be safe. Now, though, I didn't want him to go. I knocked on his door. "Honey, please stay home tonight. You're too upset. And we need to talk about this." He opened the door, but only to walk past me toward his bathroom. "The only thing I need is a shower," he said. "I'm getting picked up in 15 minutes. He shut the bathroom door behind him. "Who are you going with?" I asked through the door. "Who's picking you up?" "Chick from school. Layla. You don't know her." I leaned against the wall as I heard the squeak of the faucet. My head felt as though it was in a vice. "All right," I told myself. "He'll be away all night. Supervised and, hopefully, having fun. In the meantime, I'd talk to Marcus and we'd come up with a plan. Maybe Marcus could talk to him. Keith listened to other adults more easily than he listened to me. Maybe Marcus could settle him down. An hour or so, I didn't bother with the news. Instead, I jumped in my car and drove the few miles to Drury Memorial and into a nightmare that would forever be a part of my life. Worse, it would forever, be part of my son's. The word chaos is inadequate to describe the scene at the church. I had to park a quarter-mile away, yet I could smell the stench of the fire before I was even out of my car. I ran toward the smoking, flaming church, where people were screaming and shouting, out of their minds with terror. I searched faces in the darkness, looking for Keith. In my mind, he was not the snarly teenager from earlier that evening. He was the baby I'd once held to my breast, the toddler who took his first steps into Jamie's arms, the 7-year-old who submitted bravely to all sorts of frightening medical procedures. "Sarah," one of the police officers hollered to me. He grabbed my arm and half-pushed me across the street toward a taped-off area. "Keith was hurt," he shouted in my ear. "Burned. They can tell you where they took him." He gave me a shove toward the yellow tape. The word burned played over and over in my mind as I ducked beneath the tape. I was surprised when I suddenly spotted Laurel among the crowd. "Laurel," I shouted. "Why are you here?" "Andy's here." She jockeyed her way closer to me. Later, I realized how crazy it was that Andy was there. She never let him go anywhere, but that fact didn't have time to register because we suddenly heard this horrible cracking, groaning sound coming from behind us. We turned to see the roof of the church collapse in a horrific, thundering mass of flames and smoke. Laurel and I hung on to each other, scared out of our wits. The next few hours were a blur. They told me Keith had been taken to New Hanover Hospital, but by the time I got there, they'd flown him onto the burn center at UNC. I made the 3-hour drive in two, actually hoping a cop would stop me so I could plead my case for an escort. When I got to the hospital, they wouldn't let me see him. His condition was grave, they said. His lungs had been seared, his face and arms burned, and he was in a medically induced coma where I could wail and cry. I wanted Laurel with me. I needed my best friend's support, but I knew she had her own fears about Andy. I would have to make it through this crisis alone. In the burn unit, it was touch and go. I was allowed to sit with Keith in his extraordinarily hot room between the horrific treatments he needed to undergo. They kept him in the coma because it was the only way he'd be able to endure the pain. I talked to him constantly, keeping up a one-sided conversation just in case he could hear me. I told him how much I loved him and apologized for being a less than perfect mother. At night, I lay awake on a cot in his room, wishing for some knockout medication of my own. Laurel and Dawn left phone messages for me, but I didn't return their calls. I was too wrapped up in Keith and the world inside the hospital, and every ounce of my energy went into understanding what the doctors told me about his condition. If I tried to speak to anyone else, I knew it would be pure gibberish coming out of my mouth. Around the 4th day after the fire, I received a voicemail from Marcus. He'd reserved a room for me at a pricey hotel near the hospital. I could use it as much or as little as I wanted, and he added that I should put any meals I ate in the hotel on my room tab. I was so grateful to him. I needed a long soak in a tub and a real bed for at least one night. I didn't want to be away from Keith, but his nurse convinced me that I'd be doing him a favor if I took better care of myself, so I moved into the hotel even though I still spent most of my waking time at the hospital. As for those meals in the hotel restaurant, though, I didn't bother. Seeing Keith in his hot and airless hospital room, wrapped in enormous bandages and hooked up to IVs and a breathing tube, left me far too nauseated to even think of food. Laurel met me at the hotel for lunch one day after Keith had been in the hospital nearly 2 weeks. I still had no energy to see anyone, but I needed some clothes from home and she was willing to bring them, so I agreed to meet her in the hotel restaurant. It's amazing how much you can change in 2 weeks. I knew I was an emotional wreck, but I hadn't realized what a physical wreck I was until I saw myself through Laurel's eyes. We met at the entrance to the restaurant and she looked absolutely horrified by my appearance. My clothes were hanging off me. And I hadn't bothered with makeup. I was known for always being neat and sort of tailored. No wonder she was so shocked. She started crying, and I realized the reason I hadn't wanted to see her or anyone else from home was that I didn't have the energy to cope with their worries about Keith and me on top of my own. She asked me questions about Keith's condition, and I tried to answer her as best as I could. I felt like I was in a dream, or a padded cell, removed from what was really going on around me. I could see Laurel's mouth moving, and on some level, I heard what she said and even managed to respond, but she and I were in 2 entirely different universes. Hers had 2 healthy children in it. Mine had 1 child whose life was hanging by a thread. You should talk to him, she said. They think that people in comas might be able to hear even if they don't respond. I talk to him constantly, I said. I tell him I love him and I tell him I wish I'd been a better mother for him. Sarah. Laurel looked shocked. You're a terrific mum. He gets in so much trouble, though, I said. You're a single mother, too. And your kids are perfect. Well, Andy was hardly perfect, but Laurel knew what I meant. Maggie's just a year older than Keith, but she's so much more mature. You and I both know it is Jamie who made her the way she is, Laurel said. I suddenly remembered Keith finding that letter. How could I have forgotten about that? What would I do when he was better? He had to get better, and wanted to lay claim to being Jamie Lockwood's son. I couldn't even look at Laurel then. Instead, I pretended to study the menu. The waitress brought our lunch. I'd ordered soup I knew I wouldn't eat. There's something I need to ask you. What? I asked. Are things all right between you and me? I had no idea what she was talking about. Of course, I said. Why would you ask? We haven't spoken since the fire, she said. You haven't returned my calls. And I feel distant from you, so I just wanted to be sure we're okay. I'm sorry, I said. I've been so focused on Keith that Of course you have been, she said. I'm just being paranoid. She dabbed at her chicken breast with her fork. She didn't seem to have much of an appetite, either. You probably don't know this, she said, but at the lock-in, Keith and Andy got into a fight. Keith called Andy a little rich boy. I suddenly started worrying that you might resent the fact that my kids and I are so comfortable financially, while it is harder for the 2 of you. I smiled at her as though the difference in our finances meant nothing to me. Even though I was trembling over the news that Keith had called Andy rich. I hoped that was all he'd said. That's never been an issue between us, silly, I said. I can't believe you've been worrying about that. But it was an issue, wasn't it? I loved Laurel with all my heart, but deep down, when she'd show off something new she'd bought for herself or the house or the kids, expecting me to ooh and ah over it, I did feel resentful. Now, though, wasn't the right time for that conversation. I watched her cut her chicken, the wedding band she still wore sparkling on her finger, and I knew the right time for that conversation. Chapter 60. Maggie. I was so miserable by the time of my therapy appointment Tuesday that it was all I could do to drive myself to Dr. Jakes's office. When you screwed up as much as I did, it made sense to feel like you didn't deserve anything good in your life. That meant you didn't deserve people to treat you well, you didn't deserve a boyfriend, you didn't even deserve friends. And so, when everything fell apart at the hospital because of Rudy, I was devastated, but I felt like I deserved it. And when Jen didn't seem to really care when I asked her for help, I felt like I deserved that too. She didn't even call to be sure I got home all right. I was so desperate for friendship that I built her into this great friend in my mind, never realizing that she didn't think of me that way at all. I wondered if I would ever have friends again. How could anyone want to be friends with someone who did what I did? I was such a wreck after getting towed home the night before that Mum insisted I call Drive Jakes on the phone. I didn't want to, but she put the phone in my hand and told me she wasn't letting me out of her sight until I had him on the line. I told him everything about Madison dying and Rudy's meltdown and how my friendship with Jen was tanking. I must have sounded truly awful, because he asked me if I felt like killing myself. I didn't. I just felt horribly, inescapably, bad. When I got off the phone after nearly an hour, Mum told me about the message on Keith's answering machine. That took care of my self-pity routine. Keith had it so much worse than me. My mother was standing right there in front of me, healthy and whole and loving me every single minute. I hugged her, thinking about Sarah and how all the stuff about Charlotte raised more questions than answers. I need to talk to the hospital administrators to figure out how to proceed, and that I shouldn't come back until I heard from her. It wasn't a surprise, but I felt such a deep loss on top of everything else. I loved the PEDS unit. I was good with the kids. But I totally got what she was up against. I was sure she regretted ever giving me a chance. I went back to bed, too depressed to do anything else, and Taffy left a voice mail while I was asleep. She said that, no matter what the hospital decided, everyone knew I had nothing to do with Madison's death. That's insane, she said. And as far as I'm concerned, you served your time for that fire in Surf City. I hope you get to come back. You were excellent and we really need you, and I just wanted to let you know how we feel. I wondered how many people were part of that we. I hoped at least Miss Helen and Mr. Jim. And Tony. But I remembered how Tony'd sounded the evening before when he told me to go home. He'd taken the brunt of Rudy's anger, and I doubted very much that he was one of the we. I'm glad you called last night, Dr. Jakes said as I sat down across from him in his office. I nodded, but what I was really thinking was, thank you for being there and making time for me and for listening and caring. I wasn't sure how I would have made it through the night before without being able to dump everything on him. Have you heard from the hospital? He asked. No, I said. I'm not optimistic. I'm sorry. I feel bad for that father, even though he really screwed things up for me. Could still hear Rudy wailing, you let her take care of my little girl, and I knew that even though he was a jerk and a drunk and a bully, his heart was breaking. It was a tragic situation all the way around, he nodded. I think it was an excellent fit, he said. Now you know that. About yourself, whatever happens. What do you mean? You know you like working in hospitals. You like working with children. Fat lot of good that's going to do me, I mumbled. I sounded so pathetic. Sorry, I said. I just feel shitty. Drive. Jakes didn't respond right away. I thought he was waiting for me to fill the silence, like he usually did, but then I heard him draw in a breath. What do you think would make you feel better? He asked. Daddy. He just popped into my mind. I hugged myself, pressing my fingers into my arms. My eyes suddenly filled with tears, but I held them in. Of all the things I'd lost, my friends, my freedom, my future, Daddy was the one loss that could instantly make me cry. No way could I explain how I felt about Daddy to Dr. Jakes. I don't know, I said. I can't undo the fire. I can't undo what I did. Tell me about your tears. Once he mentioned them, my tears spilled down my cheeks. I pulled a tissue from the box on the table beside me. He leaned forward. I tell you what I think, he said. I think it is good you feel so alone right now. What? I pressed the tissue to my eyes. You're a bastard, I said. He smiled. You were focused on Jen. And on the children at the hospital. They kept you from focusing on you. Now you're free to deal with yourself. Ugh, I don't want to. He didn't say anything. I blew my nose. Stared up at his stupid burned out light bulb. What are you thinking, Maggie? He asked finally. I looked at him. If I tell you, will you promise not to send me to a mental institution? I don't believe you need to be in a psychiatric setting, he said. I think you have amazing resources inside yourself you don't even know about. And, as we talked about when I first started working with you, what you tell me stays between us. The only time I would break that pact between us is if I feel you're a danger to yourself or others. It would be very important for you to tell me if you ever feel that way. But, Maggie, I don't think that's who you are. He was right. I'd hurt a lot of people, yet I'd meant to hurt no one. And, offing myself. I lacked the guts for that, even though there were times in prison when I felt like I wanted to die. So, can you tell me what you were thinking a few minutes ago? You looked like you were far away. I was thinking about my father. I twisted the tissue in my hands. You're angry with him. I shook my head quickly, but then, without even thinking about it, I began to nod. I told you about our old house, I said. The sea tender. Right. Well, I have these memories of my father being there. We'd sit on the deck together. He'd take me swimming in the ocean. He was the greatest dad. The tears started again, and it took me a minute to go on. I took a fresh tissue from the box. It hurts to know he was involved with Sarah and had another kid and all that. But it doesn't change how great he was to me as a dad. And when the sea tender was still before the storm washed it away, I used to go there sometimes at night and sit on the deck, and I felt like my father was with me. Drive. Jakes nodded like I'd said something perfectly normal. I hear you, he said. Do you believe me, though? I asked. I mean, that he was really there. That I was actually connecting with him. I don't know, Maggie. He took off his striped glasses and sat them on the table next to him. They say some people have an ability to do that, but I don't know if it is real or just wishful thinking. No one can know that for sure. It's the great mystery, isn't it? That we don't know what happens after we die. Right. The thing is, it felt real to you. You and I can't know if it was real, so we have to deal with the fact that it felt real. That's what matters. But crazy people have delusions and hallucinations that feel real to them. We're talking about you, though. Not crazy people. Single quote. I managed a smile. What was special to you about those visits with him? He loved me for myself, I said. I mean, at the time, I was lying to my mother, hiding out with Ben, smoking weed and screwing up in school. And with Daddy, it was like he saw me on a different level. A deeper level or something, like none of those things I was doing mattered. Like it was just the fact that I was Maggie, the daughter he loved. It didn't matter what I did. He accepted you. Totally. What a great feeling that must have been. But the C10, well, I don't agree. I think you can connect to him anytime. Anywhere. Even in here. It's not the same. I won't feel him like I did there. I'd like you to try. Here. He nodded. No, I don't want to. I know you won't feel him the same way you did at the sea tender, Dr. Jakes said. But I think you'll feel him in a different way. If you try. I looked down at the wadded up tissues in my lap. I'd feel like an idiot. Trying to connect with Daddy in front of someone. How would your father react if you told him what you did? Drive. Jakes asked. If you told him about the fire. I looked at him. He'd understand me, I said. I wouldn't even have to explain why I did it, and he'd get it. He wouldn't be angry with me. I remember he had that tattoo on his arm, Dr. Jakes said. Empathy. Right. And I got mine after the first time I felt that connection with him. I bet that felt good, to have that link to him. I nodded. Maggie, close your eyes. I did. Just breathe for a minute. Just focus on your breathing. Feel your breath at the back of your throat. How it feels coming in. I did what he said. I knew he was trying to get me to still my mind, and at first I thought, this is ridiculous. I know exactly what he's trying to do. But after a couple of minutes, I nearly forgot where I was. Tell your dad, tell him out loud, what you did. Daddy, I said, even before I made the conscious decision to go along with Drive. Jakes, I set fire to a church. I mean, I laid the fire and it accidentally ignited. Some people died. Where have you experienced God lately? I laughed out loud, my eyes popping open. Oh my God, I said to Dr. Jakes. That was so Dad. What do you mean? My mother told me that when he used to have a service in his chapel. Daddy'd ask people, where did you experience God lately? And that's what he said to me right now. Where have you experienced God lately? It was so bizarre. By your smile, I think it was a good sort of bizarre. I really could hear him. Maybe you should answer him. I laughed again. You're crazier than I am. He smiled. Waited. Nowhere, I said. Drive. Jakes raised his eyebrows again. Do you think he'd accept that answer? Your father. I closed my eyes again. I let Daddy's question fill me up, and I suddenly, holding Madison in the hospital, I said. The girl I told you about whose father had the meltdown last night. I opened my eyes. She died while I was holding her. Drive. Jakes looked instantly concerned. Maggie. He leaned forward in his chair. You didn't tell me you were holding her when she died. I didn't. I'd spilled so much out to him so quickly the night before, I had no idea what I'd left in and what I'd left out. How did you feel? Dozens of words slipped through my mind. Sad, I said. Helpful. Good. Bad. Amazed. Horrified. Overjoyed. I smiled at how strange the rush of words felt coming out of my mouth. I felt lucky, I said. I don't mean lucky, as in, I'm lucky to be alive and she's not, but I felt lucky to be with her. To know her and to be able to hold her that way. I wrinkled my nose. Does that make any sense? Were you thinking about what a bad person you were then? I shook my head. I wasn't thinking about myself at all. Maggie, he said, that tattoo of yours is perfect. Over the weeks that I've gotten to know you, I've heard your feelings of empathy for so many people. You have empathy for everyone but yourself. That's because what I did is unforgivable, I said. How much of your day do you spend thinking about that? It's always in the back of my mind. Even in my dreams. I dream about fires. And I'm always the one who started them. Sometimes it is other tragedies. The other night I dreamed I caused a car accident. That kind of thing. So even in your sleep, you're beating yourself up. There's nothing you can say that makes what I did forgivable. Perhaps that's true, he said. Different. I'd like you to consider this idea. You're being selfish by not forgiving yourself. I don't get it. It keeps you stuck. You just said it yourself. When you held that child, you were helping her by not thinking about what a terrible person you are. Instead, you were thinking of her. The more energy you spend beating yourself up, the less energy you have for other people. I can't automatically say, okay, I forgive myself, I said. It doesn't work that way. What's standing in the way of you being able to forgive yourself? I knew the answer instantly, even though I didn't like it. I haven't apologized to anyone I've hurt, I said. Not even Keith. Especially not Keith. I avoid him. I hide from him. From everybody who knows. I can't face them. It would take courage to face them. Chapter 61. Andy. Me and Kimmy rode my bike and Maggie's bike to the Topsail Island Trading Company in Surf City. We wanted fudge, and they had all kinds there. We both had exactly the same favorite kind, chocolate marshmallow. It looks like us, Kimmy said while the lady put some of it in a little box. What do you mean? I didn't see how fudge looked like us at all. Black and white. She pointed to the big thing of chocolate marshmallow. Fudge behind the glass. The dark part was not black at all. It was brown. But Kimmy is brown, too. If she said it was brown and white, that would make more sense. I almost said it, but Mum said I should pick my fights better. So I just said, yeah. After we got the fudge, we put it in Kimmy's basket and started riding home. There were no cars except parked ones on the street since it wasn't summer or a weekend, so we could ride next to each other. There's your cousin, Kimmy said all of a sudden. She pointed to the new police station. Keith was walking to the street from the police station. His car was parked ahead of us a little and I could tell he was walking to it. I didn't want to talk to him, but we were going to crash into him, so we had to stop right in front of him. Maybe we could have gone around him, but it seemed fun. We bought some fudge, Kimmy said. Chocolate marshmallow. Would you like some? I didn't want to give away some of our fudge, but me and Kimmy thought. Keith didn't tell Uncle Marcus about us being at the tower. Uncle Marcus would have said. I was surprised Keith would be nice like that. That was why Kimmy was being nice back. No, thanks, he said. Do the police know any more about Sarah? Miss Sarah? I asked. He laughed, but it wasn't like when you laugh at something funny. I think it is time they called in a psychic, he said. That'd be just as useful as anything that's happening now. I wasn't sure what a psychic was. After the fire, they had these psychic people come to my school to talk to us to be sure we were okay. They were like counselors. Maybe Keith needed somebody to be sure he was okay now. You mean, like somebody who can have a dream about where your mother is? Kimmy asked. Oh, I got it. Not like a counselor at all. Kimmy was the brains. I was the brawn. Right, Keith said. He looked like he was waiting for us to say something else. Maybe he was waiting for me to try to give him money again, but probably not, because of the pride thing. Mum said pride made him not take my money, but she said it was nice to offer it to him. Pride is one of those things I don't understand. It's like when you lose a race swimming, Mum said. Sometimes you say, oh, I don't really care, even though you do. That's because your pride is hurt. I totally didn't get what she was saying, but I pretended I did because she would go on forever about it if I didn't. Look, Keith said as he sat down on his car seat. About the tower. I know. Y'all don't have any place to go since you can't drive yet, so it is cool, all right. I was totally mixed up. I thought he meant it was okay for us to have sex in Uncle Marcus's house, but we didn't do it. We were waiting till we're more ready. I wanted to tell him that, but I didn't on account of sex being private. One thing I did know was Kimmy was blushing. Some people didn't know when she was on account of her dark color, but I could always tell. I changed the subject so she wouldn't have to blush. Your girlfriend is pretty, I said. Her hair's dark now like Kimmy's. Keith looked up from his car seat. What do you mean, dark now? You know, I said. It used to be white. Yellowy white. Like Emily Carmichael's. What the hell are you talking about, Lockwood? He asked. Why do you get angry at everything? I felt frustrated. We were having a good conversation and all of a sudden we weren't. I made a compliment. Just tell me what you mean about Jen's hair being white. Yellowy white. Whatever. What do you mean? Nothing. I was glad we were in front of the police station in case he started hitting me. She just looks different than she used to. That's all. He got out of the car and I moved my bike backward a little. How do you know what she used to look like? He asked. How did I? I tried to remember where I saw her. Maybe school. I just Remembered being somewhere, looking at the heart tattoo thing on her chin. The bus, I think. Or maybe the auditorium. I don't remember exactly. I think you have her mixed up with someone else. Definitely I don't. I remember her, like, tattoo thing. I touched the pointy part of my jaw under my ear. The heart. The birthmark. What's a birthmark? I asked. It's like a spot on your skin when you're born, Kimmy said. It can be different shapes. I think she has a tattoo, I said. I'm hungry, Kimmy said. Let's go eat the fudge. Look, Andy, Keith said. Maybe you saw someone who looked like Jen or had a birthmark on her jaw like Jen or something. Where? I asked. He made kind of a growl sound. You drive me round the bend. You know it. Okay. I decided to not fight with him anymore since Kimmy wanted to go. I started to get on my bike again. Do you really think you saw her before? Keith asked all of a sudden. People, ladies, I mean they dye their hair sometimes, I explained to him. So one day they have red hair and another day. Chapter 62. Sarah Little Miss Perfect. In the beginning, everyone thought Andy started the fire. That was practically the first thing out of Keith's mouth once they removed the breathing tube. He was in agonizing pain, half his face covered beneath layers of thick bandages. His arms were wrapped in gigantic tubes of gauze with surgical pins jutting from the bandage covering his left hand, and he kept saying, Andy. 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 Andy's all right, honey. I thought he was worried that Andy might have been hurt in the fire, too, and I was surprised that he cared more about Andy than he'd ever let on. He always acted as though Andy, who'd once been Keith's little buddy, was now a nuisance to him. An embarrassment. Now, with him calling out Andy's name, I wondered if deep down he still loved him. No, Keith said. Not what I mean. He needed to take a breath. Between nearly every word, his lungs raw from the fire. Saw Andy outside church, he said. I understood what he was implying, even though I hadn't told him the fire was arson. I was afraid of setting him off with that news. But he seemed to know, to intuit somehow, that the fire had been intentionally set, and in his mind, Andy was the guilty party. I knew in both my head and my heart that couldn't have been the case. Andy didn't have a malicious bone in his body, nor did he have the brainpower it would take to set and ignite such a spectacular blaze. But Keith's suspicions, which he whispered to Reverend Bill during the minister's visit to the hospital, set something in motion that couldn't be stopped. The next thing I knew, they'd found traces of fuel on Andy's clothing and his fingerprints on a gas can. I heard all of this through the grapevine, because all possibility of him being tried in adult court, which was simply, horribly ludicrous. She was thinking of us. I couldn't bring myself to return her calls, though. I wanted Keith back the way he was, his body whole and spirited and even willful. I wanted his mind to be healthy, with every memory intact, except for one, finding the letter from Marcus. I wanted that small detail to have disappeared from Keith's memory forever. But a day or two after Keith came out of the coma, the memory was back. Florid in his mind. He seemed to remember every word of the letter and our conversation that followed his reading it. My son and I held the secret I knew would destroy Laurel. I didn't dare let her visit Keith, and I pled exhaustion when anyone asked why I didn't return her calls. I was living a nightmare through my son, discovering prayers I never knew I had in me, crying tears from some bottomless well. I knew Laurel, along with Maggie and Marcus, was going through an entirely different sort of horror with Andy's situation. I didn't have the strength to support her when I could barely support myself, especially not with that huge guilty secret sitting there between us. Little did I know that she already knew the truth. Keith had confronted Maggie with it when Maggie came to the hospital to visit him. Then Maggie, angry with Laurel over one thing or another, had laid the truth on her mother. But I didn't know that then. Marcus appeared unexpectedly in Keith's hospital room one afternoon, a few weeks after the fire. It was the day of Andy's hearing, when the judge would decide if he should be tried in adult court, and by the expression on Marcus's face when he walked in the room, I thought I knew the outcome. He looked worn out, the muscles tight around his mouth. I'd been sitting next to Keith's bed, coaxing him to eat some soup, and I put down the bowl, stood up and wrapped Marcus in my arms. He was the one person from home I felt safe having there. He knew all there was to know. Nothing Keith said could shock him. "What are you doing here?" Keith asked. He was still convinced of Andy's guilt, and that, in combination with his pain and his justifiable self-pity over being denied his share in the loss. "Is it bad news?" I asked, letting go of Marcus. He motioned toward the chair I'd just vacated. "Sit," he said. "I need to talk. To the two of you." I felt suddenly frightened, all sorts of bizarre possibilities running through my mind. Things that didn't even make sense. Andy hanging himself in a cell. Laurel shooting the judge. Crazy thoughts that were an indication of how far gone I was after spending weeks in a 90-degree room watching my son fight for life. I returned to my seat and nervously slipped a piece of wayward gauze beneath the bandage on Keith's face. Marcus stood at the end of the bed, holding onto the footboard. "First things first," he said. "How are you doing, Keith?" "Fuck you," Keith said. "Keith." I didn't care what kind of pain he was in, some things were unacceptable. "Watch your mouth. It's all right." Marcus sounded so tired. He let out a sigh. "Well," he said, "it is like this. Maggie was involved with Ben Trippett." "You mean romantically?" I asked, and he nodded. I was stunned. Dawn was so in love with Ben. The first actually trustworthy man I've ever been with, she'd told me. "Poor Dawn," I said. "Maggie thought he'd broken up with Dawn," Marcus said. "That's what he told her." "Why are we talking about Maggie's pathetic love life?" Keith asked. "Here's why," Marcus said. "Ben was having a hard time in the department. Because he got claustrophobic when he had to use the SCBA gear. The other guys were razzing him about it." "What does this have to do with Andy's hearing?" I asked. "Why were we talking about Maggie's love life?" "Andy's not going to have a hearing," Marcus said. He shifted from one foot to the other. "See, Ben thought he finally had the claustrophobia thing under control, but he needed a fire to prove himself." "So," I gasped, suddenly understanding, although it was completely unbelievable. "You're not saying Maggie set the fire?" Marcus nodded. His eyes suddenly glistened. "She confessed, but she never meant for the kids to be there. Remember, the lock-in was supposed to be in the youth building." This was ludicrous. "I just don't believe it," I said. "I've known Maggie forever, and she's the most kind-hearted girl ever. She must be trying to protect Andy." But even that didn't make sense, because as kind-hearted as Maggie was, Andy was even more so. "She's protecting Ben," I said. "Maybe he said it and she's taking the fall." Marcus shook his head. "She was so hooked on him," he said. "She wasn't thinking straight." I gripped the sidebar of Keith's bed. I thought I was going to pass out or scream or throw the bowl of soup across the room. Instead, I just stared dumbly at Marcus. "She poured fuel around the church," he said. "Andy's prints were on the gas container because he helped her. He didn't know what he was doing. He thought he was pouring bug spray. He raked a hand through his hair and blew out his breath." "It's a long story. Little Miss Perfect," I said. Reality was sinking in. I'd known that little girl as well as I knew my own name, but how well did I know the 17-year-old Maggie, really? I knew the side she showed me. The side she showed the world. Sweet-natured, generous, smart and studious. But something devious had been going on behind the scenes. Something cruel and crazy. How can you say that?" I nearly shouted as I filled up with fury. I felt it explode in my chest and spill into my arms. "Look at Keith. Look at my son. She didn't just hurt people, Marcus. She killed people. She swears she didn't actually start the fire," Marcus said. "She said once she saw the lock-in was moved to the church, she gave up the whole plan." "Oh, right," I snapped. "Spontaneous combustion. I know." Marcus ran a shaky hand over his chin. "I know it doesn't make sense." Keith suddenly sniffled, and I looked down to see his unbandaged cheek awash with tears. "Oh, honey." I grabbed a tissue and smoothed it over his face. He looked so helpless, his arms like useless blocks of wood at his sides. What must it be like for him to listen to all of this? I thought it was my fault, he said suddenly. I thought I did it. What do you mean? I asked. How on earth could it have been your fault? He gulped air, and I could tell by the pain in his face how much each breath hurt his lungs. I wished I could take some of that pain away. I'd take it all away if I could. Keith told us about going onto the back porch of the church to have a smoke. He lit the cigarette, and when he tossed the match on the ground, it ignited the fuel Maggie'd poured over every inch of the pine straw surrounding the building. Massive flames, he rasped. Massive. They trapped everybody. I thought it was all my fault. My heart broke for him, and I hugged him as he cried. My poor as I held him, so awkwardly because of the bandages and the metal pole and the wires and tubes and all the apparatus surrounding him, I no longer cared. I no longer gave a shit about protecting Laurel or her family. I wanted to hurt them. In that moment, I would have given my right arm to see Maggie burn in hell. I would have loved to be the person. Chapter 63. Keith. I drove straight to My Point appointment after that run-in with Andy, and I swear, I didn't even notice the pain when Gunnar put me through his usual torture. My mind was 1,000 miles away in some really pissed-off place. What the hell was going on? My mother, Jen. I just wanted one damn thing in my life to feel normal and predictable. My mother had kept some honkin' big secrets from me. And the other woman I thought I could trust. Jen, well, most likely Andy was being his usual off-the-wall self, but he'd planted that annoying seed of doubt in my mind and I didn't know what to do with it. I wouldn't have believed him, wouldn't have paid any attention to what he said, except for that white hair bit. I still remembered seeing the skinny stripe of light hair that morning in my bed. Was she playing me? I couldn't figure it out. All I knew was that I was pissed off while Gunnar whipped my arm around, and I was still pissed off by the time I drove to her house that night. I skipped the extra Percocet after PT, even though my arm and shoulder were killing me. I wanted to be sharp when I talked to her. Stay focused. Not get sucked in by how sexy she was. When I got into the house, though, she literally jumped my bones. Didn't even say hi. She did one of those monkey leaps, locking her legs around me, kissing me. Like something out of the movies. Holding her up was wrecking my shoulder, but right then I didn't care. All the questions I had for her flew out the window. Screw it. I was going to get one last good fuck out of her if nothing else. We raced up the stairs to her bedroom and I don't know if she threw herself onto the bed or I threw her. All I knew was that my anger was coming through and the sex was kind of rougher than it should have been. She didn't seem to mind. When we were done, she curled up next to me the way she liked to do, her head on my chest. I didn't put my arms around her, though, and not just because my shoulder hurt like a bitch. I didn't feel like touching her now. Who are you really? I asked, once my breathing had settled down. 30 seconds must have gone by before she finally spoke. I'm Jennifer Ann Parker. Who are you? What's your real hair color? She sucked in her breath. You know, you just don't ask a woman a question like that, she said. She leaned up on her elbow to look at me. What's going on? She asked. We just had a great time, didn't we? So why are you being so weird all of a sudden? I decided to level with her. I saw Andy Lockwood today. He said he saw you before. A long time ago or I don't know when exactly, but he said you had white hair. He recognized you by this. I touched the heart shape on her jaw. She laughed, flopping back down on her pillow. You told me Andy's not all. There, she said. There's your proof. I saw one time I saw your roots. I thought they were gray, but maybe they were really. She smacked my chest with her palm, hard enough that it stung. You're going to believe that kid over me, she said. What have I done to you except love you, huh? I thought you'd treat me better than the other guys. I thought you'd get what it is like to be hurt. She suddenly got out of bed, turned on the light on the nightstand and pointed to her dark pubic hair. Does this look like white hair to you? She asked. Son of a bitch. She grabbed her pile of clothes from the chair in the corner and ran out of the room. Crap. I put my arm over my eyes, wincing from the pain in my shoulder. Damn, still, something didn't feel right. I knew Andy could be off the wall, but he also didn't just make stuff up. He wasn't all that creative. How many chicks had a heart-shaped birthmark on their jawline? I got out of the bed, aching all over, and I couldn't help feeling spooked while I got dressed. I remembered the gun in Jen's car, and I pictured one of those movies where this unsuspecting guy walks down the stairs and the girl's standing there with a gun ready to blow his head off. When I got downstairs, I saw Jen outside in the moonlight, sitting on the top step of the deck with a blanket around her shoulders. I opened the sliding glass door and walked onto the deck. If she had her gun, I was done for. I almost didn't care. I sat down next to her. She was shaking hard and her eyes glistened. I put my arm around her and pulled her close to me. Sorry, I said. It's just that when Andy started talking, I realized I don't really know much about you. Just that you're from Asheville and you're amazing in bed. She laughed a little, brushing a hand across her eyes. I kissed her shoulder, through the blanket, smelled the oranges in her hair. You're right, she sighed. I don't think Andy ever saw me before that time. At your uncle's house, she said, but I haven't been totally straight with you about me. I just don't like talking about myself. My life has kind of sucked. I moved the blanket off her shoulder and kissed her skin. Tell me, I said. She let out a long breath. I don't get along with my parents at all, she said. They divorced when I was little and my father was Mr. Tough guy. I was this major disappointment to him. He wanted me to hunt and fish and I wanted to paint and do my nails. She raised a bare foot out in front of her, and the moonlight landed on her dark toenails. And my mother is, mentally ill. A real fruitcake, so it was like my brother and I raised ourselves. I love my brother a lot. He was in his chemistry class last year when some kids played around with a bunch of chemicals and started this explosion. My brother got badly burned, so I understand about living with the scars and everything. And when I saw you in the grocery store, I just wanted to make you feel good. I stood up, so pissed off all of a sudden, I couldn't stand it. So what's this been, Jen? I shouted. A series of mercy fucks. Her eyes were huge and shiny. Not at all, she said. No. At first, I just wanted to help you. I understood what you were going through. But once we got together and I got to know you, I really care about you, Keith. She reached for my hand and pulled me back onto the step again. I'm in love with you. That's the honest-to-God truth. She put part of the blanket over my shoulders so our arms were touching. She was shivering and I took her hand. Held it between mine. I felt kinda humiliated, but it made sense that there'd been some good reason for her to come onto me in the store the way she did. Maybe it wasn't such a terrible reason. I reminded her of her brother. Someone she cared about. I wish you'd told me the truth right from the start, I said. I don't get why you didn't. I was afraid you'd think exactly what you just thought. That I wanted to be with you out of pity. I turned her head toward me and kissed her lips. We have a lot of shit in common, I said. Right, she agreed. And now you get why I hate Maggie Lockwood, too. She said. I hate anybody who played. Chapter 64. Sarah life sentence October 2007. It could have been so much worse, Gunnar Stevenson said the first time he worked with Keith at the physical therapy clinic in Jacksonville. If I heard those words one more time, I was going to hit whoever said them. I watched Keith squeeze his eyes shut in pain as Gunnar stretched his left arm straight. He didn't make a sound, although the tears that forced their way between his eyelids and down his cheeks said it all. I felt his pain, a searing, ripping agony, in my own arm. It could have been so much worse. Yes, it was true that Keith was alive when others had died. And it was true that he would recover, if you didn't count the physical and emotional scars, but that didn't make his current suffering any easier to bear. He'd spent 3 months in the burn unit in Chapel Hill, then another 2 months in a rehab facility. Finally, I had him home with me, but he'd be spending plenty of time in the physical therapy clinic. Now, once I've finished assessing him, Gunnar said, I'll show you how to help him with these exercises at home. But you'll be bringing him here every day for a couple of months. I nodded. I'd been warned to expect that. I would take him wherever he needed to go for as long as was necessary. It's absolutely critical that you don't skip a day at this point, Gunnar said. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? Gunnar said. How would you know? Keith practically barked at the poor man. Keith, I scolded him, though I was thinking the same thing. Keith was a very angry boy, and I wasn't sure if he'd been that way all along or if his anger had been magnified by the fire. It had certainly magnified my anger. I was filled with a hatred and fury I'd never known before. That was one reason I started taking the memoir class with Dawn, because she said it would help to write my feelings down. It helped her deal with her anger toward Ben, she'd said. It wasn't working for me, though, in spite of the fact that I wrote like a madwoman. I wrote nearly every spare minute of the day. Sometimes, I'd feel a smidgen of peace start to work its way into my heart, but then I'd catch a glimpse of my bandaged, scarred and aching son and that peace would vanish. After a couple months, Gunnar continued, we can cut it back to a few days a week, as long as he's doing the exercises faithfully at home. Of course, you need to keep up with the compression bandages and scar massage. He looked at me. I can tell you've been doing a great job with that. Not much in the way of adhesions in this arm at all. Work on his hand, though. Especially right here. He rubbed the skin between Keith's index finger and thumb. Shit. Keith shouted. Not so hard. Sorry, Keith, Gunnar said. It's gotta be hard to do the job. How often should he be doing the stretches? I asked. As often as possible, Gunnar said. You can't do them too much. On our way back from Jacksonville, I pulled into the parking lot of the Food Lion. Why are we stopping here? Keith asked. He was slumped in the front seat. The unbandaged part of his forehead furrowed. No way, Keith said. He wasn't ready to be seen with those compression bandages on his arms and face. Okay, I'll be back in a jiff. Inside the store, I grabbed a cart and started filling it with things I knew Keith loved. His favorite cereal, tangerines, Oreos. I was reaching for a carton of Ben & Jerry's when I heard a voice behind me. Sarah. I closed my eyes. I could have kept on walking. Just ignored her. I never thought it would be possible to live on Topsail Island and be able to avoid someone, but I'd managed to avoid Laurel since Maggie went to prison, and that had been for the best. Maybe Laurel'd been trying to avoid me as well, so that between the two of us, we'd never been at the same place at the same time. It was bound to happen at some point, but why did it have to be a day when I had Keith in the car and just wanted to get home and take care of him? I sighed, turning around. Laurel, I said. She looked as wrung out as I felt. I can't tell you how many times I've picked up the phone to call you. She said. I was glad she hadn't called. I wouldn't have been ready to speak to her. I wasn't sure I could speak to her even now. How's Keith? She asked. Marcus told me he can come home soon. I knew Laurel and Marcus were finally together, and I felt no joy at all for them. Once again, she had everything she wanted. He came home yesterday, I said. Oh, I'm so glad. He has a long road ahead of him, I said sharply. PT every day. Compression bandages. Scars you'd never want to see on a child you gave birth to. Oh, Sarah. God. I'm so sorry. She reached out to touch my arm, then seemed to think better of it. A wise decision. Will you let me help? She asked. Any way I can. Financially. Or taking him to appointments or running errands for you. Anything. I don't want your help, I said. Your daughter gets out of her prison in 11 months. One lousy year. That's all she got. My son's in his prison for the rest of his life. They are their half-siblings, Laurel said. I felt like smacking her. They have the same father, I said. That's all they've ever had in common. They're young, though, Sarah. Maybe someday, in spite of everything, maybe their relationship will be important to them. I doubt Keith will ever want to be related to her, frankly. Even if he wasn't one of her victims, she burned down a church full of kids. I know. And she's paying for it. Oh, good Lord, Laurel. I said. A year in prison with all of her skin intact. And her life ahead of her. Little Miss Perfect. I couldn't believe Maggie was the same girl I'd taken care of when she was a child. I'd even felt sorry for her when Laurel lavished 90% of her time and attention on Andy. The truth was, everything had been handed to Maggie on a silver platter. Even her prison sentence. She made a terrible mistake, Laurel said. I can't talk to you. I pushed my cart past her, pushed it all the way down the aisle to the rear of the store, where I hurried inside the restroom. I locked the door and leaned against it, biting back tears. I'd been at Maggie's sentencing, along with family members of the other victims and people from Drury Memorial. I watched Maggie's shrewd, callous lawyer twist the facts to get some of the charges dismissed and others reduced, so that Maggie would spend only one tiny fraction of her life behind bars. Some people yelled in outrage. Many cried. I just gritted my teeth. I was used to Laurel winning while I lost. I'd had years of practice at it that the other families didn't have. I would still be working at Jabin's when I was 80, while Laurel would be taking trips around the world with her scar-free kids and grandkids. 2 weeks after that run-in with Laurel, I woke up with the flu from hell. Groggy and feverish, I turned off my alarm clock and fell back to sleep and only woke up again when Keith knocked on my bedroom door. Mum, he said, it's almost time to leave. Are you up or what? I tried to roll over to check my clock, but the aching in my back and head took my breath away. What time is it? I managed to whisper. What? He opened the door a crack, then all the way. Whoa, you sick? I shut my eyes. Don't come in here, I said, although with all the massaging I'd done of his scars and all the hands-on stretching of his arms, I knew he was already well exposed to whatever I had. That's all he needed. He stood in the doorway. I'll skip PT today, he said. No big thing. I said. I'm getting up. You know what Gunnar said about skipping. Gunnar's full of it. Go on and get ready. I'll be out in a minute. My body ached as I got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. I took my temperature as I sat on the toilet. 102. I managed to swallow 2 aspirin before the room started spinning. I headed back to bed, moving the waistcoat next to the nightstand in case I got sick. I couldn't possibly drive Keith anywhere. I reached for the phone and dialed Dawn's number, but got her voicemail. I stared at the phone a long time before I punched in the number I hadn't called in months. Hello. Laurel answered right away, and I wondered if my number had come up on her caller ID. I shut my eyes and pressed my aching head into the pillow. Hi, Laurel, I said. Did you mean what you said about helping me any way you could? Chapter 65. Maggie. I was on the debate team in high school. Mr. Farmer took me aside one day and said I could be anything I wanted to be, but he'd love to see me go into politics or law because I could always make my case without getting flustered. I was always so calm, he said. My swim coach said the same thing, that I might not be the best swimmer on the team but I never choked at a meet. I was never really all that calm, though. I was just good at faking it. Since the fire, I couldn't even do that. Now, I sat in my car in front of the New Drury Memorial Church, that was actually on its sign, New Drury Memorial, and shook all over. I had to find the courage to come out of hiding, Dr. Jakes had said, and I knew he was right, as usual. Keith was the person I most wanted to hide from, but after Keith came Reverend Bill, who was probably in the church right at that moment. Even before the fire, he'd made me uncomfortable. He never smiled and he was weird and he hated my family. Now, when I knew he had to hate me more than he'd ever hated anyone, I was going to have to face him. I got out of my car slowly, like invisible arms were trying to keep me inside. I shut the door quietly because I felt paranoid. Maybe Reverend Bill was watching me from inside the church. The windows were stained glass, though, so he probably couldn't see me even if he was looking. I tried the front doors of the church, but they were locked and I felt relieved. I tried, right. Nobody home. But I could already hear what drive Jakes would say if I told him I gave up that easily. So I walked along the sidewalk that circled the brick building until I came to a door at the rear. I turned the knob, hoping that door would also be locked, but it opened easily. Didn't even squeak on its hinges. I was in a hallway, a men's room on my left, a ladies' room on my little whitewashed building in my mind. I remembered the pine straw around it, how it crunched beneath my feet as I poured the fuel. I remembered thinking that pine straw would catch quickly and what a great fire it would make for Ben to fight. Damn, I really, truly couldn't stand myself sometimes. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I saw the partially open door next to the men's room and read the wall plaque next to it. Reverend William Jesperson. I'd come this far. I had to do it. There was a window in the door and I could vaguely make out Reverend Bill's reflection in the glass. I knocked softly. Come in. Ugh. I remembered that voice. I forced myself to walk inside. He looked up from his desk. If he was surprised to see me, he didn't show it. But he leaned back in his chair and put down the pen he'd been holding. Miss Lockwood, he said. Can I talk to you? I asked. My voice came out high-pitched, like a little girl's. He motioned to a wooden chair and I sat down, resting my hands flat on my lap. I'm here because I wanted to tell you I'm sorry for what I did, I said. It's about time, he said. You got out of prison when? 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks and this is the first time you've come to me, he said. And all those months in prison, I didn't hear a thing from you, either, did I? No, sir. He wasn't going to make this easy on me. Why should he? What are you doing now? You mean I didn't know if he meant right that minute or what? I've been doing community service at Briar Glen Hospital. I couldn't tell him I might never be able to work there again. I just couldn't. 300 hours, he said. He had my sentence memorized. Yes. You think 300 hours is enough? He asked. You think that year in prison was enough for what you did? No, Reverend. I know it is not. He picked up his pen again and leaned over the notepad on his desk. Ignoring me. His long face had taken on a ruddy color and all of a sudden I felt his fury at me. It radiated out of him, like a force in the room. I didn't blame him for it. He was an unlikable man, but I'd hurt him and his church in a terrible way. I'm sorry, I said again as I stood up. He wasn't going to say anything else. So I started for the door. Feel better now? He asked suddenly. What? I stopped and looked at him and instantly wished I hadn't. I could have handled seeing a typical ugly Reverend Bill sneer on his face or even the red-faced fury, but his eyes were damp, his lips quivering. That I couldn't take. Who was that apology supposed to help? He asked. Me, or you? I turned my hands palms up in a helpless gesture. Both, I think. I really meant it, if that's what you're asking. I couldn't take this. Couldn't take seeing Reverend Bill look human for a change. He returned to his writing, and I had the feeling he wanted to hide that naked sadness in his face. You can do community service here, you know, he said, his pen moving. What do you mean? He didn't look up. Kept writing. We still have a lot to do too. The interior of the church, he said. We sponsor a food program, and run a daycare in Hampstead. I could go on and on. We do more for the community than you could ever guess. There's plenty you could do. Oh my God. Work for him. Never. Okay, I said. Thanks for letting me know. I nearly ran back to my car. I wanted to get away from the church and away from him. I didn't want to think about his quivering mouth, or about his question. Who was that apology supposed to help? I knew the answer. My apology had been sincere and totally heartfelt, but I'd finally gotten around to making it in order to help myself. Which was why I couldn't go straight to Marcus's tower to see Keith, like I'd planned. I needed a break first. Talking to Keith wasn't going to go well. I knew it. He hated me as much as one person could hate another, and I was so afraid of his anger. Not that he'd hit me or anything, but that he'd yell and find a way to hurt me with words. I was most afraid to see the physical damage I'd done to him. I wasn't sure I could take seeing him like that, knowing I was responsible. The bottom line was, like Reverend Bill had implied, apologizing to Keith would be for me. To help me. Like I'd be using him to clear my own conscience. Or was that just a cop-out? Whatever. I wasn't going to go to the tower without a break. I drove home, and as I was pulling into the driveway, I saw a yellow kayak. Docked near the end of our pier. Did Andy get his kayak? Then I spotted a woman. Jen, running up the pier toward the boat. I put my car in park and jumped out. Jen, I called, walking across our side yard toward the pier. It was Jen. That shimmery dark hair and skinny body were unmistakable. Jen, I shouted, louder this time. She stopped and turned around. Waved. Then started walking back up the pier toward me. Forgotten. Hi, I said as we met in the side yard near the pier. Did you get a kayak? She glanced back at the boat where it rocked gently next to the pier. Rental. I just felt like trying it out. Cool, I said. I stopped by to make sure you were okay, she said. I felt bad about the other night. Not coming to get you. That's all right, I said. I got towed. Excellent. She shook her head with a roll of her eyes. It was stupid. I had a guy there. I always hated when girls shaft their female friends because of a guy. Sorry I did that to you. I practically loved her for saying that. I get it, I said. How'd it go with him? She shook her head. It was okay. She glanced back at her kayak again. I've got to get going. I just wanted to be sure you were all right. Come in for a while, I said. I didn't want her to leave. I wanted so much to get back to the pedicure and movie feel our friendship had in the beginning. She shook her head and started moving backward toward the pier. Can't, she said. Not today. But I'll call you and we can get together, okay? Okay. I watched as she turned and ran up the pier toward her boat again. Wondering where she had to run off to in such a hurry. I walked into the house through the unlocked porch door and instantly smelled it, citrus, oranges or lemons or whatever it was, and I knew that Jen had been inside the house. Just to see if I was there, I told myself. Probably poked her head inside the door from the porch and called my name. But even as I made up reasons for why she might have come inside, I stood in the middle of the room, breathing in her scent, feeling. Chapter 66. Sarah Here and Now, April 2008. Amazing. I've caught up to the present in these notebooks. It shocks me to realize how much I've written, how many notebooks I've filled in the past 6 months, and, yes, how much better I feel. Maybe it is simply the passage of time that's helped, but I think it is the writing. Self-indulgent, I know. Especially all I wrote about Jamie. Remembering him. Wallowing in those ancient memories. Oh, he was so imperfect. Just like everyone else. But writing about him made me remember all that I loved about him. The joy I felt back then was intense. The grief, equally so, but I don't regret a minute. If I'd never had Jamie in my life, I wouldn't have my son. We just passed the 1-year anniversary of the fire. Physically, Keith is doing much better. He still wears the compression bandages, but they'll come off sometime during the summer. From an emotional perspective, though, I'm afraid his anger and bitterness are boundless. I forced him to go to a therapist a couple of times, but he won't go back, and there isn't much I can do to make him. His anger comes out in all sorts of ways, and while it is often aimed at me, I know its true target is Maggie. All the Lockwoods, actually. During my week-long bout with the flu back in October, Laurel took time off from work to drive Keith back and forth to physical therapy in Jacksonville every day, in spite of the fact that he refused to say a word to her. For a while, I let her be my personal slave. She bought our groceries and picked up Keith's prescriptions and paid for repairs on my car, and I felt justified in letting her do all of it. After a while, though, it no longer felt right. I think my anger was starting to fade. I didn't want to be her friend again. I doubt that will ever happen. But I also didn't want, said she sincerely wanted to help. I stopped calling her. We haven't spoken in a couple of months, although I see her here and there. It always feels strained. We're cordial to one another, nothing more. Here is what I worry about now. In September, only 5 short months away, Maggie will get out of prison. It's one thing to bump into Laurel from time to time, it will be another to bump into Maggie. It will be unbearable for Keith to see her flitting around the island, free as a bird. I try to remind myself that she's Jamie's daughter, and I know that, deep down, a part of me still loves a part of her. Yet Keith is first in my heart and always will be, and I worry that seeing Maggie free is going to tear him apart. For a while, I seriously considered moving. So seriously, in fact, that I did some job hunting, using the computer in the waiting area at the PT clinic while Keith was in with Gunnar. I needed a job that would pay better than waitressing, and it had to be in a location near good medical facilities for Keith. There were several opportunities in Charlotte, training positions in banks and that sort of thing. I applied for one of them at Western Carolina Bank under my maiden name, deciding that if we moved, I'd make it a truly fresh start. I got so excited about the possibility that I looked at apartments online as well. I stumbled across a gorgeous apartment complex with 2 and 3 bedroom units, plus both indoor and outdoor pools I was sure Keith would love. I filled out the application online, but I knew I was dreaming. The bank salary might cover the rent, but little else. I thought about the necklace Jamie gave me so long ago, the one I intended to wear on our wedding day. I pay $30 a year for the safe deposit box it is in, and I haven't once looked at it since I put it in there. I fantasized about selling it so that we could live in one of those apartments. The way Jamie talked about the necklace, I think it might be worth $5,000 or even $10,000, although I've heard you can never sell jewelry at its true value. I found this high-end auction house online where you can sell jewelry at a good price and keep 70% of what they get for it. 70% of, say, $10,000, along with the salary from the bank, every night imagining our new life in Charlotte. The more I thought about it, though, the less appealing the fantasy. I didn't want to do it. This is my island, too, not just Maggie's or the Lockwoods. I may not own property all over it, but it is mine in my heart, and it felt so unfair that I should have to give it up. So by the time the bank called to say they had a trainee position for me, I'd changed my mind about leaving. That means that in late August, as long as Keith continues to do well physically, he'll return to school. He'll be a year behind his friends, his former friends, since most of his old friends seem to have disappeared. Kids can be so damn fickle. I'm worried they'll also be cruel. I guess what I'm really worried about is that I made a mistake turning down that job. Was I being selfish? A calendar hangs on the wall above my dresser, and I keep lifting the pages to see how quickly September is creeping up on us. I picture Maggie checking her own calendar, looking at the same date with happy anticipation that is the flip. Chapter 67. Keith. I was working out on the elliptical trainer in Marcus's bedroom, watching this dude jog on the beach with his Jack Russell Terrier, when the doorbell rang. I kept pumping away on the elliptical. I was going over to Jen's later, so I knew it wasn't her at the door, and anybody else would be for Marcus. But the bell kept ringing and I started thinking maybe Marcus locked himself out, or maybe it was Flip Kates with news about my mother. So after about 5 minutes of listening to the bell ring, I got off the elliptical, slung a towel around my neck and went downstairs. I pulled open the front door and was really sorry I bothered. Maggie. Without even thinking about it, I turned my head to the left to hide the scars. What do you want? I asked. I could have happily gone the rest of my life without seeing her. To talk to you, she said. I'd seen her those couple of times on the news since she got sprung, but I hadn't realized how skinny and pale she'd gotten. No, you don't, I said. 'Cause if you start talking to me, I'll start talking back, and you won't want to hear what I have to say. It's okay, she said. I mean, I do. I want to hear what you have to say. Go away. I started to close the door, but she put out both hands. I couldn't say why I caved, but I turned away from the door and let her walk into the house behind me. I flopped down on the sofa and folded my arms across my chest. I wished I wasn't wearing a t-shirt. I felt like one big walking scar. So, go ahead, I said. She leaned against one of the chairs and stared out the window toward the beach, and I realized that the last time she saw me, I was in the hospital, covered in bandages. This was her first real glimpse of her handiwork. First time was always a shock. She pulled it together finally, though, and looked right at me. I'm really sorry, Keith, she said. For the fire. For your injuries. They're all my fault. I'd give anything to be able to change what happened. You're not the only one. Man, I hated that girl. She sort of slid from leaning against the chair to sitting in it, like she was inching her way closer to actually being in the room with me. How are you doing? She asked. Uncle Marcus says your PT's going pretty well, but you dropped out of school. That's my business. I know, she said. She was just trying to start up a conversation, and I felt kinda sorry for her. The weird thing was, she had the same eyes as me. I'd never noticed it before, but they were exactly like mine. The shape of them, kind of abnormally round. The brown color that was practically black. The fat eyelashes that looked good on a girl but were too femme for a guy. So, maybe it was because she had my eyes that I felt like I could see behind them. I could see she was scared, being there with me. I didn't want to feel any sympathy toward her, but when someone has your eyes and you can see right through them, you can't help but feel some of what they're feeling. Hey, Keith. The way he said it, I knew something was wrong. I sat up. What is it? I asked. Your mum's car's been found. Is she with it? Your mother. Maggie leaned forward in the chair. I'm sorry, Keith, Marcus said. It looks like she had an accident. She ran off Route 74 outside of Charlotte, and her car was deep in the woods. It probably happened that first day she went missing. They think she was probably killed instantly. I'm at the police station. They need you here. Do you want me to come get you? I couldn't speak right away. I couldn't get enough breath in my lungs to say a word. Keith, let me come get you. No, I said. I'd known it from the start, didn't I? That she was dead. I'll be there in a few minutes. I got up, turning off my phone. I ignored Maggie as I headed to the kitchen for my car keys. They found your mother. Maggie watched me grab my keys off the counter, then followed me to the door. Keith, did they? Yes, they found her. I spun around to stare her down, smacking my fist against the wall. She's dead. Oh my God. She covered her mouth with her hand, tears already in her eyes. I'm so sorry. So what's the score now, huh, Maggie? I asked as I yanked open the door. 5 for Maggie Lockwood. Congratulations. You have another victim. She followed me out the door, practically tripping over me, she was so close. Are you going to the police station? She asked. Let me drive you. My car. Her car. Both of them a blur in front of the tower. Why was it getting to me like this, when I'd known all along she was dead? My chest muscles squeezed tight around my windpipe. I pounded the hood of my car. Once. Twice. Fuck. Maggie took my arm and led me to her car. I let her. It was like I had no fight in me. I let her open the car door. My legs shook, from the elliptical or from freaking out or both. I fell into the seat. Maggie got in behind the wheel and turned the key. Damn it, I said when we pulled into the street. Why Charlotte? Why, without me? Why didn't she fucking tell me? I don't know, Maggie answered, like I'd actually been talking to her and not myself. Could she have been going to a job interview, maybe? Uncle Marcus told us about the apartment and the bank and your uncle should keep his trap shut. We're family, Keith. Cut me a break, I snapped. You and I might have some of the same blood in our veins, but that's where it ends. I don't want you for a sister. Get it? I don't want shit to do with the Lockwoods. That shut her up. She sniffled and wiped her eyes with her hands, but we didn't talk for the rest of the way to the station. When we got there, she walked right into Flip Cates's office with me, like I'd invited her to tag along. Marcus was there, too, and if either of them was surprised to see Maggie and me together, they didn't say anything. Flip stood up from behind his desk. "I'm sorry, Keith," he said. "This wasn't the news we were hoping for." Marcus walked over to hug me, but I wasn't having any of it. "Where's my mother?" I kept my arms at my side. "She's at the medical examiner's office in Charlotte," Flip said. "Why? What does a medical examiner do?" It was one of those things I probably should have known, but I needed an answer and didn't feel like faking it. Marcus leaned back against Flip's desk. "They'll figure out how long ago she died and the probable cause of death," he said. I didn't want to think about what my mother looked like when they found her, decomposed and everything. I didn't want that to be the last image I had of her in my mind. "They'll probably want to do an autopsy," Flip said. "Why? Crap. Now they wanted to cut her up. To try to figure out if there was a medical condition or possibly alcohol or another substance in her system that might have led to her losing control of the car." "She didn't take any drugs," I said. "And she hardly ever drank." "I already told you that. Maybe a deer ran out in front of her car," Maggie said. "Very possible, Mags." Marcus nodded. "There were boxes and some other things in the car with her." Flip looked at a notepad lying on his desk. "The police will turn them over to you. When you're ready, you'll have to go up to Charlotte to get them." "I can do that for you if you want, Keith," Marcus said. "Or at least go with." Marcus folded his arms. "The police said there were a lot of papers. Bank statements. That sort of thing. Then some books. Some clothing. A suitcase. Probably the one you thought might be missing." "I never said I thought one was missing," I said. How many times had I told I didn't even think she had a suitcase. One of the boxes had a pan on it, like Andy Lockwood said he saw her carrying, Flip said. But it was an old box and just had toiletries in it. "Like she was moving," I said. "We don't know that. Without me. Her car was totaled," Marcus said, "but you should be able to get insurance money for it." "Whoop-de-doo," I said. "That should keep me going for another month or two." The walls of Flip's office were closing in on me, getting dark around the edges. My legs started shaking again and I sat down on one of the chairs by the desk. Flip and Marcus and Maggie were all staring at me, and I felt so alone. All those weeks my mother'd been missing, with me knowing deep inside she must be dead, and I'd never felt that horrible, scary, suffocating aloneness until that moment. "What am I supposed to do now?" I asked. My voice cracked on the now. And I was pissed at myself for sounding afraid. "You don't have to make any decisions right away," Marcus said. "Let's take this one step at a time. The first thing is to just let this sink in. I'll go back to my house with you and we'll chill for the rest of the day, all right? Then we can start planning a memorial service for her. I don't know how to do that shit. You'll have plenty of help." I snapped my head toward her. "Don't you get it, Maggie?" I asked. "I don't want your help. This whole mess wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for you." "Mags," Marcus said, "why don't you go home? We can talk later." "All right." She nodded. "I'm sorry, Keith," she said for the zillionth time. I waited till I was sure she was far enough down the hall that she couldn't hear me. "You don't need to come home," I said to Marcus. "I'm gonna call Jen to come get me." I needed to be with Jen. With her screwed-up family, she was the one person who'd get how I was feeling. "You sure?" Marcus asked. "Why not let me take you home? Give you some time to process all this. I want to be with my girlfriend, okay?" I stood up, wobbling a little. Marcus reached out an arm to steady me, and I let him. "I'm all right," I said. "I'm not." Chapter 68. Maggie. I needed an extra session with Dr. Jakes the morning of Sarah's memorial service because I so didn't want to go. I wanted to hide in my room. Mum would have let me stay home. She was scared for me. She didn't say so, but I could tell by the way she kept checking on me as I got ready, and I finally told her what drive Jakes had told me. Today is about Sarah, Mum, I said. It's not about me. Keith and Uncle Marcus would be driving together to the service. Uncle Marcus told me that Keith had a girlfriend now, and she'd probably be coming with them. He said he'd been seeing her for a while, but Uncle Marcus hadn't met her yet. I was amazed that Keith had a girlfriend. It made me happy. He needed somebody to care about him, especially since he was pushing all of us away. There was a line of cars parked on the road by the northern tip of the island. And we pulled right behind Marcus's pickup. Mum and Andy and I held hands as we walked toward the windy spit of land by the remains of Daddy's chapel. Apparently, Sarah once told Dawn she'd like to have her ashes scattered in the inlet by the old chapel, so Dawn suggested the service be held there. I wished she'd picked someplace, any place, else. It had to be so hard for my mother. I held her hand tight as we got close to the 20 or 30 people milling around near the old chapel walls. Mum probably thought it was because I was freaking out with all the people there, but I just wanted to comfort her the way she'd been comforting me all year long. The sky was that bright blue you saw on the island sometimes. As things got going, I stood between Mum and Andy, and Marcus stood next to Keith. No sign of his girlfriend that I could see. Dawn was there, and she stood in front of everybody since she was in charge of the service. It was the first, a lot shorter than Dawn, and he had that blonde and tan surfer look. Dawn talked about Sarah, what a good friend she'd been and how much she'd loved working with her at J-Beans. I could hear her because I was close enough, but I was sure some of the other people just saw her mouth moving as her words were blown out to sea. Then Mum went up in front of everyone and talked about what a great mother Sarah had been to Keith. A few other people spoke, but I was spacing out, thinking about how Jakes was wrong. This was about me. I'd changed the island. I'd done more damage than a hurricane. Keith with his scars. Sarah dead. There was nobody to blame but me, and every single person there probably had that thought going through his or her mind. Some of the people hated me, for sure. Keith certainly did. Dawn. So many others. Even people who didn't know me still knew what I did and hated me for it. As long as I lived on Topsail Island, every time I'd be in a group of people, it would be about me. Someday I'd have to leave. If I ever wanted a normal life, it couldn't be here. But there was a difference between leaving and running away. I wouldn't go until I was sure which one I was doing. When everyone was done speaking, Keith carried the urn out to the inlet. Marcus at his side. The wind blew Keith's dark curly hair all over the place and whipped at his shirt. I couldn't see what was happening, but he was struggling with the urn and Marcus had to help him. I watched Sarah's ashes suddenly explode in a grey puff of smoke before they were swallowed by the wind and the water. It was incredibly quick. That's really when it hit me, and when I started to cry. She was actually gone. The woman I'd loved for most of my life. My second mother when I was little. In less than a second, she was gone. People followed us back to our house afterward, where this caterer Mum knew was setting up sandwiches and coffee. I went straight up to my room. Mum had told me not to worry about socializing, and I was relieved that she understood how hard that would be for me. My courage had its limits. I sat on my bed, looking out the window at the sound. Even though the window was closed, I could hear the squawking of the gulls that flew over the water. The activity going on downstairs was a steady thrumming sound, and took me a minute to realize it was Keith. He was kind of hunched over like an old man. I was sure he didn't want to mingle with the crowd downstairs any more than I did. My tattoo burned and I rubbed my hip as I tried to blink away the image of Sarah's ashes disappearing in a puff of grey. As shocking as that moment had been for me, it must have been 1,000 times worse for Keith. I wanted to help him. To do things for him. I'd gone to Charlotte with Uncle Marcus the day before to get the things that had been in Sarah's car. That's when Uncle Marcus told me about the girlfriend, and I felt kinda angry at her for not being with Keith today, when he really needed her. I got off my bed, put on my sneakers and walked quietly down the stairs and out the front door. A few people saw me and probably thought I was the biggest coward, but I didn't care. I walked through the side yard and out on the pier, where Keith sat with his legs dangling above the water. He glanced up as I walked toward him, and I saw a look of disgust cross his face. I sat down next to him. For a minute, neither of us spoke. Do you know that your mum's ashes were scattered in the same place as our father's ashes? I asked after a while. He was quiet. Finally he said, weird. I guess it is nice in a way, I said, trying not to think about my own mother. Nice for them. He picked a splinter off one of the boards and tossed it in the water. I was sitting on his right side. Looking at that part of his face, you wouldn't know there was anything wrong with him. He reminded me of pictures of Daddy from when he was young. Sometimes I talk to my father, I said. And I think he hears me. Sometimes he communicates with me. What is this? He smirked. True confessions. No, I just wanted to tell you that. I know your mother's gone from Earth. But that doesn't mean you can't. He laughed. I know I can talk to her, he said. I just don't believe she'll be listening. Maybe or maybe not. Whatever. He looked toward the horizon, squinting. You know, Maggie, he said, I came out here because I wanted to be alone. I nodded and got to my feet. Okay, I said. That's all right. I walked back up the pier toward the house, hugging my arms against the wind. I wished I could really talk to him. I wanted to tell him that he didn't need to be alone ever again. I wanted to tell him that I had an amazing mother and an amazing uncle and a totally wonderful little brother, and that we would always be there for him, whether he wanted us to be or not. Chapter 69. Keith. I still feel terrible about not being with you this morning. Jen held my hand as we walked from her house to her car. We were going to drive to the mainland to rent a movie. I was pretty desperate for a comedy. One of those really stupid lame ones like Animal House that forced you to laugh in spite of yourself. That's okay, I said. It really wasn't okay, though. I'd told her it was no big deal, but man, I'd wanted her there with me. She had to go to Durham. A cousin's wedding or birthday or who knew what. Something she said she couldn't get out of. She told me the whole story, but all I heard was that she couldn't come with me. Why not? Would missing her stupid cousin's stupid wedding have been so terrible? I would have felt a lot less pathetic having her there with me. Maybe it was just as well, though. She wouldn't have fit in. It was a topsail island thing, a Lockwood thing. I'd felt like a Lockwood for the first time in my life, even though I resisted feeling that way with a passion. But it was the Lockwoods who were holding me up. Laurel asking me 1,000 times if I was all right. Marcus actually helping me spill my mother's ashes into the inlet because my arms were shaking so hard. That whole spectacle stank. I hated it. When Maggie told me that's where my father's ashes had been scattered, though, it started making sense and I knew it had been the right thing to do. It was what my mother wanted. We got into Jen's car and I sniffed the air. I smell gas. I wondered if she heard the panic in my voice. I'd pulled out. The seat always smells like this afterward. She rolled down her window. Open your window and it'll go away. I opened the window but still didn't latch the seatbelt. I was already picturing the car exploding. As trapped in it. Trapped in a fire. I thought of saying maybe we should go back and take my car, but I'd sound like a wuss and the video store wasn't that far. So how was your cousin's thing? I asked. Baby shower, she said. It was okay. She glanced at me. I had to be there, Keith. I was in charge of the whole thing, but I left as soon as I could get away. I hope you understand. It's okay. Right then, all I could think about was the explosion that was going to happen any second. My left hand hung onto the seatbelt, while my right hand was on the door handle. Maybe I could help you go through your mother's things. That's got to be so hard, sorting through you know. She glanced at me again when I didn't answer. Or would you rather do that alone? I haven't thought about it, I said. Marcus and Maggie had driven the 5 hours to Charlotte and back again to get the stuff from the car. There was a lot of it, and now the boxes were stacked up in my mother's bedroom in the trailer. I didn't even want to go in that room, much less go through the things she'd been taking to her new life in Charlotte. Marcus said I should go through it soon, though, in case she left a will. I doubted it. She wasn't the will-making type. Plus, she had nothing to leave anyone. We pulled in front of the video store and I let go of the seatbelt. Jen leaned forward to get a good look at me. "You okay, baby?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm all right." Images from the morning were coming back to me. The crowd of people by the ruins of that chapel. People saying things I wasn't really listening to about my mother. Trying to open that damn urn. Everyone back at Laurel's, politely nibbling little sandwiches and pretending not to, said, "Of course. She gave me all this crap about how she talks to her father and he talks back. Really?" Jen opened her car door. "She sounds like a nutcase." "Yeah," I said. "She's totally whacked." I got out of the car and followed Jen into the store, trying not to think about how Maggie's eyes were exactly like Chapter 70. Sarah Maggie's latest victim, August 2008. It's 3:00 a.m. and I can't sleep. This morning, I took Keith to PT, as usual. "Do you need me here?" I asked Gunnar as he began working on Keith's shoulder. "Lately, I have the feeling Keith doesn't want me hovering over him during his physical therapy. He says I ask too many questions. I think he likes having the time alone with Gunnar. An older guy for him to relate to. I just get in the way." "We're fine," Gunnar said as he slowly stretched Keith's left arm over his head. "Keith is really gaining mobility in that shoulder. I can tell when we do the exercises at home, and watching Gunnar work with him, it is even more evident. Gunnar isn't as afraid as I am of taking that arm to the limit. I'll come get you if we need you." Gunnar glanced up at me. "Okay," I said. "I'll see you in a little bit, Keith." "Whatever," Keith said, his face knotted in either pain or concentration or both. I sat down at the public computer in the waiting area to catch up on my email. I spotted one from an unfamiliar address, a Matthews. Ellen Matthews. Geordie's mother. The subject line caught my eye. New Lockwood victim. Those words shook me up. I clicked on the email and saw dozens of addresses in the header. If it was from Ellen, I thought, she sent it to, "On the news tonight, you can learn about Maggie Lockwood's latest victim. Be sure to watch." Oh, no, I thought. Another child died. This long after the fire. I bit my lip. I always think of Keith as being the worst injured of the children who survived, but I know several of them suffered severe lung damage from the fire. Keith himself would always have to be careful with his lungs. I felt devastated for whatever family had lost its child, and I hated the cryptic and insensitive way Ellen was letting people know. I had to excuse her, though. Ever since losing Geordie, she'd been teetering on the edge of mental illness, and everyone knew it. I saw her in Jabines a few weeks ago and barely recognized her. She'd aged 5 years since the fire, but I figured she could be thinking the same thing about me. I walked around the counter to give her a hug. Although I didn't know her well, all the parents of the victims became instant family the night of the fire. "How is Keith?" she asked as I made her tea. "Is he in terrible pain?" "It's a lot better than it was," I said. "The worst part is that is." Embarrassed. I handed her the cardboard cup. "He doesn't want anyone to see him. He has to go back to school in the fall, and my heart breaks for him." I suddenly realized my terrible, unforgivable faux pas and my hand shot to my mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry, Ellen," I said. "Yes, he's injured, but he's alive. I'm so sorry I said all that. I still have him. I know how lucky I am." I was stumbling over myself to apologize. "It's all right," she said. "I'm glad he's doing well." I thought she tried to smile, but I was so devastated by my stupidity that I really couldn't say any more, and she left without another word. I put the email out of my mind as Keith and I drove home. We stopped at the pharmacy in Sneed's Ferry. Or at least, I stopped there, while Keith waited in the car. "Please come in, Keith," I said. His eyes were closed as he listened to his MP3 player, but I knew he heard me in spite of the earbuds. "At least I can hide from it for the next 15 minutes, he said. "Okay." I didn't push him. Maybe I should start to, though, I thought. School was just a few weeks away. I didn't know how he was going to manage. I picked up a couple of prescriptions, then got back in the car. Keith was still hooked up to the MP3 player, humming, his eyes closed. I pulled out of the parking lot and turned toward the high-rise bridge that linked Sneads Ferry to the island. At first, the road was clear, but as we started over the part of the bridge that rises above the marshland, I saw the long line of cars ahead of us. "Damn summer traffic," I said. Keith opened his eyes. "Cops ahead." I saw the flashing red and blue lights. Police cars. Ambulances. A fire truck. "Must be a bad accident," I said. Keith sat up straight, pulling out his earbuds, craning his neck to see over and around the line of cars. I looked in my rearview mirror. Was it too late to back up and get out of this mess? I could take Old Folkestone Road to the swing bridge and cross over to the island there. But already, cars were lined up behind me. I was good and stuck. Keith put his earbuds back in and slumped down in the seat. I tapped my fingertips on the steering wheel for a moment, then put the car in park, got out and walked to the side of the road to try to see better. A couple of old men, fishing poles in their hands, stood by the railing. "Do you know what's going on?" I asked. One of the men, his grey beard neatly trimmed, looked at me. "Car went over the side." "Demonstrate. How horrible." I leaned over the railing. I saw a couple of Coast Guard boats in the water, just beyond the marsh. There was no sign of a car, though, and I pictured it sinking through the murky water to the bottom of the Sound. Teenager on summer break, I thought. Too much to drink. I hugged myself, thinking of the phone call someone would have to make to those parents. I looked back toward my car. I couldn't quite see it from where I stood, but I pictured my own son inside it and was once again grateful that he was alive. I doubted the person who flew off this bridge had been so lucky. "You could turn around like 'em folks doing." The man with the beard pointed to the line of traffic. I looked behind me. People were jockeying for space so they could make U-turns and head back toward the mainland. "Oh, good," I said. "Thank you." I went to bed about 10 and, as I did every night, I watched the news on the small TV on my dresser. I'd completely forgotten about Ellen's email, and I started to drift off during the first story, which was about a murder in Wilmington. Suddenly, though, the high-rise bridge appeared on the screen and I remembered the accident. I sat up quickly, hoping that whoever had flown off the bridge had survived. A woman was killed today when her car fell off the high-rise bridge in Sneads Ferry, the newscaster announced. I hugged my knees beneath the sheet as a reporter started interviewing a Marine police officer. He stood on the Sneads Ferry side of the bridge, the long span behind him. Witnesses reported seeing the white Toyota suddenly pull into the westbound lane, then pick up speed as it cut across the eastbound lane, he said. When it hit the guardrail, it went airborne. "Do you know the identity of the driver?" the reporter asked. The officer rubbed his temple. "What I can tell you is that the victim is a woman in her early 40s, he said. She's a Hampstead resident, and we're withholding her identity until her relatives can be notified." I sucked in my breath, then sank back on my pillow. Ellen, Maggie, Lockwood's latest victim. Before I realized it, I was crying. I finally pulled out this notebook and began to write. It's as though I can't rest until I write things down these days. It helps me think things through. I know why Ellen killed herself. It's more than the pain of losing her daughter. It's that in a few weeks, Maggie will be back and Ellen couldn't bear to see her return to normal life while Geordie would never have that chance. I understand. I picture Maggie stretching her arms above her head with painless ease, breathing in clean air with her perfect, healthy lungs. How can I expect Keith to stoically witness her return? It will hurt him so much, and I feel every speck of his pain, physical, emotional, 1,000 times. Chapter 71. Andy. The day after Miss Sarah's memory service, Mum said my room was a wreck and I wasn't allowed to go anywhere till it was clean. Me and Kimmy had a plan to go to Uncle Marcus's tower again. She was ready to have sex. Finally. But I couldn't go till my room was clean, so she was helping me clean it. I was doing things really fast. Putting clothes under my bed, even, which was totally against the rules. It's just as fast to hang 'em up, Kimmy said when she saw me push a shirt under the bed. She really did sound like Mum sometimes. She pulled the shirt out and stuck it on a hanger in the closet. I was worried that when we finally got to the tower, Keith might be there. That would mean no sex because Kimmy said it would give her the creeps to do it with somebody in the house. I didn't care. I would have done it right there in my bedroom with Mum downstairs. My desk had all this stuff on it. A book I was supposed to be reading. My tape measure. A bunch of pens and pencils. Eye drops. My iPod. Some cables. I opened the clutter drawer of my dresser, got all the stuff from my desk and dropped it in the drawer. It's never going to close, Kimmy said. Yes, it will. I could always get that drawer closed, but this time, it only went in halfway. I moved stuff around and tried again. It still wouldn't close. Kimmy made a sigh sound. Let me work on it, she said. You hang up the rest of your clothes. Chair. She was wrong about how everything should get hung up. Some of them go in a drawer, I said. I started folding my t-shirts while she pulled the clutter drawer totally out of my dresser and put it on my bed. You need little boxes in here to organize stuff better, she said as she started moving things around. I think you have things from when you were in diapers in here. No, I don't, I said. I didn't even have that dresser when I was in diapers. What's this? She held up the mail for Keith I'd stuck in there. I'd forgotten all about it. It was kind of crumpled now. Just mail for Keith, I said. His mother told me to give it to him, but I forgot. You should give it to him, she said. It might be important. I should have just thrown it away. Okay, I said. I could take it over to the tower and leave it in the kitchen. That way he didn't have to know it came from me. Kimmy shoved things around in the drawer some more. Then she stuck it back in my dresser and it closed right up. I folded the 2 last t-shirts real fast and stuck them in a different drawer. Finished. I patted my jeans pocket for the condom and the key to the tower. Let's go, I said. We rode my bike and Maggie's bike over to Uncle Marcus's. When we were a block away, I could see Keith's car wasn't there. That made me smile really big and I hoped Kimmy was smiling, too. She was ahead of me, so I couldn't see. We parked our bikes by the side of the tower so nobody would steal them. Most of the time, Uncle Marcus didn't bother locking his door, but today it was locked. I was really smart to bring the key. We walked inside and there was Keith. He was sitting right there in the living room. What are you doing here? I asked. I happen to live here, he said. The real question is, what are you doing here? But your car's not here, I said. I actually felt like crying. I parked on the street because Marcus and Flip were here earlier and took up both spots out front, he said. Not that it is any of your business. So what do you want? I wasn't sure what to say. We found a letter that belongs to you. Kimmy kind of knocked me with her elbow, and I pulled the letter out of my pocket. I walked over and handed it to him. Miss Sarah told me to give it to you when I was sick, I said. Keith stared at the envelope. When were you sick? He asked. It was the day she disappeared, Kimmy said. I'm really sorry about her. Keith tore open the envelope and unfolded the paper inside. Money fell out. It. $2, or maybe they were bigger than just dollars. I couldn't tell from where I was. I thought we should leave. I knew Kimmy wouldn't have sex with him there. Keith was reading while I tried to figure out what me and Kimmy should do. All of a sudden, he jumped off the couch. You asshole, he shouted. He waved the paper around and I could see lots of writing on it. You total fucking loser. Don't talk to him that way. Kimmy shouted. I should have been angry for him calling me names, but I was more scared. Because he looked real mean. He walked toward me. I wanted to run out the door so he couldn't hit me, but I had to stay there and protect Kimmy. Keith walked right past us, though. He grabbed, Can we stay here? I asked. I don't care what you do, he shouted. Then he slammed the door so loud. My ears hurt. Chapter 72. Keith. I was going to explode. I laid on the gas all the way to Jen's house and burst in the front door. Without even ringing the bell. She was in the kitchen, and she twirled around, her hand at her throat like she expected me to be a crazed rapist. I was crazed all right. She wanted me to go with her. I reached across the counter and handed her the letter. My heart thudded in my temples as I watched her read it. I already knew it by heart. Dear Keith. First, I'm sorry to spring this on you, but I made the decision this morning. The more I thought about Maggie getting out of prison today, the more I knew I had to do something. Please trust me that this is the right thing for us. Unfortunately, I have Andy L. here at the moment. I'll explain about that later. That's putting a crimp in my schedule, but it will all work out. You know how much I love this island, but I've been getting increasingly anxious as the time comes for Maggie to get out and upset over the thought of you having to live so close to her. I know you're concerned about it, too, and we both know how impossible it will be to avoid her. I also know that going back to school with kids who knew you before the fire hasn't been easy for you. They compare the boy you used to be with, so I've decided we're moving to Charlotte. I've thought about this for quite a while, and thought it would be in the future and you and I'd have time to talk about it, but frankly, I can't bear the thought of us being here a single day with the possibility of you bumping into Maggie. I have a good chance at getting a trainee job at a bank in Charlotte. It may take a little while, but I'll have the money to tide us over till then. I'll explain about that when I see you tonight. I'm rushing right now because I have a lot to get done and having Andy here isn't helping. Here's what I want you to do. Pack up the things you can't live without. Use the enclosed money to fill your gas tank. Then head toward Charlotte. I'll get there before dark and find a motel for us, so call me around 8 or so and I'll tell you where we can meet. I know you probably think I'm out of my mind, but trust me, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Keep your cell phone on, pack whatever you need and get on the road as soon as you can. I've got to run. See you tonight. Love, Mum. Jen looked up from the letter, blinking. Oh my God, she said. I'm so pissed off at that loser. Why did he have this? He was sick, so my mother was watching him that day, and she told him to give this to me and he's such a retard that he forgot. He forgot. How did you get it? She held the letter in the air. He and his girlfriend brought it over a few minutes ago. I grabbed the letter in my fist. If I'd had this, the cops would have found my mother so much. Keith. Jen leaned across the counter toward me. I know this must be really upsetting, but remember. They said she probably died instantly. They still could have found her sooner. Where's Andy now? Andy. Probably screwing his girlfriend at the tower. Why? She shook her head. No reason. I smoothed the letter out on the counter. I should call Marcus or Flip about this, I said. Don't go, she said. Let's just have a quiet night together. You have the most important question answered, and that's that your mother wanted you with her. She wasn't deserting you. She walked around the counter and took my hand. Lifted it to her lips. The letter's not going to bring her back, baby, she said, putting her arms around my neck. Here's what I think we should do. You turn on the hot tub and let it heat up. I'll run out and get us some takeout from the beach grill. She ground her hips against mine, making me forget for a second about the letter and my stupid cousin. Then we can have some dinner and then some time in the hot tub, and then she kissed me, and I reached between us to unbutton her pants. She pulled away with a laugh. See, she said. You're feeling better already. I smiled. She could always make me smile. She buttoned her pants again. One thing at a time, she said. What do you want from the beach grill? My brain wasn't thinking about food. It was stuck somewhere between my mother's letter and Jen's body. Shrimp, I said. Fried. You've got it. She kissed me quickly. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. And, Keith, she turned to face me, walking backward toward the door. Your mum loved you. It's awful she died, but she was happy about her plan for the two of you. Remember that. At least you know she died happy. That's more than a lot of people can say. She glanced down at her side to grab the doorknob. And also, she said as she opened the door, "You're beautiful. Inside and out. I know you don't think so, but you are. I really, really mean that. Remember that, too." She left the house and I stared at the door for a minute, frowning. It was weird, her saying all that stuff the way she did, out of the blue. I couldn't say exactly why it bothered me. All I knew was that by the time I went out on the deck to turn on the hot tub, my would-eat completely disappeared. I stretched out on the couch to wait for her, rereading my mother's letter in the light from the floor lamp. On the kitchen counter, my cell phone rang, and I got up to answer it. Halfway to the counter, though, I realized that my cell was in my pocket. The one on the counter was in Jen's purse, which she forgot to take with her. Damn, she'd drive all the way to the beach grill and discover she had no money. Her cell kept ringing. I pulled it out of her purse and looked at the caller ID. Local number. I had no idea whose it was. I stared at it a minute before flipping the phone open. Jen's phone, I said. Oh, it was a girl. Is Jen there? I knew that voice. Maggie. Who's this? Keith. This was totally screwy. Why the hell would Maggie be calling? Jen. Did I dial the wrong? Maggie hesitated. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't even know your cell number. How come you're of yours? Why do you have her phone? She's my girlfriend, I said. My heart started that thumping in my temples. Again, something was very wrong with this picture. I don't get it, Maggie said. How long have you known her? She never mentioned. How long have you known her? About a month. Man, with all the physical pain and emotional agony I'd been through the last couple of years, nothing felt as bad as the knife that sliced through my heart right then. Memories zipped through my mind in vivid, half-second flashes. That cold, who gives a shit attitude the night she hit an animal on the road. Splat. The smell of gas in her car. I just filled it up. Andy talking about Jen's hair. It used to be white. Yellowy white. Keith. Maggie asked. Are you still there? Hang on. I held the phone between my chin and collarbone as I fumbled through Jen's purse for her wallet. I found it, opened it, dug through the pockets until I found her driver's license, and shook my head in disbelief at the picture. Pretty girl. Platinum blonde. I looked at her name. Jennifer Matthews. Matthews. You must want to hurt her the way she hurt you. Oh, shit, Maggie. I said. Where's Andy now? Shit. I snapped the phone closed and headed for the door. Chapter 73. Maggie. Why'd he hang up on me? If it hadn't been for Tato, shit. I would have thought the line went dead. I was driving home from the Food Lion, and I redialed Jen's number and my other hand on the steering wheel. It rang 4 times, and he didn't pick up. What was going on? I was totally confused. Was that why Jen had backed away from our friendship? Because of Keith. It sounded like he didn't know about me any more than I knew about him, though. But why would Jen lie to both of us? I drove over the swing bridge, wondering how to get back in touch with him. Maybe he was at Uncle Marcus's. I started to dial Uncle Marcus's home number, but then realized how close I was, so Chapter 74. Andy. Sex was really fun. It was faster than I thought it would be, though. I only just got my erection inside Kimmy when it was over. She said ouch when I did it, but I didn't stop. Saying ouch wasn't like saying no. Why did you say ouch? I asked after I rolled off of her. It was dark by then. Good thing our bikes had lights on them. It hurt, she said. It did. Yeah, but it is supposed to hurt a girl the first time. It'll be better next time. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to hurt her. Did you hear that? She whispered. What? I didn't hear anything. Actually, my ears were kind of ringing. What did you hear? Shush. She put her finger on my lips. I did hear something then. Somebody was walking around downstairs. We better get dressed. I whispered. I got up real fast and tried to find my clothes in the dark. I can't find my underpants, she said. I reached onto the table thing and turned on the light. Kimmy was naked in the bed and she looked so pretty I wanted to do it all over again, but then I heard some thumping downstairs. We got dressed and opened the door. We started down the stairs that went around in a circle. I was trying to figure out what I would say to Uncle Marcus if it was him down there instead of Keith. All of a sudden, there was a big whoosh sound and I saw everything downstairs turn gold. Then I heard a big loud pop, like a firecracker. It's a fire. Kimmy grabbed my arm. It was a fire. Stay calm, I said. I heard crackling noises and smelled smoke. It was just like at the lock-in. Only there wasn't a boys' room at Uncle Marcus's. Just bathrooms, and I didn't think they had air conditioner boxes outside them. I could use a different window, maybe, but we were on the stairs and there were no windows there at all. We need to call the fire department. Kimmy said. Do you have your phone? My phone was up in the bedroom, but smoke was starting to fill the air up there. Smoke was all around us. We needed a window to get out of. From where we stood, I could see the window in the sliding back door downstairs, but there was a big fire in front of it. There was fire everywhere. I put my arms around Kimmy. Chapter 75. Keith. I spotted the glow of the tower windows from half a block away. On my way there, I'd convinced myself I was getting worked up over nothing. The tower was made out of concrete, for Christ's sake. It wasn't going to burn. But as I screeched to a stop in front of the building, I knew that Jen had done her damage inside. I only hoped Andy and Kimmy had left before she got there. The front door was halfway open and I could see a wall of yellow flame. Inside, I dialed Marcus's number at the fire station. Your house is on fire, I shouted when he answered. What? Seriously? Hurry. I hung up, then stood in the street by my car. No way, was I getting any closer than that? Man, I hoped Andy was gone. I got back in my car and pointed the headlights at the front of the tower. No bikes. Good. I moved my car to the street so there'd be room in the driveway for the fire truck. I started to turn off my lights, but my hand froze on the switch. Illuminated against the side of the house, end to end, were two bicycles. Shit. I turned off the lights and jumped out of the car. I ran around the back of the tower, but the fire was even worse in the rear of the building. It had blown out the sliding glass doors and was lapping at the deck. I felt the heat on my face and I backed away from the tower. Maybe they got out, I thought, pressing my back against the wall of the house next door. Maybe they took off running and just left their bikes here. But Jen wasn't that dumb. She wouldn't go to all this trouble and let Andy escape. I cupped my hands around my mouth. Andy! I screamed toward the tower. But I knew he couldn't possibly hear me. The only sound now was the fire. It even drowned out the breaking waves behind me. I ran toward the side of the building. I was going to have to do this. No choice. No fucking choice. I should have left my car lights on. The side of the house was in darkness, the only light the sickening orange glow from the windows. I felt along the wall until my hands hit one of the skinny metal rails. I can't do it, I thought, but I was already grabbing the sides of the ladder and had a foot on one of the rungs. Keith. I was a few yards off the ground when I heard Maggie call my name. I glanced down just long enough to see her standing at the foot of the ladder, glowing in the flickery orange light. The world spun around me and I quickly shut my eyes, hugging the thin rails of the ladder. Oh my God, she shouted. Don't go up there. I think Andy and Kimmy are inside. I managed to shout. Andy. I felt her grab the ladder beneath me and start to climb. Stay down, I shouted. I wanted to tell her the ladder wouldn't hold both of us. It was shaking and creaking, but I felt like if I opened my mouth to speak again, I'd puke. Go, go, she yelled. I forced myself to put one foot above the other while the smoke rose around us. That smell. Oh, God. I'd forgotten about that smell. I kept feeling blindly above me for the roof. Come on, come on. All my hands touched was the wall of the tower. Up and up and up. It went on forever, and my lungs hurt as bad as my shoulder. Finally, I saw where the pale wall of the tower met the black of the sky. I scrambled onto the flat roof on my hands and knees, the edge, dry heaving all the way. Then I got to my feet and ran over to the slanted door. I felt it for heat, scared shitless to pull the door open and find that flaming yellow dragon on the other side, waiting to finish me off. Is it hot? Maggie was suddenly next to me. No. I pulled it open and we raced down the metal stairs, shouting for Andy. We got to the first landing. The fire was right below us. I felt the heat of it on my scars. Smoke filled the stairwell. It caught in the back of my throat and I started to cough. Andy. Maggie shouted from behind me. She tried to move past me on the stairs, but I grabbed her. You can't. Maggie. He was here. Not far from us. Andy. I shouted. Come this way. Come to the stairs. We can't go down. Andy said. There's too much fire. Come up. Maggie shouted. I saw the two of them then. They were so close together, they looked like one person as they moved toward the stairs. I reached down my hand. Come on. I tried to shout, but it came out as a croak. Andy grabbed my hand, and I pulled him and Kimmy onto the stairs. Maggie tried to reach for him, but I gave her a shove. Up, up, I shouted. I was coughing and choking as we staggered up the winding stairs. At the top, I pushed open the door to the dark roof, and we fell together in a mound, my arms around Maggie and Andy, hanging onto them with all my strength. Chapter 76. Maggie 2 days after the fire. I missed the hospital. I felt so useless, just sitting around the house. I had to keep my leg up, so Mum rented a recliner and I sat in the family room watching TV and movies and playing games on my laptop. I wasn't sure how I got injured. I had this big bloody gash on my leg that I didn't even know was there until they got us to the hospital. They treated Keith and Andy and Kimmy for smoke inhalation, and I was thinking how lucky I was to be fine, when a nurse asked me why my jeans were all wet. Blood. Ugh. 22 stitches. Nobody else was hurt, thank God, except for Jen. They found her body by the back door of the tower. At first, they thought she'd trapped herself when she lit the fire. That sliding glass door was always tricky to open, and I didn't like to think what it must have been like for her as she tried to escape. I was angry at her for betraying me, and beyond furious that she'd tried to hurt Andy, but I still didn't want to imagine her struggling with that door. Then they discovered she'd shot herself. Keith said she'd kept a gun in her car. Wow, that girl had some secrets. They found lots of paintings in the bedroom at the house where she was staying, and most of them had that blonde girl in them that was probably her sister, Geordie. Jen was crazy with grief over her sister and mother. It didn't excuse what she did, but it explained it. All I knew was that I wasn't the right person to judge someone else's temporary insanity. I was in the middle of watching You've Got Mail when the doorbell rang. Mum answered it, and I almost jumped out of my chair when Reverend Bill walked into the room. Mum left to I heard you got hurt, he said. My calf, I said. I'm supposed to keep it elevated. He stared at me in that creepy way he had. Always some kinda drama. With you Lockwoods, he said. It was an insult, but I had to admit it was also the truth. I guess, I said. I thought you could start out with our visitation program. What was he talking about? I don't know what you mean. Visiting sick parishioners. Making sure they have the resources they need. 3 meals a day, extra help around the house. That sort of thing. Reverend Bill, I don't. You're coming to work for me, he said with that hideous, unflinching, unsmiling look he was so good at. You'll do your community service for me. I knew the hospital was never going to take me back. Kathy Moody had called yesterday to tell me as much. But work at Drury Memorial. That was nuts. I'm not religious. He smirked. I'm well aware of that, he said. Wouldn't your parishioners, would they even let me inside the church? They'll adjust. I frowned. But you hate me, I said. He rubbed his chin like he needed to think about that for a minute. Help me get over that, will you? He asked. I stared at him. Then I started laughing. He may have smiled. With Reverend Bill, it was very hard to tell. All I knew was that I had my new community service placement, and it was going to be the hardest one yet. I was halfway through the movie when Keith showed up at the house. "Hey," he said to me as he carried a box of stuff into the living room. "Marcus asked me to drop this off. Where should I put it?" "By the stairs, I guess," I said. Uncle Marcus was going to store some of his things with us while his tower was being gutted. "How's the cleanup going over there?" I asked. He shook his head. "Fire sucks, you know that." He coughed as he lowered the box to the floor. "Yeah," I said. "I wish I could help." I wanted to talk to Keith about Jen, but the right moment hadn't come up. Maybe this was it. "Why don't you take a break?" I said. "Stay here and watch a movie with me. I'm totally bored. And I'm totally busy." He headed back to the door. "I'm not going to desert Marcus just 'cause you're bored." "Right," I said. He opened the door. "Later," he said. Through the window, I could see him get into his car. So, today would not be the day I talked to him about Jen. One of these days, maybe. I understood how he felt. I thought I had a friend in Jen, but he thought he had a girlfriend, somebody who accepted him, scars and all. He was probably torn up over losing her, or at least what he thought he had with her. He lost the person he thought she was. Someday I'd tell Keith that I knew how it felt to be duped like that. To lose. Until then, I didn't know he had one. Uncle Marcus said Keith was afraid of heights, and of course he was terrified of fire. He could have stayed on the ground and let me climb that shaky metal ladder to the roof alone, but he was determined to get to Andy. That surprised me. Maybe it even surprised Keith. Now, 2 days later, he had his "don't get too close to me" armor back on. That was okay. Keith was never going to be the nicest guy on the island, but after that night, I definitely knew what he was, part of my family. Chapter 77. Keith 3 days after the fire. At the trailer, I started going through the things from my mother's car. Plenty of people offered to do it for me. Dawn, Laurel, Marcus, even Maggie. But I wanted to do it myself. Alone. I knew it was going to totally suck, and I didn't want anyone around me if I lost it. But I didn't lose it. I went through the papers first, because Marcus was badgering me about them. There could be a will, he said. Maybe a bank account I didn't know about. Something important. So I dug through the box of papers. There weren't all that many, and nothing important. Just bank statements and the information about my college fund and my health insurance stuff and some other things that didn't mean much to me. Then there were the notebooks. The so-called memoir. I went into Mum's room with a stack of them, laid down on her bed and started reading, and it was like having her there with me. I could hear her voice. I was probably the only person in the world able to read her handwriting, and that was just as well. I learned more about my mother than any boy should know. Some things were really shockers. It was weird reading about always in control Laurel Lockwood as a total wreck. Same with Marcus, although he'd pretty much prepared me for that revelation. I had no idea my mother'd had a baby before me. My older half-brother, Sam. I could really tell how lonely she was, not being able to talk about Sam to that Neanderthal, Steve Weston. She needed somebody to open up to. She needed that's exactly how I would have felt about him. Sort of normal for a teenager, that love and hate thing. That's the way it had been with my mother and me. I'd put her through hell the last few years. Some of it wasn't my fault, but a lot of it was. And she never stopped loving me. I got that. The notebooks were full of me and what I meant to her. I was closing the last notebook, thinking about my mum and wishing I'd had the chance to really know my father, when something I'd read suddenly clobbered me over the head. She had a safe deposit box. Chapter 78. Andy 2 weeks after the fire. A reporter lady came to the house, and Mum asked if I wanted to talk to her. I said, sure. So the lady came in the house and me and her sat in the living room with Mum. She asked me all the regular things, like was I scared in the fire at Uncle Marcus's and stuff like that. She asked me if I thought Keith was brave to go into a burning house after already being messed up by a fire. I told her, definitely, yes. Everybody knows that Keith is a hero now. He's going to go on the Today Show with me and Maggie. The Today Show people say things have come full circle, but I don't remember what that means, even though Mum explained it to me. Why were you and Kimberly Taylor in your uncle's house when the fire broke out, Andy? The lady asked. Marcus had asked him to organize his CD collection, Mum said before I could answer, which was a good thing. I kept forgetting about the CD collection thing Uncle Marcus made up, because it was a lie. I think Mum knows the truth, though. I had to explain to Uncle Marcus why I was in the tower when the fire happened. Even though he was very sad about his house burning up, he laughed when I told him. Why are you laughing? I asked. People always, you're going to have a whopper of a story to tell. I didn't get it. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody on account of sex being private. He must have forgot he told me that. I was happy he was laughing, though, so I laughed, too. You must have been so relieved when you saw Keith and your sister on the stairs, ready to lead you to safety, the reporter said. Yeah, I said. That was definitely the best part. She asked me another question, but I wasn't listening. I was thinking how I was wrong about that being the best part. I thought of an even better part, I said. Better than knowing you were going to be rescued, the reporter asked. Yeah, I said. After we ran up the stairs, we popped out the door onto the roof and we kind of fell in a pile and everybody had their arms around everybody. Mum leaned forward on the sofa. That was the best part, sweetie, she asked. Definitely. I don't understand, the lady said. Mum smiled and leaned back against the sofa again. It's a family thing, she said. Yeah. I remembered Keith's arm around me even though he was coughing and choking. He didn't let go of me even when we heard the sirens coming. Keith's last name is Weston, I said to the lady, but that doesn't matter. Chapter 79. Sarah the Lioness, September 15, 2008. She was tired and very, very anxious. She'd barely slept the night before, thinking about Maggie getting out of prison sometime the next day. Long before sunrise, she heard Keith's alarm go off. He had to go in early for a makeup exam. She got up in the darkness and made pancakes dotted with frozen blueberries. Keith's favorite. He stumbled into the kitchen, looking surprised, and, she thought, pleased, by the platter of pancakes. He grabbed a couple of them in his hand and headed for the door. Thanks, Mum, he said as she handed him a napkin. Love you, she said, and he grunted something past the food in his mouth. As he pushed open the screen door with his good shoulder, she watched him drive off, his headlights picking up the sea oats before he turned onto the dark, empty main road toward the bridge. Then she walked, still barefoot in her robe, down to the beach and sat in the sand to watch the sunrise bleed into the sky. Walking back to the trailer a short time later, she spotted 3 vans on the sandy road in front of it. As she got closer, she saw the network logos on the sides of the vehicles. She started to run, and by the time she reached the trailer, 6 reporters, some of them wielding cameras, had gotten out of their vans and were descending on her. Has Keith left for school yet? The deck of the trailer. We'd like to talk to him about Maggie Lockwood's release today from prison, another said, close on her heels. How do you feel about her getting out today? A third asked as she climbed the steps. Can you ask Keith to come out to speak with? No, she shouted, turning toward him from the deck. No, I will not ask him a thing about Maggie Lockwood, and neither will you. Get out of here. She pointed in the direction of the mainland, the sleeve of her robe ballooning in the breeze. Is he upset that? Don't you think he's been through enough? Her voice sliced through the pink morning air, echoing off the other trailers. Don't you dare go near my son. Ever. Do you hear me? And don't you fucking dare go near his school, either. The reporters stared up at her, jaws hanging open. Some of them knew the mild-mannered Sarah Weston. This woman was someone different. A lioness protecting her cub. They must have realized she would kill for him. Sarah's hands were knotted up in fists. Don't you dare, or I swear I'll come After you all. Every one of you. She ran inside the trailer, slamming the door behind her, sinking to the living room floor as her trembling legs gave out. She pressed her face into her hands. Thank God he'd had to go into school early today. Though maybe she shouldn't have let him go at all. Maybe she should have hidden him inside with her. She'd been trying to treat this day like any other, but she hadn't counted on the damn media. They would hound Keith. They'd show his scars on TV. He'd never be able to take the public exposure. The exploitation. He was holding on to his sanity by a thread. She knew all at once she'd made a grave error, and now it was too late. Or was it? She got to her feet, suddenly energized, and began to formulate her plan as she tossed the leftover pancakes in the garbage. She had no appetite for them now. The phone rang, and she stared at it a moment, answering it only because it might be Keith. I'm so sorry to ask you this. Laurel sounded breathless. I don't know where else to turn. Andy was sick during the night, and Marcus and I need to pick up Maggie. Is there a chance you could just keep him at your house for a few hours? I'm desperate, Sarah. For a moment, Sarah could think of nothing to say. How dare Laurel ask her favor on this day? Was she completely dense? Please, Sarah, Laurel pleaded. I'm sure it is just a 24-hour bug. I know it is a huge favor to ask, but I can't leave him alone. It'll only be for a few hours. Sarah thought of all Laurel had done for them after Keith got out of rehab. She remembered the way she'd used her, taking advantage of Laurel's guilt, and she heard the rare panic in her old friend's voice. Could she really say no to her now? What time will you be back? She asked. We should be able to pick him up by 1:30 at the very latest. 1:30. That would be all right. She could pack while Andy was there. He wouldn't have a clue what she was doing, and she didn't need to take much. She'd come back in a few weeks to get the rest of their belongings. The important thing was getting away from the island now. Today. All right, she said. But I need to. Yes, Laurel said. That'll be fine. All right, Sarah said. I'll see you then. She was at the bank the second it opened. She didn't look inside the jewelry case, not wanting to see the necklace or to remember Jamie fastening it around her neck. She slipped it into the box she'd already prepared for it, then rushed to the post office and mailed it to the online auction house, insured for $1,000. She would have felt conspicuous insuring it for any more than that. She raced home just in time for Andy's arrival. He was groggy and wan, and she parked him on the sofa and was glad when he quickly fell asleep. She left a message on Keith's cell to come straight home after school and to ignore any and all reporters. She thought about waiting to leave until she could explain everything to him in person, but he might argue with her. He was going to be shaken up by the whole thing, and she wouldn't have time for a lot of back and forth with him. It would probably take her 5 hours to get to Charlotte, and she needed to get there early enough to find a decent motel in the daylight. She had a few $100s in cash, which would get him through a couple of days before she'd need to hit an ATM. Tomorrow, she'd call Western Carolina Bank to see if they had any new job openings. She'd look for a place to live. They wouldn't be able to start out in that grand apartment complex, but that didn't matter. Maybe someday. Andy woke up, and she gave him some ginger ale and hooked him up with Keith's video games, so he barely knew she was in the trailer, much less that she was packing. Suddenly, though, the plan began to unravel. Laurel called to say they'd be late. 4:30 or 5. Sarah was livid. She'd have no choice but to leave before they returned. Andy would be fine. He was 16, for heaven's sake. She wrote the note for Keith, explaining everything, then she told Andy she was going to the store. She left the trailer, got into her car and drove away. She made it over the bridge before she started crying. Turning the car around. In a parking lot, she headed back the way she came. She wasn't going to her trailer, though. No. Instead, she drove to the northern tip of the island. She parked at the very end of the road. Then she kicked off her sandals and walked across the sand until she reached the crumbling concrete walls of the chapel, all that was left of Freeseekers. Did tourists who walked out to this slender bit of sand speculate about the remains of the chapel? Of the 5 walls, only 2 still stood, and even they were nothing more than jagged remnants of concrete. They rose a few feet above the sloping sand dunes that had formed around them over the years. Any sign of the chapel's roof, pews and flooring had long since disappeared. Visitors probably thought the remains had something to do with Operation Bumblebee, maybe debris from one of the old towers. They probably wondered why a tower would have been built in that spot, surrounded on 3 sides by water, but they'd shrug off the question a moment later. Who cared? Who, besides Sarah, cared about this barren spit of land? She'd come often to this spot over the years, the place where Jamie's ashes had mixed with the water and the sand. Sometimes she could swear he was there with her. She sat down on the sand, resting her back against one of the remaining chapel walls. She thought about all the days she'd spent inside the small building, painting the walls the color of wet sand, sewing yards and yards of fabric for the pew cushions, taking care of Maggie. Oh, Maggie. The turbulent water of the inlet blurred in front of her. Digging her hands into the sand, the full impact of what she was doing hit her. Her soul was tied to this place. How could she leave? She thought of how different her life would have been if Jamie'd had the courage to leave Laurel and marry her early on. He never would have been on Marcus's boat. He'd still be alive, still a part of her future as well as her past. But it was stupid and pointless to think about what might have been. She had to focus on what was best for Keith. She thought Jamie would approve of her plan for their son. Getting to her feet, she lifted her face to the sky and drew in air again. She was losing this, letting go of one more fragile thread that connected her to the man she'd always loved. Bending over, she scooped up 2 handfuls of sand and folded her fingers carefully around the grains. There had to be some container in the car that would hold them. She could keep the sand forever, she thought as she walked away from the chapel ruins. She'd take this small part of the island, this small part of Jamie, with her. But as she walked, she felt the sand spilling from the crevice in her fists. The tighter she held onto it, the more it slipped through her fingers, until by the time she reached her car, her hands were nearly empty but not quite. Opening her hands, she looked at the thin layer of powdery sand coating her palms. She studied the grains of sand for a moment, those beige and white and brown bits of her past. Then lifting her hands close to her face, Chapter 80. Keith 1 month after the fire. I like how I can sit in the sand with my back against the old concrete wall of Jamie Lockwood's chapel and no one can see me. My mother's service was the first time I'd ever been to that end of the island, even though I'd lived less than 10 miles from it all my life. I could see why my father, would pick that spot for a church. Peaceful and quiet and surrounded by water. It's pretty cold, sitting here, though. The breeze is blowing hard off the ocean, but I came prepared with a blanket to wrap up in. I wanted to think about maybe building a house on this spot. I have money now. Lots of it. $355,000, to be exact. Mr. Johnson tracked the necklace down to this online auction house. They'd been trying to find my mother, but she'd gotten a new email address to use with them and no one knew about it. I'm probably as rich as I'm ever going to be, and Laurel said I could pick some Lockwood land to build on if I want. But sitting on this bit of land where the chapel had been, with the wind practically blowing me away, I know this won't be it. First storm that hits the island, my house would be toast. My father must have been a crazy man. I was spending my days since the fire helping Marcus with the tower. It was still a wreck inside, but we were making progress. The first day after the fire, Marcus asked me to start the cleanup in the living room. When I hesitated, he told me to go upstairs instead. He knew without me telling him that I didn't want to be in the room where Jen had been found. I didn't want to think about her or talk about her or ever hear her name again. Man, I'd been played for the fool before, but not like that. She'd handed me that story about her parents being divorced and her father who wanted her to hunt with him and her brother getting burned in chemistry class. All cock and bull. Flip put the truth together from talking to her friends. She was a 20-year-old, very blonde art major at UNC in Asheville. Her father left when she was a baby. Her mother, of course, drove off the high-rise bridge. She had one sister, Geordie, who'd wanted to visit her at UNC the weekend of the lock-in. Jen was hung up on some guy and wanted to be with him, though, so she told Geordie she couldn't come, which was why Geordie was at the lock-in and why she died. I guess Jen had a problem living with that guilt. Andy must have seen her at the memorial service for the fire victims, since the victims' families all sat in the front row and he was up there for being the hero and all. I keep remembering Jen's last words to me as she walked backward out of her house the night of the fire. How I was beautiful. How I should remember that. She said it like she meant it, and I've decided to believe she did. A small yacht is sailing into the inlet from the ocean in front of me. I watch it move from right to left, and I can see a couple of guys inside the cabin. Lucky bastards. Not a care in the world. Maybe I should buy a boat and skip the house idea. I can see the wake from the yacht lapping against the sand a few yards from where I'm sitting. I think my mother's ashes are in that water. I remember what Maggie'd said about my father's ashes being scattered in the same place. My mother really loved him. I could tell that from her notebooks. She'd never gone out with anybody since he died. I hadn't given it all that much thought. I never wanted to know about my mother's love life, but maybe she never went out with anyone because no one measured up to my father, at least not in her mind. Man, I love reading those notebooks. I understand who she was when I read them. I even understand who I am. When I was about 3 years old, I stopped crying over things. I toughened up, I guess. Probably some dude told me my mother needed me to be a man, and I took it to heart and never let anything get to me enough to make me cry. During the year and a half after the lock-in fire, though, I cried a lot. My life sucked, and it would catch up to me, and I'd just crack. But I haven't cried about my mother. Not even when I read the notebooks. I feel really okay. I feel good. My mother didn't mean to, but she left me an awesome gift, and I'm not talking about the necklace.